Hey, my name is King, or as some of you might know me better, Israel. I've gotten around, but hopefully you recognize me from my own channel, King Tannic. There's a new show coming to the Burnettwork that I think is pretty exciting. Welcome to the Otaku Experience, hosted by yours truly. There is going to be a weekly series where we dive into the news and the world of anime, manga, and whatever the heck else Japan has to offer us. The show will be pre-recorded and premiere on Thursdays at 2 p.m. Pacific time or 5 p.m. Eastern right here on the Burnettwork YouTube channel.
Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on the John Campea YouTube channel. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it? Especially if you love the movies.
There's a company called Hot Toys, and they make these insanely realistic, renderings of characters. They do them for all the Marvel characters or whatever, and they look so much like you. It's disturbing, actually. Like, scary. They look so much like you, but they're tiny. They're like 18 inches or something like that. They actually that's what's crazy about that company is they hand make they carve the mold. The mold of of the.
That's crazy.
It's wild.
Robservations with Robert Meyer Burnett.
Well, greetings, imagination. That was abrupt. Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude. Call me what you want. This is Midnight Musings, episode 50. It's Revenge of the 5th, the day after May the 4th be with you. And, I think that I have the two best compatriots that I could possibly get to do this show with me, especially tonight on the glorious aftermath. Well, Cinco de Mayo. I don't know where my margarita is. Where is it? I don't know. It's not anywhere. I can see it. Well, you know her. You love her. I'm going to bring her right on to celebrate, dance to the music. She's, hello there.
Hello, Robert.
And how are you?
I feel great. It's wonderful to be here. It's our 50th show, Robert. I cannot believe our 50th Musings, Robert. It's unbelievable. What a ride we've been having, and I just love every minute of it, Robert. It's so incredible.
A 50th show for our 60,000th subscriber.
Yes,
which
Robert,
a milestone. I mean, it's we're 40,000 away from getting that. I really want my YouTube plaque. Only because now I've been on YouTube for 8 years. I want to reach, for my 10-year anniversary, I want to get my 100,000 subscriber. Maybe we can do it faster with all of our great programming, that everyone's doing. But we'll see. We'll see if we can get there. So
I think we will. Robert. I think it's going to happen. And, it's exciting, Robert. This is such a wonderful time to be doing this. And I'm just so grateful to be part of it.
Well, we're grateful to have you. And, Lael, I'm sure will be along. I forgot to mention it to him that we're doing it. I just figured, I figured when I set up the show, people know, but you never know. People don't know. He's been busy too. May the 4th be with you. Okay, what do you think about that Sheev Palpatine figure? I think it's dope.
I think it looks great. I know people were complaining about the outfit. I could care less. I think that the head sculpt is stunning.
Okay, here's the thing. Here's what I don't get. So it's from the Clone Wars. They have to translate it into real life. Sheev Palpatine probably has different robes in his closet. I mean, I look, when it comes to things like Darth Vader, I get it. You know, by the time you get to Jedi, do you want the Hebrew writing on his chest plate? Sure. You know, I get all that, but I understand that people are like, honestly, you know, if Sheev's looking good in 6 scale, I'm all for it. The people that are so like here's the weird, I guess okay, this is a philosophical question for you, because like modelers, people who build spaceship models, have this problem all the time. So when you actually see, say, an ILM model, the model that's actually built, the actual model, when you see it in the light in the warehouse or wherever they're shooting it, it looks like a model. But when they put it under light and you can see light reflecting off of it or whatever on screen, is it more important that something looks like... See, in my mind, I want something that looks like it came from wherever it's coming from. I don't necessarily want something to look like a model is a model. That would mean the model should then look like it's 4 feet long or something. If I'm making a spaceship model, I want to pick it up and play with it. You know, like here I've got the travel pod from Star Trek: The Motion Picture, as one does. You know, just on his desk. You know, so I can just put it around and I can pretend I'm like Kirk. You know, flying around the Enterprise. Dun 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 dun. Or not, or I could be like fixing the Enterprise in a work bee if that's what I want to be doing. But I want to be able to believe that when I pick up the figure, it doesn't look like it looked on set. I want it to look like it looked in the movie.
Right.
And so to me, Sheev Palpatine's probably got a lot of robes in his closet. I also want to believe that the Jedi, you know, they probably follow the whole Jeff Goldblum in The Fly, who followed like Einstein. You wear the same clothes every day, but it's not the same robe. You got 10 of the same robe. So you don't have to think about it, because you know, you don't want to believe that the Jedi smell like homeless people, although I kind of do. What are you going to do? So the question is, how do you feel about it? Do you think that when you buy a figure, should Sheev Palpatine, and like, to me in the Clone Wars, he was probably wearing a different robe than he was wearing in Revenge of the Sith. He's got different robes, man. What do you think?
Yeah. I think that at this stage in the game and the price that we pay for a lot of these figures, that there should be multiple outfits that come with them. I think that's something that could be a consideration. And, you know, why not? I mean, you know, they have that Padme figure and she's wearing white, but, you know, we all want all those other outfits she wears. It's the truth. We want them all. And I think people are going to demand more as these figures increase in popularity, which they are increasing in popularity. So I think that's part of it. Yes, they want more, and why not? All they have to do is just offer it as a deluxe version or something. Get those extra robes. Go ahead and offer that stuff. We'll buy it. We're gonna buy this stuff. You know, have no fear. You know, I mean, it's something they could consider offering, having those options if you want to get additional robes, or the robe that looks more like this one or that one. You could do that. So it's something to think about. I don't think it really cost them that much for the robes. But that was a point of contention. I would still get it anyway if I wanted that Sheev Palpatine figure. You know, I think it's one of the best made.
Yeah, me too. And everyone knows who he is. Yes. Like if the head sculpt's off, to me it's all about the head sculpt.
Yeah.
You know, because I want to believe like and people are like complaining that it's just, and when I'm listening to these complaints, I'm like, okay, first of all, it's an animated character that's being translated into live action. So immediately there has to be some kind of artistic license. Yes. Because it's different. And if you're getting a Revenge of the Sith Palpatine, it would be it's branded as a Clone Wars Palpatine. So in my mind, the Clone Wars, there's a lot going on in the Clone Wars. So why wouldn't he look different than he looked in the feature films? Because the Clone Wars, you know, we saw the beginning of them in Attack of the Clones, and then there was a whole long period of time we didn't see. Sheev Palpatine was wearing a lot of different stuff. So this idea that, well, it has to look accurate to the animated series, but you're translating it into live action, I don't know. Fans are great, but they're crazy.
They are, and I think that the different demands and the different interpretations of what it should be will always be there. But as long as they let you know this is what you will get, this is how we're interpreting this, I don't think anybody can complain because they've told you what you're going to get. They've showed you more or less what you're going to get, and that's what it's going to look like. It's not going to be any different from that. So it's an individual choice to purchase it or not. But honestly, that's Ian McDermott. I don't think I've ever seen a likeness of Ian McDermott that looks that good. It might be the best one I've ever seen.
Oh, it's pretty great. I mean, I have the other Hot Toys Palpatine. It's cool, but that figure's just cooler. It's a cooler figure. I don't know.
It is.
I'm in. So did you do anything special for May the 4th be with you?
No, I had some personal things that I had to do to work, and I had some things to take care of. I had some doctor's appointments and things to do. Of course, I did happen to see over the past few days Guardians of the Galaxy, Robert.
I haven't seen it yet. I was telling you before we went on, there's a new project that has arisen that has required a lot of my attention. So I haven't been able to leave. Don't worry, I'm not going to tell anybody about it, so don't ask. But it's pretty exciting. That's required my attention, so I haven't seen it. So let me ask you, what did you think?
I thought it was absolutely spectacular. It's one of the best Marvel style films I've seen in ages, and yeah, it was much better than I thought we were going to see. It's incredible, and I encourage anybody who wants to see it. You're not going to be wasting your time with this film. It's really something we've been waiting for a while now.
I just want to say that Darth Plato, our resident philosopher of the channel, historian actually, says, "Hey Rob," he says, "play the Tatooine theme. Return of the Jacket." Well, it's a little chilly. It's been a little chilly here, so yeah. Normally, I thought my Pliskin leather was going to be retired for the season. Bringing it back tonight. Looks like the party is on tonight on Coruscant. Well, I think wherever is at night, that's where the party is.
Robert, the party is on in Coruscant tonight, and of course, where else would I be but in Coruscant, since we're talking about the future of Star Wars, and of course, in a few hours, actually, right now or today is the coronation of King Charles. So there is a party going on, but it's always a party in the center of the universe, or where it might as well be the center of the universe.
Now,
on Coruscant.
I think that the coronation, starts at 6 a.m. or something, right? Our time?
Yeah, it does.
Well,
yeah. So
there's a couple of bars, like Lucky Baldwin's in Pasadena.
Mm-hmm.
They open it up for soccer or for football.
Yes.
Pardon me, getting over a cold. I thought I had COVID. I don't again. But I was actually thinking about going out there, like at 6 a.m., get my crunk on.
You mean after the show?
Yeah. Well, maybe take a few hours of shut eye, and then. Okay. I mean, I've only gone to a bar early a couple of times, and it was for soccer, for the football, to see Tottenham Hotspur. But it would be fun. I mean, it is the coronation of. I've never seen the coronation of a king before.
I've never seen a coronation of a king before either, but when I went to Blenheim Castle in London a few weeks ago, I got to see Queen Elizabeth's coronation robes. They had all these coronation robes on display, and I had to ask the people who were working there, I said, "I've never seen this before. It's a black and white video of the Queen's coronation. Are these her actual robes?" They said, "Yes, those are the real robes," and that they brought out a whole bunch of robes on display in anticipation of the coronation. So I saw a bunch of stuff. I bet you Charles's coronation robes were there too, at Blenheim Castle. I was just so happy. It was either Blenheim or Windsor, but I think it was Blenheim. Such an incredible experience, Robert, to be in London now. The lucky people who are over there. But I'm excited for this coronation, Robert, and it's going to be wonderful. I'm very happy for Charles going on with his life and assuming this role, which he's been waiting for a very, very long time.
Yes, a very long time, a lot longer than I think perhaps thought.
Yes.
No, I'm interested. Look, everyone talks about, look, I am someone that do we need monarchies? I mean, here's the thing. Until It's like somebody who complains about a venerable institution. They just want the venerable institution gone. All right?
Right.
Replace until there you go. Until you replace it with something. I mean, everybody wants to tear down all these. Look, what makes being a human being fun is those great institutions. Like, who would want to go to a great EDM concert without pure MDMA?
Yes.
Nobody.
Okay.
Nobody. I mean, I don't. Everyone's talking about, look, let me just tell you something. For those of you who don't know, people said, ecstasy ruined your spine. That was all BS. That's why they're doing trials now with people soldiers suffering from PTSD. They're like, when they declared MDMA a Schedule 1 narcotic in 1986, you know why they did that? Because people were having too much fucking fun. And the pharmaceutical industry was not making enough money. They take it off the market. They make us wait for 30 years, and they're going to finally give us some. I mean, people ruin everything. All you need to do, like, I understand monarchies. The problem is replace it with something better. All these kids screaming about Marxism, it's only because they haven't read their 20th century history. You don't want Marxism. Replace it with something better. If you can make something better, do that. And everyone tear it all down. What, you want to sit in the ruins of everything? I would much rather have Buckingham Palace and the guards, the changing of the guards and all the pomp and the circumstance, because it's cool. Yes. And people can talk about colonialism. Let me tell you something. Colonialism brought civilization to the world. I understand and I get it. I've been hearing everybody wants liberation. I understand. Everybody wants freedom, but you know what? People are lazy, and they get their freedom, and what do? It's not like people are building utopian civilizations the world over, because they're not.
It's
I know.
true.
Everyone's like, you don't know what you're talking about, Rob. I'm going to get canceled, demonetized right now.
Look, my mother and I have our tiaras. They're not real tiaras, but we have our tiaras ready. We have our jewelry. We're going to have a full tea service here in the house. We have our party frocks. We're ready for this coronation. It is set to go on, and we are going to enjoy.
Or go off. It's going to go off.
So, I'm excited for it. Yeah. So I couldn't help but put on my tiara. So.
I think you should put on your tiara, and there's somebody here now who's going to recognize what it means to see with a tiara. A man who knows about Revenge of the Fifth. A man who understands. Actually, I got to get his take. Everybody, excuse me. Let me just get my other venerable co-host in here, because I want to ask him the same question that I asked everybody else, because I know what his response is going to be, but I just want to hear it, because I want him to. Oh, yes, I do. He knows he knows. Oh, he knows, doctor. He knows. So, the man who's been building cases, I've seen, not cases against people, but cases for his own figures. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for the 50th anniversary of Midnight Musings, welcome my other great co-host, the smoothest 1/6 scale man you'll ever meet. He might say he's the 1/6 scale man, but in my mind, his stature is beyond measure. Lael Rockwell.
What's up, bro?
Dude, it's our 50th show, bro. Come on.
I know, man.
50.
That's
funny.
That's
50.
Insane. That's insane, bro.
Okay. I already asked RM about this, because I've been listening to it. I'm reading the comments. I just, you know what? It's like, do I want to step in and start? I don't want to start beef. I start enough beef on Twitter.
Yeah.
I got to talk about the Chief Palpatine figure. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought this shit fucking rules. I'm looking at that going, what? Yeah. Now, and then I'm reading like these I shouldn't say sniveling. I should not make fun of my fellow 6-scale collectors. That never ends well. But there's some people complaining about how a figure based on the Clone Wars, when it's turned into a more realistic figure, somehow isn't accurate enough for people. Like, I mean, I think Sheev Palpatine probably has a closet full of different robes.
Bro.
That's it.
You know what?
right?
This is what I'll say, bro. Like this is it because this is. I mean, first of all, a lot of people are pushing back against that figure because they set high expectations for May the 4th. I mean, there were super high
Yeah,
expectations.
but
A lot
what
of
did they think they were going to
speculations.
get? I mean, how
Bro,
many
this
more
is my
figures do you need?
Bro, listen, people have been setting these super high expectations from, oh, we're going to get this, or I want to see this, or I know we're going to get this, that, and the third. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not even diving into that space. Like, whatever we get, I'll be pleasantly surprised. And which I
I thought
was.
that she figure. I'm like, I thought that
I
figure
think
was
it was
dope.
dope. Yeah, that
Yeah,
Sidious
the
is dope.
two
Like
face
it
sculpts.
is dope. Exactly, bro. It's dope. I think it's incredible. The tailoring is nice on that piece. It's an interpretation that we actually got from Clone Wars animated date, and they've taken every figure and translated into live action. This is what they do. But people are finding reasons to complain about every single thing. And my thing is, it's like, yo, you hear people saying, how can Hot Toys get the likeness wrong? They should have did this. And I'm like, well, you know what? Let me ask you a question. And I just want to know, like, honestly, I really want to know. Um, if you think, do you think you could do it? Like, do you think it's possible that you can actually create the mold, do a 3D printer or whatever, create and paint it? Do you think that you could actually do better? Because if you can do better, then I would actually just submit a request to Hot Toys Howard Chain and say, look, I think I can perfect it and make it better. But if you cannot, I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait for your rebuttal, because at this particular
One of the
point,
best
all I'm
molds
hearing,
we've ever seen.
exactly, all I'm hearing is complaints, complaints, and complaints. And I'm like, you know what? At this particular point, I'm used to it. I expected it, bro. When it comes to Star Wars, like literally, when it comes to Star Wars, I expect nothing but complaints and just whiny individuals, people whining about certain things that doesn't suit their standards. And I'm like, well, you don't really speak for everyone, but you want a space to speak. So I respect that. Go ahead and do it. I think the piece is beautiful. I already paid it off. That's how much
Dude,
I love it.
I
It's paid off. Once it's released, I'll have it. I can't wait, no matter how long it takes. I think the piece is beautiful. And it's hope for me because it's a possibility we might get a Sajo Press. We might get a size Ventress. You know what I mean? We might get so many different characters from this IP, and I'm just like, you know what? Hope floats. Like, I'm just happy about it. So let's go. I mean, but people, just the complaints, I'm just not in for. This is why, Rob, that I've taken myself out of every single group. I'm not part of any group because I don't want to hear the complaints. I don't like hearing the complaints. I don't like when people bitch and moan about it is constant, because then it becomes like a Ferris wheel of people who are jumping on this bandwagon because they see another person talking about it. It's like, yo, you can't have, there's freedom of speech, but there's also freedom of thought, where you don't basically have to just connect yourself to somebody else's, train of thought. You can have your own. And I'm just like, it is what it is. Look, and I respect your opinion, but if you can't do better, then, it's just like a mute argument to me. Tell you the truth.
I got to tell you, it reminded me about something. I hadn't thought about this in a long time. When I was in college, I came up with something called the breast defense. Mm-hmm. And the breast defense was a reaction to, I would listen to dude friends of mine, like they would hook up with a girl, right? Mm-hmm. And they would be like, well, her boobs weren't as big as I would have liked, or they would complain. It was something about the breasts. Yeah. And I would listen to these. I would listen to them, and I'm like, dude, you have a woman naked, and you can put your hands on her breasts. You can draw breath over her areola and make her nipples erect on your tongue, and you're fucking complaining. You're fucking complaining.
Please.
I'm like, the breast defense. It means that all breasts, if you're caressing a breast, if you're tasting a breast, if you're holding a breast, if you're making a breast aroused, you fucking won. You've won. And you're complaining?
Yeah.
You're complaining? Yeah. And I'm like, this is now happening to action figures. Think about how we've fallen as geeks. 40 years ago, bro. Breasts were the end all, be all. All breasts, small breasts, athletic breasts, pendulous breasts, gorgeous breasts. All breasts were gorgeous. And people would
Bro.
complain then. They would complain then. And now, as a grown man, we're getting premium action figures, beautifully
dope.
made. And people are complaining about minute details from an animated figure that I don't get it. I really want to go back to the days. I want to go back to the days where boys were comparing the breasts of the girls they were dating. This is how we've fallen. This is the problem with our culture. We have lost what's important, by God.
Bro.
And people, I'm reading long paragraphs of people complaining about this figure. These long, drawn-out paragraphs. I'm very disappointed.
And I'm like, what are you seeing?
It really is one of the best head sculpts I've ever seen. I mean, it looks like him so much, and
it looks like it looks just like him.
Even the disposition on his face, it's almost a smug. He's almost smug, like the way you would expect.
There's emotion. I mean, Nanjin Tam.
There's a darkness to him. There's definitely a darkness to that sculpt, and you can see it.
Nanjin Tam made a really interesting comment. So I've really been interested in the X06 Star Trek figures, obviously, because I've been buying them. And one of the things I've really liked is their mirror Sulu. They kind of put this weird, people think it's a weird grin. But the thing about a head sculpt is most figure collectors, I think, want some kind of a neutral head sculpt, because if they make him smile, people always complain. But the thing is, people's faces are never really inert. Whenever you see them, they're talking, or they're moving their faces, or they're smiling, or they're frowning, or they're pissed, or whatever. They're doing something fun, whatever. Yeah. If you were to pick, if you were to do a Rob Burnett action figure, and you actually decided to do my like Phantom Zone thing, like, if you did that, that face sculpt, somebody would complain, because it wouldn't look like me. They would rather have me be like this.
Yeah, bro.
And which I have a kind of a slight frowning Burnett bitch face, but it's like, it's just. I can't. So when they did the Sulu head sculpt, he's smiling. He's like, "Is the captain here? Is Spock here when the cat's away?" Right. He's going up to her, Uhura on the bridge, seducing her, and she's like, "You didn't come back." I mean, it's great, and I love the fact that with that figure they picked that head sculpt. I thought for me that was clever, because you set him up and you have the little knife there or whatever, and it's funny. It's good. It reminds me. But we, as figure collectors, are so used to these emotionless head sculpts, where I thought I loved the smiling face. I loved it. I thought it was great.
Right, it's his personality. He that level of confidence, and I loved it, bro.
That you can get emotion or something conveyed in a figure. That to me is pretty cool. Yeah.
I loved it, bro. I had no problems with it at all. I mean, I as soon as it was released and I saw it, I mean, because I got notification, like somebody even hit me up, like a couple people hit me up, at late, like early that morning about it, and I was like, yo, wow, like this is incredible. We got Fox as well, but that one, of course, just stuck out. And listen, I went into this again, like when it comes to, bro, we know we've been in this game for so long. It's like, you go into it with zero expectations, and you are pleasantly surprised with certain things that you didn't expect. I didn't expect to get this figure. Like, I didn't think we would see it. You know what I mean? So to get it, I'm like, wow. I mean, we've always wanted to have this version. Now, mind you, we have the 20th anniversary of Revenge of the Sith in a few years. You know what I mean? So we might even get that version of Palpatine.
Well, I want to get the wounded, the fucked up Palpatine.
Which we could get with that figure. They might give us two head sculpts, the regular version and that version.
How great would that be? Master Jedi. Incredible. It could be Master Jedi Sith or whatever, where you get both things, and he's in his.
I think it would be incredible, and that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, they need to give credit where credit is due. Like, this piece is amazing, bro. I think it's phenomenal. But the thing is, people are finding reasons to complain because of the simple fact that they had expectations to get other things that they didn't get. so they're upset, so they're calling this a piece of shit. And I'm like, yo, you're nuts.
You're
Like,
lucky
what
to
you're
get
saying,
anything. You're lucky
exactly.
to
Well,
get
that's what
You're
my mom
lucky
used
to
to
get
tell me when I was a
anything.
kid. Do we have to have beef
The
stew
truth.
again?
The truth. It's the truth, man. It is the truth. You are definitely lucky to get anything. I mean, because they could have did like a few years back, on May the 4th, they didn't give us anything. It was this before the clones and stuff. They didn't give us anything. There were a few years that we didn't get anything, any releases, anything at all.
And by the way,
relish in the fact that you're getting this right now, right?
people just made up this idea that we're supposed to get something on May the 4th.
Exactly.
I mean, and by the way, May the 4th is a stupid Hallmark card bastardization. Everyone knows Star Wars Day is May 25th. It always was. It always will be. I mean, this May the 4th thing, some of you just thought that was funny. May the 4th.
And that's the thing. Return of the Jedi was released on May the 24th, bro. That's when it was.
Well, the original Star Wars is May the 25th.
Exactly. So this is what I'm saying. Like, we're going to get that line, bro. We've already got Vader. We've got, 3PO. There's more to come. But people keep forgetting that there was the 20th anniversary of Clone Wars as well. So it's like you got to divvy up the pie. Like, you got to give us, some of both. I just don't think people are really thinking about that, bro. And that those, again, when you set super high ass expectations, you're bound to be disappointed and not get what you want. And whose fault is that? Not Hot Toys, not Howard. Plain and simple.
I mean, it's amazing, dude. I'm still waiting for the rest of the Watchmen. Come on. I got Comedian. I got Silk Spectre.
2008?
That was 2009. I mean, what the fuck, man? And you guys are complaining about, you actually got figures. There were 2 Watchmen and then they bailed. No Ozymandias, no Night Owl. I didn't get that. I mean, no Dr. Manhattan with his multiple schlongs. I got nothing. Come on.
I remember it because that was one of the first figures that I
That's her mom, though. That's Silk Spectre's mom. Yeah. I mean, where are the Watchmen, dude? I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm still complaining, so maybe that's what I should do. I should go into forums and I'm like, at least you're getting a sheaf, Palpatine. Where's my naked blue schlong Dr. Manhattan I've been waiting for 15 fucking years? You ungrateful twits.
And it has to look like Billy Kudrup.
Yeah, it has to have the yeah, and it has to split in 2, so when Silk Spectre wants to be double teamed, you can have 2 of them. Come on. Well, I thought you'd enjoy it.
Right.
People are like, what? What? It's okay. DC Direct, or the DC, they made a Dr. Manhattan. So, anyway, let's go on to Lael. I have not seen Guardians yet. You saw Guardians. Saw Guardians.
Yes.
I would like to hear your opinion of the Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. That's, by the way, that's how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop. A 1, a 2, a 3. Just so you know. I'm so old. I'm making references to TV commercials you've never seen. It's fine. It's all,
listen,
good.
Another thing I did was I went into this movie with 0 expectations. Like, literally, none. I didn't go into it. I mean, we know what everybody's feelings on the MCU lately, and, this is a different film that have been dropping, like they've been, if in people's opinions, it's been lackluster. Hasn't really have that, pizzazz that we're knowing, or we know we can get from Marvel. So, or from the MCU itself.
Yeah.
So I went in with 0 expectations, based on, things that I've heard, but I also heard some good things about it, without spoiling it. So I was like, I'm just going to go in with like a positive attitude, but 0 expectations. And I can honestly say that I was pleasantly surprised, and it was amazing. Like, I thought
that's what people are saying.
I thought it was good because, again, like, without spoiling it for anyone, you're following. If you put it this way, if you watch all 3 films now, once the third one hits and you're able to watch all 3 together, you're going to start seeing things like, wow, this is really how filmmaking should be. Because you're getting those clues, like you're getting certain things in films that, conversations that were had in these different films that really relate and connect to this particular film. Even said when I did my post, I said for me, the standouts and the MVPs were the MVP title was shared between Palm, what's her last name? Palm
Clementif.
Clementif and Karen Gilliam. I love the banter back and forth between them. The chemistry, like it was
Just want to point
it was
out,
crazy.
I know she's married, but redhead, shall we?
Yeah, yo, it was phenomenal, bro. Like I thought the film was incredible, just emotionally driven. And I think that it had a fitting ending. You know what I mean? If there's one critique I can actually say about it was, Adam Warlock, there could have been more from him, and I don't know yet how I feel about his story,
Right.
like how they depicted him here, especially because we know there was a missed opportunity, from what we got, what we should have had from Endgame and where he should have been. But again, I mean, I trust the judgment of the director and everyone's
Yeah.
the writer. They had an idea, so I just leave it with them, and hopefully in the future, we get more. We start to see more. But everything that I've seen so far from it, bro, like in thus far, I thought it was incredible. It was entertaining. I had a good time, bro. I literally had a good time. It's like from everything that we've gotten from the MCU lately, this puts you back in that space where you feel good. You're like, okay,
all right,
this is
good.
what the MCU is about. You know what I mean? So that's how I felt about it.
So, do you concur with our esteemed colleague?
Yes, as I said earlier, yes, I love the film, and I'm not going to get into too many details because you haven't seen it, Robert, and
No, I don't want. I know. I appreciate that. No spoilers.
No spoilers. And so all I'm going to say is that it's maybe the best film from Marvel I've seen in quite some time.
Yeah.
Well, I'm seeing it tomorrow, so I'm looking forward to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's really good, bro. It's really good. I loved it. I love just the feel of it. You know what I mean? And just how they moved. The pacing of it was really, really good from start to finish. And I thought it was hilarious, bro. Like it was some hilarious scenes in there, bro. And the thing is, bro, the jokes to me didn't fall flat at all. Like they were just like literally funny and stuff like that. But yeah, you when you see it, it'd be interesting to know your reviews on it. So.
Well, I'm a huge fan of the second film. I think I like the second film a lot more. I mean, the first film was great, but the second film really got me. I mean, I love the fact that it was all about these damaged families, people from damaged families coming together and finding, I love the Gamora, Nebula kind of reconciliation at the end of 2. And all that stuff really got to me. So I'm really looking forward to it. I'm just bummed out I haven't seen it yet. So I will. I mean, I'll get to it tomorrow. But I'm really excited. So and everybody who I trust, here's another thing. People are now gunning for Marvel. And they're waiting to hate on these movies, and I can't. There are people that I used to trust that now are here's my call to fandom. I think we need to take a step back and start evaluating things based on what they are. It doesn't matter what came before or what's going to come after. You have to evaluate things on what they are. I have to tell you, I had a great experience. There's a new show on Netflix called The Diplomat that has a predominantly female writing staff, and Kerry Russell's the main character. She's first of all, Kerry Russell is ferocious in this role. She fucking
That's what I heard.
She fucking kills it. She's so good. I'll tell you something. A lot of people don't know this, but when Brandon Routh was doing his screen test to be Superman on Superman Returns, he was acting opposite Kerry Russell. She had come down to read with him, and I was there shooting his audition, and she was playing Lois Lane. I thought I thought what she was so fucking good, and I'll tell you something. She has a genuine natural she's one of the most beautiful people I've ever seen. Like, not necessarily striking in terms of, but when you stand around her, like to be in her, I don't know, her presence.
Energy, bro. Her energy,
Her
is
energy
great,
and her presence was so inviting, and her beauty is so. I mean, and she was so like, she started like on the Mickey Mouse Club, like the new Mickey Mouse Club, like with Ryan Gosling. I think I could be wrong about this, but she was incredible. And you know, she was Felicity, and everyone's all about her hair. She cuts her hair, and it's like, oh my God, why'd you cut your hair for season 2? But she was an incredible presence, and I thought she was. I thought she was cast. I thought Kate Bosworth did a really good job, and I really respect her, but I thought she was just too young. Whereas there was, and you saw in The Americans that Kerry Russell had that kind of gravitas. She fucking crushes it. The Diplomat,
because that, and I'm glad you said that, because looking at Kerry Russell, I get a sense of, you know, because I've always loved Margot Kidder, bro, as
I do too.
Lois Lane back in the day. You know what I mean? Because she gave that strength. Like, she was a strong female character, you know, very, you know, the one who, you know, just gave Clark and Superman just like a lot of shit. But, you know, if I see that and I look at Kerry Russell's performance and how she is, just her personality, I'm like, I can see that same thing in her. You know what I mean? Like, she could pull something like that off. You know what I mean?
Well, I've watched the Diplomat, Robert, and I really enjoyed the show, but I was not expecting her to be in competition with her husband. That was something that I was not expecting. I love
that.
I thought it was an interesting twist, but that kind of surprised me, and I'm almost wondering if this is actually based off of an actual diplomatic couple who had a similar experience like this. It was very unexpected. I didn't think that they were going to go in that direction initially for her character. So it is very different, and I wasn't expecting it. So it was good in that regard, but I was surprised by that.
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess I kind of knew that. I don't know, I gleaned that from the I'd seen a trailer for it, and I like that about the show, that her husband had to take a back seat, and he was usually the one in charge. But I have to say, I thought the writing, I thought the acting, I thought the setup, I thought the twists and turns were great. And I have to say, when they got to the end and you get a bit of a revelation, I was like, I didn't see that coming. I was like, holy shit. And then when they finally dropped this on you, they dropped something else, and I was left, fuck. And thank God I had seen that they'd renewed it for season 2, because if I didn't know that they had, I would have been like, what the fuck? Because it stuck the fucking landing. And I was like, oh my God. I didn't expect, I thought it was totally, and when they it was great. It was great. It's great. And what's really interesting is Rory Kinnear, the actor who played the PM, the Prime Minister, he's the actor that played the Prime Minister in the first episode of Black Mirror. As people who know it, it's I think it's called The National Anthem, and it's the pig episode of Black Mirror. If you who are watching this stream now, if you haven't watched Black Mirror and you don't know anything about Black Mirror, I would suggest all of you, one of the most jaw-dropping, I mean, it's got to be, what, 6 or 7 years old now? When I watched when I watched the first episode of Black Mirror, I just heard Black Mirror was good. I didn't know anything about it other than that, and I watched the first episode, The National Anthem. That's Roy Kinnear, who's playing the Prime Minister in that episode's also playing the Prime Minister again in The Diplomat. Go and watch the National Anthem episode of Black Mirror. Don't read anything about it. If you don't know what it is and you haven't seen it, I've seen everything. And even I was like, holy shit. That is one interesting episode of TV. So I can't wait to see season 6. Can't wait. Anyway, so Guardians is good. We're all buying Palpatine. Now, let me ask the two of you this. It's the day after May the 4th be with you. I know we've adopted it as Star Wars Day. I did a whole stream yesterday about my life with Star Wars and how it changed my life and what it all meant to me when I was a 10-year-old. And it literally did change my life. I would ask the two of you, start with you, what does Star Wars mean to you now, today? How do you feel about the franchise personally? How do you feel about it culturally? And is it still relevant? And if so, why or why not?
Yeah, that's it. Those are very good questions. I mean, I took a sneak peek about what the topic would be before we started tonight, and I was trying to figure out exactly what my interpretation of what Star Wars means to me. Right now, literally right now, it's the gaming right now for me. So I'm kind of
Because you're playing Jedi Survivor.
I'm playing Star Wars Jedi Survivor, and after seeing, I didn't get a chance to play Star Wars Fallen Order, but now I'm getting a chance to play Jedi Survivor, and I'm doing live streams with it. And so while I'm doing the live streams, let's say, people that I know, people on the stream here tonight or from other nights and other streams will come on and I can talk to them about the game or different things that's going on. But it's a Star Wars, a heavily Star Wars themed game, which is fantastic. I'm enjoying it. And then I started to think to myself how I felt when I first saw Jedi Fallen Order and how affected I was by it. It almost, for a long time we've been talking about what role these video games have in entertainment and as fans, and how it changes our perception of certain things. And I thought to myself, all of a sudden the video game became incredibly important to me. And I've seen walkthroughs of maybe all of the Star Wars video games, but for some reason these two I just became so enamored with. So the anticipation of when not Fallen Order, but Survivor was coming was huge for me. And so far I've been enjoying it and taking a long time to play because I'm not the best gamer, but it doesn't matter how well I play this game. What matters is the experience that I'm having while I'm playing it, feeling like I'm in the Star Wars universe.
Yeah.
And so I realized that part of what I enjoy about Star Wars is being able to have experiences like what the video game is providing. There's a ton of Star Wars video games. Many of them provide that experience of being part of that universe and, just being able to exist, or you feel like you're alive during the era that Star Wars is around. It means something to me. So I think it means something to a lot of Star Wars fans to be able to experience something like that. And the video games in general, I think after seeing Star Wars Survivor, is probably the future for a lot of people who will want to have that immersive experience or still play, KOTOR or whatever they enjoy to play. They're still going to continue to go back to that and enjoy that element of Star Wars. So that was the first thing that I started to think about. And the second thing I started to think about was how much I fell in love with Andor. And, I just completely have been, swept, off my feet by what they did with Andor. And, my experience at Celebration with Andy Serkis and the whole thing added to the excitement of it. But then I also realized that, I'm going to enjoy it because the writing was spectacular and there were so many elements of it that I thought were poignant. And it also felt like you were in the universe, but just maybe in a different way. So it was an additional experience.
Right.
Maybe not necessarily directly from what we know from the very important families that we know, but now all of a sudden it's a slightly, the rebel experience. Now I can be a rebel. I can see where the rebels are like. I
Sure.
feel like I'm like an insider. It felt like you're an insider with Andor, so there was that. And then I started to think about Visions, which I just saw part 2. I guess
I didn't realize. Somebody asked me the other night, yesterday, have you watched Visions season 2? I'm like, I didn't even know it dropped. I really liked Visions season 1 a lot.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, well, I think for the most part, there's a Visions. So Visions season 2 just dropped, and I think that there's an episode for it's such a variety of stuff that there'll be so many different types of episodes. It's 9, I think, 8 or 9. And
did the band come back? I wanted to follow the band on the road. I love the band.
But I think what's
the
so
almost famous band of the Star Wars universe.
I think what's so so interesting about it is that just to be able to see these different interpretations of what it
Yeah.
is, and it's different cultures within the Star Wars universe that we're witnessing. And there were some that I liked more than others, which is normal. And I really fell in love with one of them, with this woman who was looking for her child, and that I wasn't expecting. I didn't know how I was going to be affected by it. And of course, this is an artist's interpretation of a Star Wars story. Many of them are very similar, but some of them, kind of, took a different approach. And for my taste, my aesthetic, which is not, I don't think there's anybody on earth that has the same aesthetic I have. I do like things a little different and a little unusual.
Sure.
And they do have some things, like Visions does that. They have unusual things. It's going to be different. It's going to have a different approach. It's going to have a different style, maybe even something that doesn't make sense to the viewer. And I'm like, I like that. I like that sense of, for it to be somewhat more avant-garde or away from the norm of what we would expect. And we got that in Visions. But my kind of point about this is that it seems like Star Wars can be, depending upon what they're trying to go for, hit and miss for any person. But you can't ignore the fact, in a sense, that there are, situations where you do kind of think, okay, this is what they said it's going to be like, and then when you see it, it's not what it is. So
Right.
that's something that seems to be happening now a lot, and that's okay. Like, seems to be happening a lot. But the advertising, the way that they present it, if they present it so that we understand what we're going to get, I think that also kind of puts you in a different frame of mind of what, when you turn on the TV and you're like, oh, this is what they said it was going to be. So I think in that regard, like with Visions, they did that. It is very descriptive about what it's going to be. It's going to be these different interpretations. And I think Visions might be the future of the way that they could approach different shows and things. I think that the show should be all very different from one another versus being very similar to one another. I don't think it should be anything like that. I think they should be somewhat more culturally based by that character. And since none of these guys have the exact same culture, they're from all different worlds, we would expect them to be, different. But I think that sometimes that there will be productions and they'll say, well, this has to feel like this or like that. I'm like, it doesn't have to feel that way. Go ahead and give us that culture that is so different from another one. It's a different world. It's not going to be like those other worlds. So unless you're Coruscant and you're one of the elites and you are in that culture, what your world that you grow up on is going to be so different that, I think that's why Visions kind of works in that regard, because it kind of takes a snippet of, this is a different culture, a different world. And yes, it is still the Star Wars universe, but going forward in the future, we're going to be encountering different groups, kind of like Star Trek, where we're expecting to see different species, different civilizations. So I think that's what the future of Star Wars is going to be, at least for me, or at least how I interpret it. And also a lot of games like Jedi Survivor.
Well, what I was going to say, you brought up a lot of great points. One of the things, Star Wars has had video games for since almost its inception. And what I've always found interesting about the Star Wars video games is, for the most part, they've provided, all the way back to the vector graphics Star Wars upright arcade game where you're an X-Wing fighter pilot and you attack the Death Star. And then, I think about the different games as, whether you're talking about, I love the Shadows of the Empire video game. I love that game. I loved X-Wing and TIE Fighter. And what's interesting about the video games is the video game companies, it's almost like people that write really great fan fiction or they write great novels, like Legends novels. They have to think about the Star Wars universe in a way, it has to be holistic. Because if you're going to go into a Star Wars environment, like I loved Force Unleashed. I loved that game. And you get to the point where you're pulling down a Star Destroyer from the sky. Because the when you're writing a TV show or a movie, I think a lot of the time, like J.J. Abrams is not thinking about the holistic nature of the Star Wars universe. Like if you're standing in an environment, people are wondering, video game designers are wondering, okay, well, where's the power coming from? Because we need a power coupling that we can either have you destroy or plug into. And, so they're thinking about how are we going to design game levels. So they need to think about, if this makes any sense, the Star Wars universe in a very three-dimensional way. Meaning they have to think about the environment, but not just like, okay, here's a place where the X-wings, here's a hangar deck or something.
Yes.
But
Like
when
what
they think
did
about
in Andor.
yes, and when they're in a hangar deck though, it's like, well, how many ships can fit in there, and is there an elevator that brings them up, and what is the thing that puts the astromech droids in the X-wings, and is it on a, like, they have to think about all of that because they have to design it. So when you look
Right.
around, you see all of that stuff. So the great Star Wars video games, whether it's Jedi Survivor or going back to Shadows of the Empire, or I remember getting Bounty Hunter for PlayStation 2, and I was disappointed.
Yes.
The gameplay wasn't very fun, and I was like, it's not a very good game. But Force Unleashed was a great game.
Yeah.
Because I think that the people that make video games have to think on a micro level and a macro level. Because when you're in an environment, and we as Star Wars fans, if you put me in the Yavin Rebel base, I'm going to walk around. I'm just going to,
Yes.
because I'm like, what's over here? Like, and I want to go see how far can I push? Like, I'm going to see if every door opens, and I'm going to go find out what the fuck's going on, which means that the people that are designing video games are thinking more about Star Wars than anybody that's writing actual Star Wars, because they have to think of it in a holistic sense, whereas a writer doesn't. A writer's like,
Yes.
well, they're in a hangar deck. Here's where the Slave One landed, and they're not thinking about like the entire environment. Okay, the Slave One landed. How big is this room? Can the Slave One take off? Does it have enough room to leave, or does it have to hover and go out the door this way? I mean, video game designers have to think all about that. So I think that what's really interesting is we're seeing the levels. All of us as fans, we think about the Star Wars universe as a game designer would. We're thinking
Yes.
three-dimensionally. Because in our minds, we dream and hope and fantasize about the Star Wars universe in every way. The problem is, if you, and most Hollywood writers do not. And the problem is, the writing of televised Star Wars or filmed Star Wars does not match the writing in Star Wars Jedi Survivor.
No, not by a long shot.
And so when you're playing a video game, you're getting an overall experience where you're the protagonist, and they have to make everything about that game, no matter where you go, no matter what direction your character looks, it's all Star Wars. All of it. The plant life has to feel like Star Wars. The power couplings have to feel like Star Wars. The stars in the sky Star Wars has if you look at any other movie, no other space movie, Star Trek does not have the same stars as Star Wars does. Star Wars has if I were to give you just a shot of star fields from different sci-fi franchises, everyone watching the stream right now could go, that's Star Wars. They would actually be able to pick that out.
And that did actually happen in some episodes where they were trying to find out. I think it was in Mandalorian season 2. They were trying to figure out where the spaceship was, and everybody's looking at the star charts. And they were like, well, they said the location is here. Well, where is that? And of course, the ship was in hyperspeed, I think, and that's why you couldn't find out where it was. But the point being that people tried to figure it out. I think it's very interesting that the game has become so important for me, and it's not that it isn't important for a lot of people, but it really has kind of influenced how I feel about the franchise. And I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting it to influence my opinion about the franchise and what I want from it coming forward. I think it's very interesting. You're right, Robert, about the conceptualization of creating a video game and writing a video game and what goes into this 40 hours of an event, and sometimes much longer in some cases. It really is quite a remarkable endeavor. They're using Unreal Engine, right? Unreal Engine 4 or 5 or something like that. So it's incredibly realistic. It is a fantastic endeavor. It looks almost as photorealistic as some of the movies and television series, but it is a different approach. And I think that, going forward, that seems to be something that for me is defining more of what Star Wars has been for me recently, in addition to Andor and maybe even Visions, this new Visions that's come out. So for me, it's still relevant. It's incredibly relevant. I think about it every single day by playing this game. And also other things, other elements, obviously having gone to Star Wars Celebration with Lael, that meant a lot to me too. It was a very unique experience. So it's still incredibly relevant to me. And I just feel very lucky to kind of be around right now. Nothing is perfect in any franchise, but I think that there's going to be a lot of variety and different things that are coming out that I can't predict, but I do love this video game, and I do love Andor and this new Visions that's come out. So for me, everything is I'm really happy with it. So
Lael, I mean, you have a very forgiving attitude when it comes to Star Wars. I know how much you love Star Wars. Where on this is the 40th anniversary. Actually, we're just 2 weeks away from the actual 40th anniversary of Return of the Jedi. 40 years, man. 40 years. How do you feel the Star Wars franchise that has meant so much to you in your life? The fact, first of all, it's continuing on. It's amazing. I mean, it's amazing that we are getting a franchise that is 46 years old and it is still relevant now. We're getting video games. We're getting action figures, not just action figures, but the Ferrari, the Lamborghinis, the Koenigsegg's, the creme de la creme of action figures. Star Wars sort of redefined what action figures for kids were, and now as adults we're being given the best action figures that have ever been made ever. And the model kits, everything about Star Wars, we're getting great Star Wars stuff. How do you feel? You're an adult male where Star Wars has meant so much to your entire life. Where is your feeling about the franchise, and how has it defined you? And how do you see yourself moving forward? I mean, it's a mythology we carry with us, but what does it mean to you? What does Star Wars mean to you now?
Oh, I mean, the thing is, it's a welcoming space for me because I accept the simple fact that it's demanding growth. And I think that with any franchise, you have to kind of see it that way because it demands growth. It demands a space where it can grow, that we can explore and see these different worlds, that we can explore and discover different characters, different interpretations, and different storylines. George Lucas's intent, even when he talks about it, like it's a bigger world beyond just the Skywalkers. Yes, it's a space opera. It's told from the view and vantage point of certain characters, but it's a huge world where stories can be told. Stories can be embellished, and we can, latch on and, even attach ourselves to new characters. When we don't, and when we stay in a space where all we're focusing on is this character's journey, knowing that or not understanding that that character has grown, that current character has their story, their legacy has grown, and it was time to move further, move on. Now we have to basically see the other side of this universe, the other side of the story, things that haven't been touched on, characters that we've only heard about, what we've never really seen or really discovered their stories. We're in that space now. And that's the beauty of this landscape. And I think that Star Wars is only going to be important to the person, who embraces it, from a certain standpoint. It's not going to be,
or a certain
relevant
point of view.
A certain point of view, exactly. It's not going to be relevant to everyone, but to people, such as myself, like this is all I know. Like first film that I ever actually seen in the theater was New Hope. At the time, it was Star Wars. It wasn't a New Hope. It was just Star Wars. It was the first film that I basically saw in theaters, and it changed my life completely. Because at the same time, like not only was I discovering this world, but I was discovering more about myself, the creative aspect of who I was and where I wanted to be. And these stories that have actually been told have guided my life. I always tell Toy, I'm like, yo, when I think about Star Wars, I think about Christmas. The reason why I associate the two is because
Wow, okay.
how good, like how
I love
Christmas
that.
makes a person feel. How you see, groups of individuals, people who maybe haven't liked each other or maybe like had grudges, they set aside those differences and they celebrate a cause. And as you see children that are happy, families that come together, gifts exchanged. Our gift, the gift that has been given to me and my culture is Star Wars. It's the gift that just keeps on expanding because it is that feel good space when you can go to different areas, I mean, go to different locations and you can all fellowship together about something that you've loved. I think that positive space even outweighs the negative. The reason why I attach myself to it and that the negative doesn't really bother me is because I see things differently from everyone else. And,
Sure.
and that's the way it should be. We shouldn't always see the same things. The reason why I'm so forgiving is because, like I said, there's not one franchise that hasn't made mistakes, but hasn't learned from those mistakes and made something spectacular.
Well, the reason you're so forgiving, Lael,
shows.
is because you're like Vader. He's
Yeah,
he's forgiving, not like the Emperor.
and not like the Emperor exactly.
It's
So the
Jedi.
thing is,
Not as forgiving.
Exactly.
Vader's much more forgiving than the Emperor. That's why you're a forgiving man.
exactly.
You took
But
Vader's
I mean,
advice.
I've loved this franchise from day one. From day one, just like you've loved Star Trek, just like certain people have loved. I've loved this franchise from day one because what it's given me. But at the same time, I understand for those who might also be fans if they don't get that same symbolism now. But the thing is, it's like I've learned, like again, Obi-Wan said it. Luke, let go. Let go. The thing is, you have to, I've let go of the past. I've let go of certain things that I've grown up with, knowing that I can't carry that same feeling. I have to expose myself to something totally new. And that's the only way that I can experience something brand new, but I can see this franchise grow. If I stay stuck in the past, then I miss the growth. I miss that standpoint where certain things are better and can get better because I'm still stuck in a space where I'm like, oh well, Luke hasn't done this, or I want to see Luke, I want to see this, I want to see the Skywalkers, or I want this. No, it's not your vision. It's really your vision. I understand what you want and I understand what you think you should have, but you have to respect another person's interpretation of vision. And when we talked about Vision, the animated series, I loved the first episode, Sith, and I also loved the second episode. It was incredible because of the simple fact that if you watch it, you don't realize what you're rooting for when you see this little girl
Right.
and who's actually taking this girl away. I'm like, fucking wow. Like we are really, and the thing is, I'm saying to myself when I'm watching this episode, if Acolyte is anything like this, I am on fucking board. I cannot wait. But this is what I'm saying. We're getting interpretations. We're seeing like Star Wars has allowed people across the world to give their own depiction of what this franchise is. Artists, storytellers, writers from different countries, third world countries, they're giving them a space. That's what I love about this franchise. That's why I don't focus in on the negative. That's why when people say, oh, this was shit, that was shit. Okay, that's your opinion. That's fine. I found something that I like about it and I'll just move on from it. You can't tell me not to like something. I'm going to love it regardless, but I respect your opinion. You know what I mean? So Star Wars has done so much for me. Listen, I'm able to basically share it with someone that I love, both my daughter and the woman of my life. I can share that with these, and they embrace it. They love it. They ask me questions. We watch it. For May the 4th, Toya bought me this Lego set, the Slave One Lego set, because she wanted me to have it. She was like, I know this is May the 4th. I want you to celebrate. I want you to feel good about it. She put on her armor sweatshirt. She had her backpack on.
Yeah, I'll bet. It's okay. It's okay. I understand.
She went to school. She had for her class, her students, she introduced them to this game that she found on YouTube where, it was like a visual game where they had to actually do certain interact with like stormtroopers and stuff like that. It was incredible. that experience and knowing that you can expand through this world and you can allow other people and other individuals to enjoy it. That's what I love about it. I loved about it for so long, and how it basically makes me feel. How it makes me feel, it may not make another person feel the same way, but that's fine. But you don't have to knock a person who enjoys it and loves it for what it is. That's all I'm saying.
No, and by the way, I one of the reasons I respect you as a human being, as a friend, is, you know, I think of all the people, there are very few people on YouTube that I know that I can say I think they have their lives sorted. You know, in terms of the love you have for LaToya, for your children, and everything you guys do, and you really espouse through your works and your life, your beliefs. And I personally find you to be a very inspiring person, personally.
I try to be.
And that's one of the things that I've always respected about you. And I'd really like to come into your basement one day. Just saying, I just want to see it. Just want to see it. I want to experience it, because we're birds of a feather
growing,
that way.
Bro. It's
but
growing.
I know.
Bro.
I saw pictures of you building
growing.
stuff. I know it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's
but
growing,
no, but
bro.
I think what I find really interesting is, and I've been questioning myself about this, and when I did the stream last night, last night, my May the 4th be with you stream, you know, I've kind of wanted to, maybe because I was energized by Star Trek Picard season 3, I've kind of wanted to talk about stuff I've liked or been enthusiastic about, and what has carried me. Like I did a physical media stream today because I read a really great article on Letterboxd that was published yesterday, and it put a smile on my face. And maybe I should have made it an episode of Let's Get Physical Media, but Dieter would have hated that. So I just did the show tonight, and I talked a lot about, you know, I don't know if Greg Smith is still here, but in 1985, when Greg Smith and I were seniors in high school, Lucasfilm rented out 9 theaters across the United States. And they showed all 3 Star Wars movies for the very first time, officially. I'd seen them unofficially at the Worldcon, and I went with my friend Shade Roop in the summer of 1984 at Worldcon to see them. But officially, all 3 Star Wars movies were never in a theater before until 1985. And it was to benefit PBS. So Greg and I, we were first in line. And, you know, we had our Don Post Studios masks of Vader and Yoda. And I want to say Greg gave me a poncho looking like Yoda. It was not good cosplay, but we were first in line. And I was in student government, and my mother had a habit of writing. My mother had a long storied history of writing notes for me when I would leave school to see movies. And like when I left school, I didn't go to school on June 4th, 1982, because I needed to go see Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. And my mom wrote me a letter, and she said, Robert could not attend school yesterday because he was at Mr. Spock's funeral. My mother literally wrote that letter. And I would... Oh, for real. I'd go into the principal's office, and the next day, so Greg Smith and I spent the night, you know, we had our friends, and we went and saw the screening. We saw all 3 Star Wars movies in 1985 at the UA 150 Theater. Rest in peace. God damn it, they blew it up. And I got Saturday. I was on the student council, and my mom wrote me a note saying that I was helping defend the rebellion against the evil Galactic Empire, and I couldn't come to school. So, and I was a student body officer, so I literally got Breakfast Club detention. I don't know if Greg did. I don't remember. But, yeah. So, for me, Star Wars was also very important. It was a life. It literally changed my life. It made me want to make movies. I don't think I would even be here on YouTube without Star Wars. And, you know, for me, the design aesthetic you know, I still think if you look at the design of Star Wars, the Millennium Falcon was one of the most radical designs of a starship ever. It was, you know, all of that design work.
Like when you look at the Millennium Falcon, it's like, how? Like, how is it humanly possible to pilot this ship? The design itself literally works against it. Like, I mean, how weighted is this thing? Like, how can you peripheral? There's no peripheral on a certain, like, you can't, like, how is it even humanly possible? You know, you think about that now, you're like, yo, this is wow. Like, how is it possible that everybody in the galaxy is a pilot? You think about that, you know what I mean? It's like, yo, everybody is a pilot and can pilot a ship. And it's like, yo, that is incredible.
Like
but
getting a driver's license for them.
Yeah, like that is your driver's license. You don't get a driver's license, you get a pilot license because you have to, that's just the way it is. But it's so believable, and we've been riding with this for so long. You know, fastest hunk of junk in the galaxy. We finally got a chance to see how fast it is and why it's so fast. You know what I mean? But it's like, still, how do you pilot, and how do you
pilot it through an asteroid field when you can't see behind you? Or
like you can't, there's no rear view mirror, there's nothing. You know what I mean? Like, so, but at the same time, it's just enjoyment, bro. That's what it is.
I have to tell you a funny story. So I wrote one short story in my life that I submitted to a magazine to get published. And it was called Etched in Stone. And I submitted it to Twilight Zone magazine, and it got accepted. They were going to publish it.
Yeah.
And the magazine folded before they published it. But I have the letter, the acceptance letter. They love my story. And the story was about a 10-year-old kid named Timothy Crothers who discovers that death lives in his town. And he discovers it because he sees death etching the name of his 5th grade teacher on a headstone before she's died. But when he wakes up, his big thing in life is he doesn't understand how people can drive if they don't sit in the center of a car. And he he's been thinking that since the first time he saw Star Wars, and he could never figure out how Han Solo could maneuver through the asteroid field if the cockpit of the Millennium Falcon was all the way on the right side of the ship. How could he fly? So that's always been a bone of contention in my mind. I'm like, it was a great look. And of course, that the Millennium Falcon, the blockade runner was basically an early version of it, was supposed to be the Falcon, and they changed that around. But the Millennium Falcon, for all of its radicalness, is still one of the radicalest spaceships ever made.
Bro.
It's just, I mean, you look at it, and it's just, I watched some video where some miniature airport today had a Millennium Falcon that takes off and flies away. I don't know what it was, but was, I mean, I mean, my favorite fictional starship of all time is, of course, the refit Enterprise from Star Trek The Motion Picture, and then the Enterprise, whatever, just the Enterprise.
Yeah.
The Millennium Falcon's probably number 2. Number 3 is the Eagle Transporter from Space 1999. But, you know, there's a great lineage. The fact that we even talk about it, the thing about Star Wars was, when you first saw it, and I was trying to convey this yesterday, Star Wars colonized and infected, not like the cordyceps virus for The Last of Us. Star Wars infected my imagination. It took hold and never left. And the thing about, here's the thing about that was different from Star Trek. Like in Star Trek, it's basically people in rooms and corridors that you recognize. When I saw Star Wars for the first time, every single thing, the corridors, the escape pods, even where Princess Leia was like leaning down and putting in whatever she was putting into R2-D2, the little thing, everything was new. Everything. Every single thing was new. And I'm like, I want to live there, man. How can I get there? Where is that place? I mean, I'm like, I'll go work on Uncle Owen's moisture farm for a summer. I'll farm moisture out of the desert air. How much fun can that be? Not
Mm-hmm.
fun at all, but I would do it. I'll do it.
But you get
Send
to
me
go
to
Caribbean
Tatooine.
every once in a while. You get
Oh.
to go into town every once in a while.
I'm
and
gonna go to
see-
Tashi Station and pick up some power converters, or that
But-
hot chick that was cut out of that Ku Stark. You know what was her name? Cammy? Was it Cammy? Is that her name? Who was cut out of the movie? I'm like, Ku Stark is up at. I'm gonna go to Tashi Station. I know. I'm gonna pick up your power
But-
converters. I'm gonna
And
turn them
you know the beauty
on.
of that is, but this is the beauty of this universe though, because what you're talking about is a universe that you see that's sort of like you want it to be tangible. You think you would feel like, yo, I could be there and it'd be cool.
Oh yeah,
But
dude.
then
Please send me
but-
there.
But then you watch Andor and you discover it's not as cool as you thought.
Oh, you know
Well,
what?
I'm
I
ready
would
to-
sweep Mon Mothma off her feet. I would take those robes and be like, I would tear her
Yeah.
underwear off with my tongue and do that 45-degree up.
But
Oh,
yeah,
wait,
well,
what?
Coruscant,
Sorry.
yeah.
What?
But any other planet other than Coruscant? Yeah, like nah. You
Lest we
understand,
forget,
like, it's-
lest we
I'm
forget,
Coruscant
Carrie
social-
Russell's in that universe. You know what I'm saying?
I'm a
Yes, yeah.
Coruscant social.
I love that you.
Think
Oh, wait.
Coruscant.
Everyone froze. You froze. Oh, there you go. You're back.
I'm a Coruscant social climber, so I think I know how to handle the groups of people in Coruscant. I think that might be very interesting to do, and yeah, it's just about survival on that center of the universe, not so center of the universe, Coruscant, that shining planet that
Hey, man.
seems to have a lot of.
Every bar, look, lest we forget, in Mos Eisley, you got those twins with the cigarettes.
Yeah.
And in Mos Espa or whatever, you got Jennifer Beals. I could flash dance my Star Wars shit all over her. Jennifer Beals, why you got to blow her club up? Come on, why do you do that to Jennifer Beals? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that was kind of.
I mean,
sad,
Yeah.
Jennifer Beals in Star Wars. What a feeling! Come on,
Yes.
take your Star Wars
She's
passion
the
and
most
make
beautiful
Jennifer
Twi'lek I've
Beals.
ever seen,
Come
man.
on, man! I want to get some
Yeah.
Twi'lek on that. I want to, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
That's
Come on,
that's the
man.
only thing about the Book of Boba. I was like, yo, she should have lasted longer. She should have been like
I mean,
like
how
a
do you
long-standing character.
cast Jennifer Beals and not make her the fucking like Don Corleone of the club
Yeah.
scene of Tatooine? I mean, you could have
But
made her like she could have been
Yeah.
the Steve
Yeah.
Rubel, like the Club 54 impresario. Like her criminal empire is all
Yeah.
about partying. Do you want? I mean,
Yes.
literally, you can go to a club and they'll polish your helmet.
They will. They will.
I didn't
polish
make
and-
that shit up. You did. Would you like us to polish your helmet, sir?
Mm-hmm.
or rinse you off if you get dirty or whatever you need. But I think looking at the Coruscant elite is very interesting because it's a group that we haven't really been able to focus on, and we get to focus on them. You know, as far as I'm concerned now, there's been a lot of attention paid to them because they are kind of like responsible, or at least turning a blind eye to a lot of the evil that's been going on. So I kind of am fascinated by this group. They seem to be very influential. They are very influential, and I'm kind of curious. I think a lot of them are crime families, just personally, but we kind of got a hint of that. But I have a feeling that it's even more than is apparent. I think it's a really good group of people to kind of infiltrate going forward in the series. So.
Well, it's true. It is true. Well.
I think it's just what Star Wars does for a lot of people. I mean, you're seeing generations. It's like a generational thing, like what I mean, from us, and it's passed on to a new generation. I mean, it's just like it is with like musicians and music. You know what I mean? It's like those things that are sustainable.
Very true.
Like if they actually have a certain level of, I think Star Wars is going to always have a level of relevance, whether a lot of people want to believe it or not. Like, whether these, individuals who hate it as much as they do, they want to believe it or not, it's going to always have relevance. You got to keep in mind that for every era, every age, there were always individuals who hated this franchise. They just weren't as vocal because they didn't have a space. Now we have a space and we're seeing it and we think it's something that's brand new. It's not. This has existed for a long time since the franchise, since the inception and conception of the actual franchise itself. It's always had that level of hate. We just didn't hear it until the internet came in and what I mean, open that space. Social media open that space for people to have these conversations. But it's still going to maintain its relevance. Why? It's because even through negative, when you're talking about it, you're forcing ideas and people to be like, well, let me find out why you feel that way. They watch it, they might get a totally different interpretation, and then word of mouth is huge. So if all you've done is just open a brand new conversation and world, for someone else to experience and discover and take what they will from it, and and you can't take that away from them. So it is what it is.
I'm also waiting for someone to open up an adult version of Nemo somewhere, like some kind of sandals or all.
Come on, man,
adult.
they did. It's called Tel Aviv. You need to go to Nemos is Space Tel Aviv. I'm telling you, Tel Aviv, that city. I've only been there once, but oh my God! And I'll tell you something. I went there. I was in Tel Aviv in 2005, and I was the guest of honor at the Icons Festival along with Roger Nygaard, who made the movie Trekkies.
Yeah.
So he made both, and I was in Trekkies too. So they invited us to go to Tel Aviv, and as a Jew, I'm like, I'm going to Israel. It was so great. So first of all, I'm like, I had to show free enterprise. I had one of the most positive fan experiences of my life. So I go there. We're at the Tel Aviv Cinematheque. That city, I mean, it was, and you know what's funny? We went to Jerusalem. They took me all over the place. And like the first time I was there, like, well, let's go to the Arab Quarter to this restaurant. And I'm like, wait, what? And I was like, they're like, all this stuff. No, we're all friends here. And I'm like, really? Yeah. I had the best time in Israel. Everybody was so cool and so nice. And I would say I've learned this. I was also the guest of honor at the first Paris Star Trek convention. And I can say this, nerds are the same the world over. They're all the same. And God bless us all. We're all the same. And I would say we're always arguing over the same shit. And we all need to party more. All nerds, we need to party more. Trust me. You gotta get your drink on. You gotta go out of your comfort zone. You gotta party. Like when I first went to Barcelona with Free Enterprise, the first night, actually, so there's a film festival called Sitges. It's about 20 kilometers outside of Barcelona. It's my favorite place. I love this film festival so much. So we were going around in Barcelona with a bunch of film festival people, and we were going from club to club all night long. It was incredible. It was just, I had so much fun. And at the end of the night, the sun's coming up and over the Mediterranean. I'm like, I'm not going to be here and not just take off all my clothes and dive into the Mediterranean. And I did that. I took off all my clothes in front of like 30 people, and I ran into the surf and just dove into the Mediterranean. And everyone's like, yes, you go, man. And I'm like, fans need to do more of that. I'm not saying you should always follow my example, but everyone in Barcelona was very welcome. I mean, that's Free Enterprise had its world premiere there. Yeah, it was one of the greatest experiences of my life. Every time I've traveled as a fan and gone somewhere, I've learned something. I've met great people, all because it seems funny, but because of Star Wars, but because of Star Trek. I mean, going to Paris to speak to Star Trek fans, to be in catacombs with people dressed as Dax with Trill makeup on their faces. When I was in Paris, I was absolutely stunned by the beauty. I literally, there's a thing called the Stendhal syndrome where you're literally, because of it's something that's so beautiful. Going to Paris was like that for the first time. I was there for a Star Trek convention. I didn't want to sleep. I didn't want to miss anything because the city, every moment in that city, it is so beautiful there, and the artwork and everything. And what brought me there was Star Trek. I was in Paris literally because of Star Trek, and I made a movie with William Shatner. And fandom, whether it was Star Trek or Star Wars, fandom is going to take all of us. By the way, we're going to Japan.
Yes,
I'm going to Japan with you guys. We're going.
I'm also going to Hawaii too, but both.
We're going. Whatever. I've wanted to go to Japan my whole life. I'm saving up to spend all kinds of money and I need Japanese die cast. I can't wait. I mean,
bro, it's going to be an amazing experience, man.
But think about it. Like Lael, your pictures of your time in London with LaToya.
Yeah.
Star Wars as a fictional franchise brought you across the pond, the Atlantic Ocean. What was it? Let me ask you this. Speaking about what Star Wars did for you recently, what was it like for the two of you? The two of you went to England. You met fans the world over. You went to the Star Wars experience. This Star Wars franchise, this movie franchise, moved both of you to go to a foreign country. Yeah. What was that like?
Man, you know what? What you just said there was the most beautiful part of going. I mean, I think the headliner for me was meeting individuals,
that was apparent from your pictures.
Yeah, like
there was such joy. Your it was so joyous.
Yeah, just meeting like the different individuals, like people who follow the channel, people who've watched, the channel grow. People who say that they, look, we love you. I love your channel. I love the information. I love how informative it is. And, we just sit there, but also the simple fact that the person that they're meeting is the same person that they see on screen, and there's nothing different. There's no facade. There's no difference. Like, I'm the same person.
Yep.
And just getting to hang around individuals that you can fellowship with who actually are like-minded individuals and are there for the same reason. They're there celebrating the same thing as you are because, they embrace the IP, getting to hang out, see London, just that whole experience, like, seeing the actors talk about their joy on being on set and, playing these roles, being able to go into staying in Greenwich, going from Greenwich to Soho, going around and visiting like the different spaces in London. It was an incredible experience. One that me and Toya always talk about. Like, even now we're like,
and you got to do it together.
Yeah, man. It's like, we wish we were literally back. Like, that's how much we enjoyed it. Like, we loved it that much that we wish that we were back there. And it's like, I told her, it's like, what, we got to plan a trip every other year to London if we can. You know what I mean?
Oh,
we
it's
definitely have to do. We have to, because it's
Very
just like
romantic.
it's something that it's an experience that, for people who live there, they probably like, it is. No, but you got to understand, like, from us here in the US going to London and experiencing different things, just like it would be for someone there coming to the US, you're getting a chance to, experience our culture. But going there where there's something that you love so much and you get to go there, enjoy that, also go to a place that you've always wanted to go. Man, that was amazing, bro. That was amazing.
What'd you think?
Well, as I always say, the number one thing for me for going to Star Wars Celebration is really for the people, like what Lael said. And of course, it's a given that I'm going to meet up with Lael and LaToya.
Yeah.
And the rest of the crew. And every time we meet, it's like we just saw each other yesterday.
Like yesterday, like an hour ago or some shit. Yeah. Didn't I just see you like down the street somewhere? So like, like, this is how it feels. Like, there's no like timid feelings. Like, it's like we're just picking up where we left off with before.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So yeah.
And so, there's that expectation. And, this was maybe a celebration that was very different because as Lael was saying, there are a lot of people from the UK, not just London, of course, but throughout the UK.
Yeah.
Who mentioned, even when all of us were hanging out, they even said, I haven't seen this group of people in years.
Yeah.
With the lockdown and everything. everything. It's
Yeah,
like we
I
haven't
know,
seen
right?
each other.
Yeah.
This one was very special
Yeah.
in that regard of just being able to see each other and kind of put a not necessarily put a face to the name, but actually hang out in person. We've been wanting to do this, but we
Yeah.
couldn't
Yeah.
all this time. The city, we were blessed with pretty much incredible weather while we were there. So we had some fantastic nights as well after celebration. We were all exhausted, and then we're
Oh
going out after
man.
celebration. I mean, it really was a very special event, and we're very lucky to have attended it. You know, to be honest with you, and I finally got my my Narkina 5 outfit. I wanted to be one of the runners from Narkina 5 at celebration, but I didn't get my outfit in time. But I did get to experience watching everybody run around and say, you know, one way out. Like that really
It was
captured.
incredible.
It was.
It was
And
definitely incredible.
oh my gosh, we were fortunate. Lael and I went, got signatures and pictures.
Yeah,
and
speaking of which, we have yours. And we was like,
you have my
yeah, we
pictures?
got them. Like, it's like, yo, we were unpacking everything. It's like, wait a minute. So, because that's when, you know, Sean was like, well, in your bag, you know, I was like, well, why didn't you just tell us we could have given it to her while we were there? So we have to send it to you because we have all your stuff. I was like, Toya was like, wait a minute, what are we doing with this? I was like, yo, remember Sean? I was like, she's like, wow. So we have to send it to you. Yeah.
But you know what's funny about it is that you know you wait, you know, of course we've both been waiting online, so I'll be online and I'll turn to the left and I'm like, oh look, it's Lael. He's on a different line. Like,
we're in a totally different line.
Like,
it
was so much fun. I'm like, did you see Carl Weathers? Did you see? It was just so much fun. It very unique when you were waiting online. It just so happened to juxtapose with Star Wars Live Stage. I think that's what it was called. So we were seeing a lot of celebrities, Robert, more than I think, you know, I've ever seen in one go. It was very unusual, and we got to see, you know, each other. So it was so much fun, kind of like, well, whose autograph are you getting this time, and where and what did you see? And it was just really a very enjoyable experience all around with that, and of course. It was almost undescribable in a sense because it's like such a relief to be in an atmosphere where everybody has the same, you know, things that they like that you like, and you don't have to explain it to anyone. You know, you can wear something. There can be very subtle things in your clothes, or you know, the way that you wear your hair, even, or the way that your jacket is on, and you can say, "Oh, that's from such and such."
Yep.
Yeah.
That's from such. Oh yeah, how did you know? No, just guess that it is because I remember in that episode, you know, and there were so many things that made it pleasurable. And also Robert and Lael, you remember this, Lael, they brought over the sets, right, Lael?
Yeah.
From was from the 40th anniversary of was it Return of the Jedi, Lael?
Yeah. They had Tauntauns, they had like TIE fighters, like everything was just basically there. It was like, yo, wow, you didn't know that. Like, I thought it was just like prop replicas.
And
no,
because they probably still had it there.
And they let you, they allowed you to go in and take photographs as if you were starring in the movie. Like it was, I was like, I haven't been this close to the entrance of the bay doors or whatever ever. Like I've never been able to do that. Like I almost went up and I little knock on the door, you know. But to be honest with you, I wasn't expecting them to do that, and so it was so pleasurable to be able to be on those sets, knowing, you know, very well that the anniversary was, especially since that film is so important to so many of us.
Yeah.
You know, I think, and I know that with the sentiment of, you know, it can't match Empire. I get that. But something that I did want to say about Return of the Jedi is that it does allow Luke to say that he feels goodness in his father. And we've talked about relationships of families. That was something that, you know, it was a given, but it needed to be said because, you know, the rest of us are wondering. Honestly, I didn't know Luke was not going to kill anybody. I didn't know that when I saw the film. I was just a kid. I didn't know
he wasn't going to kill anyone either.
Yeah. So when he says about or says something to someone saying, "Look, I know Vader has killed millions of people, but he's my father, and I know
billions.
He's still good in him." Right. And, you know, like let's say half the universe. I thought that was very important because we needed to hear things like this, and there needs to be the idea of forgiveness forgiveness in families and things like that. So that admission of him knowing, he's like, I kind of know. And something, it had to be in that movie because he couldn't feel it in Empire. He couldn't feel that. There was so much emotion and confusion and repulsion.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course.
So when he gets to Return of the Jedi, he's like, you know what? I've dealt with these emotions for a few years, and now I'm a grown up, and now I can kind of step away from that and say, this is my dad.
Yeah.
I can't dick around anymore. I can't dick around and talk about going off and flying around and kind of like, I can't even think about any of that stuff. The most important thing is that I know my father has some good in him, and that good has to be because he saw me, let's say hypothetically, he saw me and had a sudden burst of hope that, may not have been there when, before he had a chance to have that interaction with Luke. Luke is at a disadvantage when he sees his father at that moment. He's kind of crawling, holding on for dear life. And that might have been the only way that Vader could really talk to him. But to be honest with you, Vader is kind of like rejected. All this time he's been kind of slowly but surely not always doing everything that the Emperor wanted, and the Emperor's incredibly disappointed at him and throwing all sorts of crazy missions at Vader. Like, I'm going to send him into the pits of hell and see if he can come out. And then Vader like pops out, he's still alive with a burnt cape or something, like he all of a sudden there's kind of like this incredible, being, and and Palpatine realizes this, and he's like, I can't do anything to kill this guy. Maybe now that his son is around, he'll be more vulnerable and I can take advantage of him. But the opposite happened, where the son actually ended up getting that strength and hope for his father. So that's how I kind of look at the film. It is true that it's not going to have the same maybe punch that Empire had. That separation of time for Luke to say, hey, I'm stepping away from this. And I can think like an adult now. I've accepted this is my dad. I've accepted all these horrible things. And I'm not going to let that kind of, I'm not going to put him in a corner and say, you've done all these horrible things, I can never forgive you. No, he's not doing that. He's saying, I know you're good. And in fact, I think he maybe even sees that he has to turn his father around in order to be successful. If he couldn't father around, maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. That's really pure speculation, but I'm guessing maybe he felt that was what needed to happen for his father too.
It felt like that was even, on the flip side, Vader's way. Vader probably felt that the only way that he could save his son at that point, because again, he's under the Emperor's rule. You know what I mean? He has to obey his master. But through that, he also has a personal connection in him, because that goodness spawns a level of love that he has for his son. And he may feel as though the only way that I can actually get close to my son, but at the same time appease my master, is to bring him in, make him a part of this so we can rule together. We can do this together. That's the only way, because it's over for me. You know what I mean? And also the Emperor saw Luke as the apprentice that he always wanted, not this frail, broken husk of a person, who he has to settle for. Luke is young, sprout. He wants to have that individual under his control. Luke, on the other hand, is like, look, now Vader is not this person who I thought he was. This is actually my father. I can't kill him. I have to, and through that opens up, like, the awaken, when they say again, the Force awakens in him, the emotions, the love. He finally found that level of love that he had for his father, and he's like, look, I have to save him. I can't just kill him. I can't have this same narrative that I can't construct this same narrative that everybody else has built about my father. I have to make them see that there is good in him. There is something that's there. I have to believe that it's there, that I can save him, that I'm the person that can actually do this no matter what. I can't kill my father. And this is what he believed. He didn't want to. Just like I honestly believe that even in Empire, Vader didn't want to hurt Luke. He was holding back the entire time. The only reason why, it's like, when you get a rebellious child and you're trying to basically tell that child something, but that child is rebelling, and you're like, you know what? Now I got to give you some act right. And that's exactly what he did on that scalpel when he cut his hand off. He was like, now listen to me. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it was. but this is it's the emotional turmoil between both individual characters. The opposite. His love,
Sorry.
Vader, trying to get close to his son, but Luke also finding that love in his father and trying to connect well with him and bring him back. Really, really making at peace with the simple fact that that is my father. I can't kill him, but maybe I can be the person that can bring him back. I love that aspect of it. It might look like Jedi. Of course, we know that Empire was the dominant. It was the dominant film. It's the most popular, the best film out of the franchise, hands down. I don't care what anybody says. But I think that there were aspects of Jedi that spawned the level of maturity in certain characters. Well, we started seeing the humanity in characters. We started seeing that humanity in Vader, a humanity that we hadn't seen before. We saw it there. We start seeing that love and humanity in Luke and that maturity in Luke that we hadn't seen before. And I think that was the beauty of it all, and of course we got a chance to see that relationship spawn between both Han and Leia. Yeah, what I mean, those things that we, always known was there and wanted to see, but it made you, it got you more in touch with the characters, less in spectacle, even though it was there. Yes, I know, Rob, you didn't like the Ewoks. I get that, but I'm just basically saying that there were certain things.
No, hang on. I didn't dislike the Ewoks. What I think, though, about Jedi is that the beginning and the end of the movie are what matters.
Two totally different things. Yeah.
The middle of the film. Here's what bothered me about Jedi and why I found it so disappointing. The scope of it, I thought that Star Wars was what it was. Empire upped the scope and the stakes of the universe. Mm-hmm. What I expected from Jedi was Lawrence of Arabia, Apocalypse Now, Patton. I wanted a gigantic 3-hour spectacle. And as a kid who, at 10 years old, Star Wars changed my life. At 13, as a bar mitzvah boy, I became a man. Mm-hmm. My religion. Empire showed me how to level up. And it was all about, I was Luke learning from Yoda. And it was profound. The profundity of Star Wars in my life was immense. So I thought when I was now 16, because my birthday was May 15th, I just got my license. I got basically my freedom. Every kid back in the day, the idea that you wouldn't drive, no. You got your fucking license on your 16th fucking birthday.
Yeah, it's unthinkable.
And I took the Ford LTD station wagon, got as many friends as I could stuff in that car, and we went and saw a movie, and I drove. That was the thing. So when I expected where I was in my life that Return of the Jedi was going to be where I was when I saw Star Wars, life-changing. Empire, life-changing.
Yeah.
I expected Jedi was going to be that thing.
Yeah.
That Jedi was going to take me along and show me things I didn't know and take me places I haven't been and teach me a lesson I didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I was disappointed. And I was disappointed in a profound way because I knew that there was something wrong with Return of the Jedi. I'm saying this from me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
From the very beginning of the movie, when you cut to the interior of the shuttle and the guys running the shuttle didn't sound right. They didn't sound like Imperial officers that I'd known. And then when you cut to Tatooine, goodness gracious me, R2 and 3PO, they walk up, when they go up to the big door, Jabba's big door, I'm like, that's a set. The lighting was wrong. And I'm like, I was like, this doesn't look good. And then, and that thing, and I'm looking at this, I'm like, what is this, a fucking slapstick comedy? And then when you go in and then you see the Gamorrean guards, I'm like, is this a cartoon? What is this? Even the design of the creatures they were animated creatures. They were not, I understand, because George came back and was like, I didn't believe any of it. And what put me off the most was when R2 and 3PO are kicked off the skiff and they are in the sand and there's clearly a painted backdrop. Then the thing comes down. They're both stuck in the stand. It's 3PO and R2, and they're lifted up. I was like, my heart broke. And I'm like, why? What is this? Like, what is, like, you know, Boba Fett, Han Solo turns around and then suddenly Boba Fett's a douche. He gets his jetpack, he crashes into the side of Jabba's barge and falls down into the sand and goes into the Sarlacc pit, whatever. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And I'm looking at this and I felt betrayed. And I understand where everyone else is coming from. I mean, I love Return of the Jedi. You have to understand that Star Wars changed my perception of what science fiction, fantasy, and horror cinema could be. There was nothing that existed in human history on the cinema, because it was less than 100 years old, but that existed before Star Wars. Nothing. And I had seen as much as I could as a 10-year-old. Well, there was no VCRs or anything, but I read about it, and Star Wars was mind-blowing. And then Empire plussed Star Wars so much. And I saw Empire 26 times in the theater. 26 times. And how many times I watched it on a bootleg videotape before I saw it. And when I saw Jedi, I was like, I didn't understand. I was like, and you know what? I knew this is going to seem strange to you all. I knew something was wrong with Jedi for me personally when I saw the cover of the soundtrack album, when I first saw the poster. And the poster was hands holding up a lightsaber. And there's the little Death Star. That was the key art. If you look at the key art for Star Wars, the Tom Jung painting that they use on the key art, and then what they call the Gone with the Wind poster of Empire with Han and Leia. Jedi didn't have the Japanese artist who did so movie posters, they're called key art. If you look at this, look up on, so people understand what I'm saying. If you Google Return of the Jedi one sheet A, you'll see, and then that was the primary key art. If you go to Return of the Jedi style B with the Japanese artist who did the great normal Star Wars poster, that was after the fact. The original poster was just this lightsaber, and I'm like, what the fuck is this, man? And I was so crushed by Return of the Jedi because I wanted something. And to be honest, my expectations, I have never in my life asked for more from anybody or anything or than I asked from. I wanted Return of the Jedi to be Citizen Kane, to be Lawrence of Arabia, to be Jaws, to be Raiders of the Lost Ark. I expected it to be my 10 favorite movies rolled into one, to unfurl on the screen, to be the greatest, most orgasmic, my expectations, never in my life have I expected more from a movie than I expected from Return of the Jedi. Nothing. I don't even know. It was very unfair. So when I walked in to see what I saw, it was 10 times more crushing than it probably should have been.
Orgasmic, Robert, you wanted an orgasmic experience.
I wanted to have to wipe my brow after I expected to jizz 10 times in the movie. Because I mean, to be honest, I mean, Star Wars provided jizztastic experiences every 10 minutes. The whole opening of Star Wars is jizz-worthy. You know, you get down, as soon as you see the land speeder, you know, you know, you've never seen a land speeder before. It's like, oh my God. I mean, it was jizztastic. And Empire Strikes Back, you know, when the morning you see the establishing shot for the point of view of the snow speeder on a 70 millimeter screen, I'm telling you, jizz in my pants. I mean, it was so good. And Return of the Jedi was not jizz-tastic. It was like being with the hottest girl that you've ever been with in your life, and she had bad breath, and she's scared to touch you. I mean, it was... That, by the way, has never happened to me. I've always had great experiences with hot chicks. But I'm just like, you know what I mean? It was like that, and I felt I was like, wow. You know, here's somebody who's been trading on her good looks but has never actually had to do any work.
Wow.
That's
Well,
how I
Robert,
felt about Jedi.
We have a lot of super chats.
We do.
Yes, we do. Hey,
Okay.
hey, before we get into the super chats, though, I have to say, though, because I literally have to get up in 3 hours.
Oh, my God. Well, go to bed, dude.
Yeah, I am. But because I wanted to actually come on and have this conversation. But yeah, I got to get up in 3 hours because we're getting on a roll. Plus, like I said, Toya just had surgery the other day, so I got to kind of make sure.
Shit, is
she's
she
cool.
okay?
Yeah, she's fine. She's definitely fine. It's like she's healing and everything. She's been walking around and all that. She's been fine, but I've been kind of handling, dealing with her and doing everything else. But
Oh, I had no idea. I'm sitting here talking all smack, and I didn't realize.
No, that's fine.
No idea.
That's fine, man.
Well,
Thanks
first,
for
give her
having
all
me
my
here.
love and tell her all the stuff I've said that she might object
Yes.
to. I apologize for in advance.
Yes, but thanks for having me here, everybody out there. It's always a pleasure being here. I can't wait for next Friday when we have the same conversation.
Where can people find you?
You can find me at the 16 Scale Man YouTube channel. Also, the same thing on Instagram as well. Great content. Hit the like button, subscribe. We are on our way basically to 4,000 subscribers. So basically, if you haven't already subscribed to the 16 Scale Man YouTube channel, please make sure you actually do. I would appreciate that. And thanks for having me, bros.
Lael, I just want to say my love to you and love to LaToya. I just, meeting you and becoming friends with you and everything we've done together, it means a great deal to me. I want to thank you for being you.
And it's the 50th show. And on top of that, you got how many? You got what? It's like 60. Is that 60,000?
Where we came to 60,000 subscribers.
60,000 subscribers. I saw it the other day. I'm like, come on, man. Like, it doesn't get any better than that, bro. Like I said, it's your call.
Well, you do have LaToya. That's pretty good.
Hey, I'm feeling good about that.
Just saying.
I'm feeling good about that.
I think I'm going to have to find that Coco Tulip thing, and I'm going to have to play that promo again.
Hell yeah, man. Definitely, man.
All right, man.
We're going to sing your stuff out this weekend so we can get it to you. But yeah, thanks for, man. I can't wait for next Friday. I'll see you guys later, all right?
Peace out.
All right, good night.
All right, peace out. See you later. We out.
All right. Okay. God, I love that guy. Now let's go. Let's check out these super chats.
Yes.
Everyone, we haven't neglected you. It's only been 2 hours. You're waiting patiently. Leslie became a new member of the PGS. Thank you, Leslie. Rec Films Montana, who was in my earlier stream, has become a member of the channel. Thank you so much. Figs 93 became a member. Now, if you're a member of the Burnettwork, every other week we have long conversations, member calls, beginning at 11 o'clock, theoretically, on Saturday. And then sometimes the longest lasted 7 hours.
Yes.
We just hang out and shoot the shit. It's great. A lot of fun. But on our off weeks, we have a great show, Que Pasa BGS. And that is brought to you by Roberto Suarez and Alex Montano, or as I like to say, Alex Montano. And Alex is coming to you from Colombia. Roberto is in Portland, Oregon. And it's a great show. And as they say, it's 97% Spanish. And then there's the 3% where I come in and they embarrass me. So you got to love that show. It's fantastic. So Joey Hamilton says, my advice would be to move forward with Rey and do episodes 10 through 12. I'm always for moving the story forward. You can bring back Luke as a Force ghost. What do you think? Can you do that? Is Joey right?
Yeah, they can do whatever they want to. There are more stories of Luke to be told. Regardless, there are more stories of Rey. I guess if they want to continue with Rey, as long as it's a good story, that's what I want to see. I want to see a really good story and no unforced errors. That's what I don't want to see. Or
A good story,
errors.
well told.
Yes.
I agree. I mean, I'd buy that.
Mm-hmm.
Our good friend S Beam, a member of the channel for 30 months. My God, could you be members 30 months ago? Shit, I feel like I was like 12 then. S Beam says 50. Woohoo! Hello to all. Hello, hello, chat. It's great to see you all. Guardians of the Galaxy. Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's not what he's saying. He said got. Got 3 different troopers coming next week. The Dark Trooper, Artillery, and Vaughn. Who is picking up Sidious? I am. I'm picking up Sidious. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Are you?
I am not picking up Sidious.
Oh, come on. All right. Okay. I need my Dark Lords of the Sith. Superhero Displays says, first show for ages for me, and finally, it's 50, baby. Yeah. Well, Superhero Displays, welcome back. I have your Thor figure right up there. Lana Ewan Reviews, have no idea what that's about. Lana Ewan Reviews says, think we could get a hot toy of Mmmm? Well, I've always thought of her as a hot toy. For those of you who don't know, one of my favorite new things about this channel, I mean, look, I mean, wouldn't you say you're a hot toy anyway? I don't know what would happen to me if I had a hot toy, a 6-scale figure of you to play with. I'd probably get arrested. I'm just saying.
Oh my goodness gracious! Yeah, I didn't see that coming. I think I would.
You didn't see it coming?
Yeah, I would buy every single one. Keep for myself.
Oh my God! All right.
Oh my God!
That's amazing.
Wow.
So, for those of you who don't know, one of my we have a new show on this channel, Lana Ewan Reviews, where Lana Ewan and her husband Alan, and I jokingly say his name is Alan Ewan, but whatever. Alan contacted me, and if you haven't seen Lana Ewan Reviews, they do some really great stuff. They did their first show for the channel, which was a review of Evil Dead Rise. And what they're going to do for our channel is delve into, I like to call it psychotronic film history. They're going to look at exploitation titles, horror, science fiction, offbeat stuff. And tomorrow, the second review that Lana has done for us is for the great Japanese film, Battle Royale. And if you haven't seen it, I'm curious to see what Lana thinks. She had never seen it before. And I'm a huge fan of Battle Royale. And so if you guys haven't seen it, she spoils the shit out of the things. That's the point of her reviews. But maybe watch Battle Royale before you watch a review. So thank you, Lana. I love the fact that they're working for our channel, but they're sending us super chats. God, I love that. Those are the best employees ever. Tom Jr. Jackson, also a moderator on the channel, says, Rob, you should know you are a mod on my channel, just like Mmmm is. Great to see you both again. I didn't know that. I knew you did your first live stream. I didn't know I was a mod. I want to come in and ban people and be like, curb block.
You can't say that. But
well,
please become.
I can't. But I kind of. I mean,
moderator, I would say you can't say that. But please.
No, I as a moderator, I would be benevolent.
Yes.
I want to invite people in. I want to bring people in. I don't want to be a malevolent moderator. I want to be
Benevolent.
Rewatch Ryan. Well, hello, sir. The Rob Hive is live. If you haven't already, I would love some chatter on the writer's strike. Rings of Power is still shooting through it. Haha. Well, okay.
Yeah.
I am WGA strong. I think everything. Look, I'm an editor. I don't belong to any unions, but I can tell you over the last 20 years, the last people that get paid are the editors. At least in the indie world. I think what the writers are doing is necessary. I think fighting against AI, I would take honestly, if I were the writers, I'm like, the studios have to say no AI, and the writers will have to say we'll never use AI, which, by the way, is impossible because once you start using Chat GPT, you understand how we're lazy fucks. And even I like good work, but oh my God, I'm sorry. We're in a world of hurt. And I think the writer's strike could be right now is the very beginning of a reckoning for all of humanity. It might seem like hyperbole for me to say that, but most normal people have no idea how their lives are going to change in the next 10 years. And somebody has to start that fight. And I think the WGA might be the first people to have done it.
Yeah. And I want to add to that, Robert, that I think it's going to happen, let's say, for the writers' room, but then across the board, going through everybody's contract, there's going to be something about AI and, the impact on everything, every element of their entertainment, let's say IP or whatever you want to call it, the person's brand is going to have to be addressed. And I would even go so far as to say that people have probably been using AI for a while, maybe a few years, just not in a huge amount, but I think people have been using it. And, I think it's good that it's being addressed now. But Robert, we also have to look at it not just in the writer's room, but in everything, in press releases.
Oh,
and
no, it's already. I mean, look. AI, we're already done. I mean, what, like, isn't it interesting that this whole AI thing happened at once? I mean, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but everything was released in basically the same time. Whether it was ChatGPT or Midjourney, they basically dumped AI on culture at once because that's the only way they could do it. It was like pulling off the Band-Aid. Here it is. And they knew what they've already gamed out what the next 30 years are going to be. They already know. And what they had to do is pull the Band-Aid off, drop it in. No, whatever. We'll see what happens. Is anyone going to notice if AI is here?
Yeah, they will notice. Not only will they notice, they're going to grow accustomed to maybe some of the diction and the trending in AI. And it can become sort of a normality, especially when it comes to articles, because people still do read articles online. I think people will see that. Or
no one. No, there's going to be no articles written by people ever again. I mean, I think
something that's very interesting. I didn't mean to cut you off, Robert.
No,
is that when it comes to studios, you're paying individuals to create specific copy, whether it's outside of the writer's room, if it's the publicist. If whatever it is, all of those writers as well, I have to wonder about how that's even going to be approached.
it's all gone. It's here's the thing. The writers are negotiating for money that is never going to be there ever again. And I'm a huge fan of the writers. I really am, but what they're fighting for is they believe they possess something that no one else does. They believe that they have something that entertainment needs. What they don't understand is that they don't. As much as I hate to admit this, I hate to say this, the studios don't need them anymore. And they're not going to win. And there's no reason for this can go on for however long it wants to go on. Writing as we know it is done. And I don't mean to be fatalistic and all this. I support the WGA all the way. But anyone who looks back at Robert Altman's great movie from 1989, an adaptation of Michael Tolkien's book, The Player, Peter Gallagher, who plays a studio exec's like, if we could just get rid of the writers. He opens up a newspaper and he looks at his story. He's like, about underprivileged kids in the barrio. He's like, you know what? You hire a Jimmy Smits. You make a sexy Stand to Deliver. That's all you need. And he randomly pulls out stories. Our civilization has already been irrevocably changed. And everyone's going to have to play catch up and wonder what happens. And I hate to say it because, shared with me these Balenciaga videos that have been done last month. All done with AI. Now, you can say whether they're realistic or not. Talk about the writing. The fact is, the conception of those videos are genius.
I love
and
them.
the execution is amazing. And while, everyone's going to argue, do I think that that AI can write the West Wing? I don't. But I think Aaron Sorkin could have written 4 seasons of The West Wing without developing a cocaine addiction and getting fired if he had AI as a tool. And the real question is not whether you get paid more from the studios or the producers. The real question is, do they need you at all? They're fighting the wrong battle. And I hate to say it because I'm a huge fan. And for me, I want to make movies. I might not ever make one again because I can look at those Balenciaga videos or the new Star Trek videos. I mean, the things that I love the most, I'm watching all of it being eroded away. In 5 years, not only will everyone use prompts to create their own 2-hour movies, but you'll take your favorite movies and replace them with you as the protagonist. You'll make yourself Princess Leia. You'll make your brothers and sisters your mom will be Darth Vader, or your dad will be. And does entertainment even matter anymore? I don't know. But that's where we're going. And we're going to get there in half a decade, if not sooner.
What about theater? What about theater? Will
okay, that's a really good point. And now, for all of the doomsaying, I've said this, the alternative is, I do believe that the great thing that people will crave will be authenticity. It'll be what we're doing right now. Real human connection. Once everybody realizes, I have a theory about movies. I can't prove it. But we all know, go with me on this from a philosophical standpoint. We all know that when we watch something that's filmed or whatever, that there are human beings behind it. Like if I'm watching a close-up, like I love the opening scene of The Social Network. Rooney Mara and Mark Zuckerberg, Aaron, why am I trying to blank out his name? He's great. Anyway, so Mark Zuckerberg and his girlfriend, you're watching them talk to each other. It's fucking riveting. It's just them talk. It's a 10-minute sequence. I don't hate you because you're a nerd. I hate you because you're an asshole. You know. And it's a great scene. It's authentic. What people are going to want, the great currency of the 21st century, is the reason people are going to continue, hopefully, to watch us. I promise you, I'm never going to give you a Rob Burnett avatar. People are going to want authenticity. Going and watching a play, people are going to be desperate to watch other human beings. And the reason we watch movies, psychologically, we understand they're make-believe. We understand that there's a camera there and it's all been set up, but we're watching real people. If you know that movies aren't full of real people anymore, it's all virtual, you're going to change. They're video games, or they're this, they're that, and the other thing. But they're not real narrative. Fake narrative exists because real people are in them, I think.
Well, it's interesting because what you're talking about is why so many actors do tend to sway towards theater and enjoy theater so much, because they feel that they're making a connection with the audience while they're there. And that's what they're kind of craving from their craft, is that connection with the audience. They feel like they've had an impact, and that their performance matters more, let's say, than in other art forms. So there is that. But Robert, even in the video game that I've been playing, I think the young man's name is Moynihan. It's all motion capture.
Yep.
It's an actual actor who's doing this.
Yep. And that's why it works. And you can, by the way, the human animal can feel it. You know, you eventually, it doesn't matter how good AI is. Until AI is sentient, until this singularity happens, a character could never just look at you and go, or pardon me, look at you and go, wink. You know, it'll never know, because it'll never know when to do that or at the proper time.
Yeah, it is very interesting.
Although, when it does become self-aware and sentient, and it can algorithmically figure out when's the best time to wink at a woman, it will figure that out. No, it won't. It might not know. It might never figure out how to go down on a woman effectively. Because that's a give and take. You got to feel that. You need some finesse. That's where you bring your finesse game. But that also takes, maybe one day you have AI figure all that out when you have a human body. You know, it's like Gigolo Joe and AI. It's Jude Law. And when you have AI coupled with mechanical things that can do anything, we're done.
Or like Data.
Fully functional. You know, if I had to compete, if my cunning linguist technique had to compete against Data, I'd take that bet. I'd be willing to be like, come on. Just to see. Just saying.
This is very interesting.
But here's the thing, though. Could you compete? If you had an artificial, I mean, I joke, but if you had a being, a male character, and a woman was attracted to, and will there be a time when women are attracted to, I mean, you have, look at replicants in Blade Runner. Replicants are organic constructs. They're not robots. They're human beings that are actually constructed part by part. I only do eyes. If you could build a human Gigolo Joe who was constructed from parts or grown, but he's still an organic man. And if you're a woman that could actually design that person and say, I need this, 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 here's what I want, build me a perfect, and then you could program that person, give that person the intellectual knowledge of being the greatest lover in the world. And that person actually built them to spec. How could you compete with that?
You
I mean, that's
can't.
where we're going. I mean,
Yes.
the randomization of the spark of love and excitement where you kiss somebody and you have no idea, are they going to put too much tongue or too little?
Well, let's just hope it doesn't turn into THX 1138 or whatever, where the machines end up running everything and we're just kind of,
Well,
existing.
well, that's the thing. The problem is we're never even going to know. At first it's going to be, oh, let them do the work. Great, they'll do the work. And then where are we going to be? Here's the thing.
So wait a minute, you're saying we wouldn't end up like that group of people in Mandalorian season 2 where Jack Black and Lizzo are living on a planet and they're living in the lap of luxury, having the machines do the work. It won't be anything like that.
I think there's an element of us that would want to be like that. And I think that ultimately that is we are inherently lazy people. I mean, you have to make a choice even to travel. I'm sure a lot of people were like, look, how many of us even have passports? I've heard, the first time I heard that 85% of Americans don't. I think now it's down to like 63 or something. 63% of Americans don't have passports, which means they've never traveled out of the United States. And I'm like, when I finally went to Europe when I was 30, my first night in Europe told me, what the fuck? I've missed out. I should have been here when I was 10.
Yeah.
And it was a mistake. And the real question is ultimately, it comes down to, what do we want to be, as people? I love the arts. I want to make movies, and the reason I want to make movies and the reason I love movies is because movies were the greatest art form of the 20th century, where I was conceived and existed in. And movies were the greatest way to convey the truths of human experience through great fiction. Movies, the best fiction ever created, but also they had to be the most truthful. Even though it was fiction and everything was artifice, a great movie was more truthful than the best novel you ever read, because it had to be. Because it was shot in the real world. It had to make you believe. And now, our studios, is anyone ever going to... When you saw those Balenciaga videos.
Yes.
I mean, when you have these backgrounds, and by the way, those videos I watched, they made me laugh.
Yes.
They elicited emotion from me in 2 minutes. And they had a mise en scène, and imagine that technology in 5 fucking years. And when you have a whole movie.
Well, you just treat the entire movie to that application and it would look completely different, have a different style, have a different feeling to it. But would it still have nudity and sex? Would the finesse of love on camera be able to be translated easily into AI? I don't believe so. I think it would be
no, because it's all mechanical. I mean, at the end of the day, I was joking about it earlier, but as a test, you can tell me if I'm wrong or not. Learning how to potentially, if you want to make a woman climax by going down on her, you have to understand female anatomy. You have to understand, first of all, where you're at. A lot of guys don't even know where they're at to be hitting the right spot. It's not a wide, the target area is limited, and it has certain responses. If you don't even understand where you're going or what you're doing, it's got to be incredibly frustrating for women to deal with men who don't know what the fuck they're doing. Now imagine if you had AI technology that understood exactly where you're supposed to go, who had organized or had analyzed 10,000 different porn videos and also every book ever written about technique and had so much knowledge about rocking that little man in the boat, how is a human being supposed to support or even compete against that?
Well,
Now, that's when you ask the woman to say that the mechanical perfection is less desirable than the imperfect human. And will
I
people
think
do
it
that?
is, Robert.
I
I
know, but
think
we're
it
going to
is.
have to ask ourselves these questions.
We
I mean,
will, and yeah, you're right about it being able to look at, the millions or billions of porn clips online and find a trend and create. I'm sure someone's done it. I'm sure someone has done this,
it's
unfortunately,
all been
but
done. I mean, the porn industry is always at the forefront of technology. I will
yeah,
tell you this, the porn industry is way ahead of us. And all I can tell you is you know how it is when you're with somebody and somebody touches you in a way that you might have wanted them to touch you, but you never told them because you were too embarrassed. But they knew you wanted them to touch them that way, and they did it, and they understood. And then suddenly they could feel how much more throbbing you were than 2 minutes ago. I mean, that kind of exploration is the excitement of it all. But if you had somebody that goes there immediately and understands, well, then it becomes rote. It becomes mechanical.
according,
It's
according
not.
to 100 million videos, this is what human females like.
Yeah, but what about the fact that it's somebody you're with who decides to do that and it's unexpected and you never knew? I mean, I just I can think about one particular instance in my young life where I was dating a girl that was 9 years older than I was. And she did something to me I didn't even know was possible or that I would even like. And I'm like, wow, she, and it was funny because I was like, should I like that? And she was very smart. She goes, it's just another part of you. And I was like, oh my God, that's why you're 9 years older than I am. And I learned. And I'm like, wow. And I passed that knowledge on to other people. It's fantastic. But
Well,
that's what
it's
made it great.
human nature versus artificial intelligence.
The problem is
What will
artificial intelligence. And we saw it. I mean, literally Spielberg took Kubrick's AI and made AI. And you saw Gigolo Joe. And what happens? You have all these lonely people that hire a robot gigolo that make them happy, that do exactly what they want because humanity is messy and we are not good. And by the way, nobody knows how we're not good more than women. Women spend their entire lives waiting for somebody to bring their finesse game. Am I not wrong? Come on, or am I not
I'm
right?
not them I don't know whether I can really comment on that because
You don't want to
um
comment on that. I
no, I
understand.
don't. I wish not to make a comment on that because I love men,
I
so I don't
understand.
know. I like my whole world is around the existence of men, so I don't know. Um
No, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Men are not taught how to be good at certain things. There's literally, we're taught, like, you can take economics classes. You can take classes. You can work with a coach.
we'll teach you how to balance a checkbook. Here we
Yeah.
go.
Somebody needs to teach the class on eating pussy. We don't have that
But
class. And
but
so we fumble for years in the darkness. We can't figure it out. And women are like, oh, that's great. If someone taught us, that would solve a lot of problems. But nobody does. And we still fumble and we don't know.
for years, movie makers have wanted to bring classic literature or stories to the screen.
Yeah.
Is that something that's going to continue, or will AI take over that too?
Here's the thing. The problem is movies are expensive to make. What AI is going to do is the people that are going to fund movies are going to say, okay, our analytics tell us that we need to make a movie about A, B, C, D, and E. And we've also had our AI division come up with a basic screenplay for A, D, C, D, and E to hit our demographics. We're going to hire you. We're going to allow you to rewrite our AI script that we've made that our marketing department says is going to make money. We're going to give it to you as the filmmaker. You're going to be able to rewrite the script within these parameters, and you go make this movie. And then they're going to finally figure out, like, wait a minute, are you telling me that AI can figure out the focal lengths and the actual shots, like, and we can take photorealistic backgrounds that we've already computer generated? Here's what's going to happen. They're going to take your favorite movies. Lawrence of Arabia, Seven, Star Wars, Jaws, All About Eve, Sunset Boulevard, The Graduate, The Shawshank Redemption, Back to the Future. They're going to import all of these movies into the computer, and AI will understand the focal lengths of every shot. They'll see the backgrounds. They'll understand everything in them. They'll be able to compute at hundreds of millions of calculations a second, and they will be able to, you'll be like, put in your prompts, do whatever. You know, you want hurdy-gurdy man over the beginning of a murder in Zodiac, whatever. They'll figure all of that out, and everything will be an analytic. And they'll hit a button, they'll have prompts, and they'll kick out movies. Now, they'll be based on movies that already exist, that people have already made. But what they don't need is some yo-yo to talk about their vision and how many we have to shoot for 24 days. No, we're going to give you 3 days to shoot, and the rest is going to be AI. And poor beleaguered filmmakers are going to be like, yes, massa, please, sir.
Is the computer programmer of the future who uses AI in this way?
They're not an artist, but you know what they're going to think they are? Every single yo-yo that can do prompts is going to think they're a film director. Everyone, because you know what's going to happen? Here's what's going to happen. Those Balenciaga videos, I've just seen them for the last 6 hours. They're great. They're funny. They actually create something. That was all AI generated. Imagine if those Balenciaga videos were done 5 years ago. The exact same videos. That person would be fucking $100 million director in Hollywood right now. That idea, the Balenciaga thing with Star Trek, and you could get Patrick Stewart to be in that outfit. Look at those. And those, by the way, I didn't even see those videos till tonight, till you sent me. Went down the rabbit hole, looked at them, and I'm like, that is an AI generated campaign in the last month that if that was a propaganda, Michael Bay, Dominic Senna, David Fincher, the propaganda boys in the 90s, if they had made that, oh my God, that would have gone down in history as one of the great ad campaigns of all time.
It would have. It really would have. And it actually, like, it's interesting how the Borg is represented in it. Even they are kind of like very posh and chic.
Everything about that, that was somebody had a concept and said, it's brilliantly done. But if it was done in live action 25 years ago by the boys at Propaganda, they would have been hailed as geniuses. They would have all had studio deals and been making movies.
I'm sorry. I almost think Strange New Worlds wants to do that.
Oh, I said that the original series Balenciaga video was better than Strange New Worlds because everything in that Balenciaga video metaphorically was what Strange New Worlds wants to do. Those Balenciaga AI videos are way cooler than modern Star Trek. Way cooler. And if you look at the what it means, I mean, people are going to be like, well, Rob, it's not real. What it does metaphorically, the way it's making change, the way it takes Star Trek and puts it into fashion, and the political commentary in this, they probably didn't even know when they made it, but it's all political. I mean, that original series video, seeing Harry Mudd and Khan, I mean,
yes. Oh my God. I couldn't believe how sexy. I mean, Khan was always, Ricardo was always sexy, but this was like uber sexy.
People do not know. Like, that's scratching the surface. In 5 years, you'll be able to get up, you can dream a movie, and you'll be able to use AI prompts in 10 minutes, hit a button. It's probably going to have some render time, but by lunch, you'll have a 2-hour movie of your entire vision. And do you think people aren't going to walk around going, this was my idea? And it was. We're done. I mean, what the Writers Guild is, I'm a huge fan. I'm a big supporter. Everybody in the WGA, but what the WGA is fighting against, they're going to lose. There's no way they can win, because the technology that's coming in the next 5 years will render them all obsolete. What they need to be fighting for is the fact that what the WGA has that no one else has, that AI doesn't have, is a point of view. And authenticity, human authenticity, is going to be the most marketable commodity in the 21st century. There's going to be a backlash. Talk about organic. I'm only going to buy organic chickens. I will only watch, and I'll make this pledge, I will only watch human-created, gestated, conceived of entertainment. I will not watch AI-generated entertainment unless it's funny Star Trek Balenciaga videos on YouTube.
I don't want to see a Shakespearean play performed by artificial intelligence.
No.
I don't want to.
That will plays. Theater's safe.
Okay.
Theater's safe because.
But I'm saying if they made a movie, like let's say, what do they always make movies of? Macbeth. They'll always make what's another one that's
Romeo and Juliet in whatever format.
Yeah.
Titus Andronicus, Henry V. We few. We happy few. We band of brothers.
I don't want to see any of that. Even the concept of it as an artificial intelligence generated type of that would just
and I'll tell you, I mean, what's really sad is what's going to happen to musicians. I mean, if you have,
it's already happened, Robert. It's already happened.
I know, but still, there are still people that pick up a violin and play. We still pay for symphonies, but
yes.
With artificial intelligence, I can have like, what if I want to have to say Gustavo Dudamel conduct the LA Phil and have Prince come in and play Debussy with them?
Well,
they'll create digitally. It'll be created
in musical theater. That was a contract dispute a while ago in New York, at least, where they wanted to replace a lot of the orchestra with recorded music, and they fought and won that battle. That it has to be live musicians playing the music.
I know, but at the end, okay, here's the thing: in 20 years, how many young girls or boys are going to pick up a violin? Why would they? I mean, when you have every single great, like the 1963 version of the George Schulte conducted The Ring cycle, which is generally considered to be the best version of that ever recorded on Deutsche Grammophon or whatever. If you have that, it's been digitized. And why would anybody even want to attempt that? Why would any kid want to learn to go? If you want to play the violin, it's a lifetime avocation. Why would you want to do that? I mean, I'm being a naysayer, but still, that's where we're at, man. And I feel It's like, as somebody, I'm working on a script. I was going to send it to an actor who said he would read it. I'm like, look, man, you know, I've wanted to make this movie for 20 years. I know it's a small story. It's a cable movie. I get it. I still want to make it. And I only have a couple more years left. I honestly believe that. Because at the end of the day, nobody cares who originated their content, just that they were entertained.
Well, one of the other disputes or questions that they had, or at least issues, is that in addition to just not being paid as much, they're not getting the money from what they used to get, let's say, from syndication,
Yeah.
which went on to perpetuity. Syndication, you know, there's stuff from the 1950s that people are getting paid money from. You know, the other day, Tom Jr. Jackson was telling me he was watching The Naked City, and I said, "Oh yeah, I know what that is. It's a cop show. It's probably somebody getting paid for reruns on network TV of The Naked City."
Well,
but now that's norm, Robert. Well, I maybe it's not that one, but
yeah, I mean, no, it depends how long, but yeah. But here's the difference. The big difference was that network television was always paid for through ad revenue. So if you wanted all network TV, they make 26 shows or whatever, and then they would get however many commercials they got. So they knew that they were selling airtime for commercials. So a show would make so much money from ad revenue, and there was a pie then to draw from. Well, in the streaming world, there is no other revenue stream other than subscribers. Like Netflix, their only business is people that subscribe to their channel. Literally, their only business is, okay, we have, let's just say, 200 million subscribers that pay $15 a month. So what is that? $3 billion a month. Now we know times 12. What is that, $36 billion or whatever? So we know that we make $36 billion a year. But we're making 100 or 200 TV shows. And collectively, the budgets of those shows are $35 billion a year. So all we have left is $1 billion as profit. So how are we expected to give the people that wrote, like the people that are writing shows, they get paid a salary. What they want are residuals or whatever. But where's that money coming from? There is no advertising dollars like there used to be. And all they have is, and they've spent, these companies are spending way more money, too much money, than they're making. So the writers want money that doesn't exist. And everyone can say, well, yeah, does David Zaslav get paid $250 million a year? Yes, but that money is not available to the writers. He has a deal. He has it's not like that money. If David Zaslav didn't get paid for it, it's not like it would go to the writers. It would go somewhere else. Mm-hmm. And this is the problem. I mean, the problem is, for me as a functionary, when I get paid, I know I'm going to get a salary and I get paid, and that's it. The writers want to be paid residuals because the entire history of entertainment told them that's what they were supposed to get. But the world has changed. And what they're arguing for, they absolutely deserve to get more money. But the only thing that anybody could agree to do is pay them more money up front. Because there are no residuals the way there used to be. There just aren't. And there's a battle being fought for a world that used to exist that doesn't exist now. And as much as I support the WGA, it's like, bro, if you want to write TV, you get paid for 10 episodes. That's what you get paid for. After that, you're done. There are no residuals. There's no, and it's like the world's changed, but the writers, they go on strike because they're always behind. And it's terrible. I think it's terrible. So what are we going to do?
I don't know, Robert. This is they're asking for something that doesn't exist, and that seems like they're not going to get that, and they're not going to agree to it. 98% of the union agreed to go on the strike with the expectation of having that requirement or desire satisfied. So why do you think that they believe that they're going to get this, knowing the current economy and state of streaming and the revenue that isn't there anymore?
Especially with AI on the horizon.
Yes, and the amount of layoffs that we've been seeing, which has been an extraordinary amount of layoffs in the industry.
Look, I think if you're going to be a writer, you get paid for what you do while you work on a show. You get paid for, like a contractor. You build a house, you get paid for what you get paid while you build it. I think that's it. And if you want to make a living as a look, a friend of mine said something really interesting to me 10 years ago. He said that we independent filmmakers, like I think I'm a good editor. I think I'm a good post-production supervisor.
You're great editor,
But
Robert.
I've only ever worked in low budget. And a lot of the time I've been expected to do a lot of work that I wasn't paid to do. And they're like, "Why didn't you do this?" I'm like, "This isn't my job." Like, I worked on a film where there was no VFX supervisor. And I was editing the stuff, and they looked at me like I wasn't doing my job because I was not the VFX supervisor. I'm like, "This is not my job. I'm supposed to get shots from the VFX supervisor. You guys didn't want to pay somebody." And I was working on a movie that needed, I'll tell you a funny story right away. So this movie that I was working on needed a $500,000 effects budget. It had a $27 per shot effects budget. And literally $27 a shot. It was that low budget. The movie was a $250,000 movie. The director's brother made the shots. I was supposed to keep track of all this stuff. I'm like, why should I? And eventually I did, but it was so haphazard. Nobody kept, I'm like, it turned into a big kind of a clusterfuck. Well, we don't know what shots we need. And I'm like, why is this my problem? I'm the guy that's supposed to get the shots that you make, and then I put them in the movie. That's what I do as an editor. But I'm like, oh my God, because I'd created all these, I'm trying to make shit work. I'm like, why is this my problem? But it was. And I got blamed, and people got mad at me. And my favorite thing was I'd shot some behind the scenes on this movie, and the producers come to me and they're like, "Well, so you're going to deliver a 1-hour making of video, right?" And I said, "Sure, I'll give you $5,000. And they're like, "What do you mean?" I go, "Well, it's, if you want me to make up, I wasn't paid to bring my cameras down and shoot behind the scenes and interview all the actors. I did that on my own time. If you want me to make a documentary that's part of your deliverables to your distributor, you have to pay me to do that, and I'll do it for $5,000. And they're like, "Oh, we can't pay you." I'm like, "Okay, then that's fine. I won't do it." A guy I'd worked with before who hired me on this project has not spoken to me since. It's been 8 years. And I'm like, "Dude, this is the thinking. I brought my own camera and shot behind the scenes on my own time. I created this material with the anticipation you would actually pay me to do something with it." And when I said I wasn't going to do it for free, they got fucking pissed. And I'm like, this isn't my problem. I mean, I've created all this stuff. By the way, it's living on this computer I'm on right now. I'm like, I create all this stuff. Why do you think that you get it for free? This is the entire crux of this argument, is that the real problem is that the work that's done, like me shooting something and sitting down and doing interviews, is not perceived as real work, or is it perceived as having talent involved?
Mm-hmm.
I created something like nobody understood. Like, I went to film school. Like, if I light an interview subject and mic them, That's knowledge. And that's why I'm paid what I am paid. That's why I did DVD special features for 20 years, because I'm good at it. Now, if you hire me to edit your movie, okay, that's one thing. And you know I have a lot of other skill sets, that's another thing. But when you are mad at me for not, and this is what the writers are going through. The writers are expected to do all this stuff to conjure magic. And the studios aren't even giving them the bare minimum. What they should do is pay the writers a lot more money to do what they do. Rather than, there are no residuals to be had. They're fighting for stuff, AI, all this crap. No, they should just pay the writers more money. Like 3 times as much. That's all you have to do. If your writer's budget on a show is $1 million, make it 3. Pay them well. Give them enough money where nobody cares to bitch and moan and complain. They're like, oh my God, you will not believe how much I'm getting paid. Pay them that, and then they can pay their Writers Guild dues. And know that that's a flat fee and they're done. But pay them what they're worth. But they won't. And we have to go through all this rigmarole. And remember, a lot of the Writers Guild isn't working. It's like SAG. The majority of them aren't even working, and they're out there on the picket line, and they're hoping that, my God, maybe I'll get a job. Just pay people more money. You know, when you're looking at David Zaslav making, you know, what did they say, $250 million? Why is he, like, he's not going to say no. But it's like, just pay David Zaslav $150 million and take that extra $100 million and pay the people that make your shit. Why is one guy getting that money? And I'm not even a collectivist. I'm just a pragmatist about, you have to make stuff. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's about, it's a business that creativity is required. So why not pay that talent? It's the will the redistribution of wealth happen? That's the question.
Well,
will
I
the
mean,
redistribution of wealth occur?
Here's the thing. Here's what I see it as. So with the haves and the have-nots, with the disparity, you know, if you want to be rich and wealthy, you have to build your wealth on a foundation of cultural stability. If you're going to, and here's another thing. Human life, let's say we've got 8 decades. Let's break it down. Just break it down. So the first 20 years of our lives were kind of a lost cause. We're growing up, we're going to school, we're going to college, figuring ourselves out. So of our eight decades, 2 of them are gone. We have 6 decades left. Then you've got your 20s and 30s trying to figure out what you're going to do and where you're going to go and how are you going to be productive and how are you going to fulfill your dreams and are you going to get married and have kids. So we figure that out. By 40, you're now 4 decades into your 8. You're halfway done. And then you have 2 more decades where you're your 40s and 50s, where you're at the top of your game, you're partying, whatever. You're having kids, you're living your life, you're being captains of industry, whatever you want to do. And that's now, you're now at the end of that, you're now 60. They're 3/4 of the way through your life. And then you have 20 more years to you're 80, which is on a downslope. You don't work, you retire, you become infirm, your body collapses, whatever. So you've got 4/4 of a life there. And you can look at that and time it all out. That's all anybody has. Now, how much money, if the people that are really wealthy want to live in their Palm Beach houses or wherever the fuck they want to do, the rest of society has to be stable as well. It can't descend into anarchy. So it behooves you to make sure that the rest of society is strong, right? Like, if you're going to get, David Zaslav gets 200, what the fuck are you going to do with $200 million? Like, in your life, like, in your entire life, unless I could spend $250 million on movies I was making, I would employ thousands of people on each film and pay them. But my personal life, I mean, how many fucking Hot Toys figures could I buy? What size of a house? Yeah, I could buy every Hot Toys figure and I'd still have $245 million left or whatever. It's so weird. We live in such a weird world. And at the end of the day, we have to ask ourselves, who and what do we want to be? And the fact is, all of these people that are really wealthy need a stable world to exist so they can continue to be that way. The writers should get paid more money for what they do. They should be appreciated and not abused. But at the end of the day, some of the things they're arguing for just don't exist. And they should be fighting against AI from, I would say, my big negotiation would be like, the studio should say, you will never use AI and we will never use AI. And we will pay you twice as much as we pay you now to be genuine and authentic writers. There are no residuals. We're losing money. Everyone's fighting over a system that they think, anyway, it's in a world.
Interesting super chat.
So, yes, there you go. So let's just do a few more. Rewatch Ryan, how you doing, buddy? The Rob Hive is live. If you haven't already, would love some chatter on the writer's strike. Rings of Power is still shooting, though. Haha. Well, there you go. You got that.
Yes.
Thomas Logan, my man, says, I'm buying that figure. The sculpt is ripped from Revenge of the Sith. Totally. Love it. Hoth's Hometown Hero says, no complaints here. I'm too busy flexing these figures.
Yeah.
All the way from Portugal, Mario Lopez, who's been a member of the channel for 25 months. Mario, how's your mom? Gotta ask. Hoth's Hometown Hero says, I doped that Papa Palps so fast, got him in a black cloak as well as you should.
Yes.
Zachary Sabile says, a few months ago, you said Andor was the best thing since Empire Strikes Back. Now that time has passed, how important is Andor to you, and how important is it to Star Wars? That's a great question. What do you think about that?
Well, earlier I did say how important Andor was to me, and it still is. Several months later, it really did kind of change my perception of. I knew that they could write something like Andor, and of course, the Gilroy brothers, along with the rest of the team, have done something remarkable. But we also have to acknowledge that the casting of this particular series was really second to none as well. I think all of those things are incredibly important when you want to have a hit series.
Agreed.
Especially one that defined. There was no way to define this. How do you even describe what it is? When Rogue One came out, no one knew what that was. Now you're going to go ahead and pull Andor out of a hat, but no one knows what it is. Well, you start really with fantastic writing, the locations, and those stellar performance by top-notch talent, and you end up with something like this. So as far as I'm concerned, I personally feel like it's the best thing they've made, let's say in the last decade out of the franchise. That's how I feel about it. And I'm really proud of what they've done with Andor. And of course, my favorite character is Kino Loy, but I do want to mention that it's really important to have this type of quality coming out of any studio. You know, I think when a studio can prove itself and have something that's top notch like this, it shows that they are still capable of telling stories. They're still capable of showing us an environment that's pure fiction. It's a fantasy, but boy, it felt so real. I think that there was a lot of heart put into this by the Gilroy brothers and the rest of that writing team, and so much passion into it. And it shows. It's just such a delight. I think that Andor is the type of stuff they should be making. We don't know we're going to continue to get stuff like this, but I think that's the direction they should be going in.
Darth Plato says, hey, Rob, agree or disagree? If General Veers had been on Endor, the Empire would have won. Well, you may start your landing. Probably. I mean, look, here's the thing about Endor. Remember, the Empire didn't know they were going to be hit. They had no idea the rebels were going to show up there. So General Veers and Empire was attacking. And, I mean, yeah, if he knew that was going to happen, but they were ambushed. And they were bushwhacked. So I don't think General Veers would have ever been on Endor. But if he was, maybe. But I think he, too, would have been caught by surprise. I'm just saying. I think Endor was great. I mean, pardon me, Andor. Endor is different. the question now is Andor. I loved Andor because what Andor was serious and thoughtful. It's like I love my storytelling. It was a serious and thoughtful story in the Star Wars universe that I've missed because I was getting surface level cartoon bullshit. And I hated that. And I felt Andor was like, oh, somebody actually took it seriously, the way that game designers take things like Jedi Survivor seriously.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want. Yeah. I feel as much as I don't want to pain Lael, I feel that we're getting lackluster, poorly written Star Wars stories when they've written a Ben Kenobi novel that's way better than the Kenobi series. The question that I want to ask is, this novel exists and you own it, and there's been a tried and true tradition in Hollywood of adapting great novels. Why did no one in the Star Wars story group go, oh, hey, here's this great Kenobi novel. Let's adapt this, because the person who wrote it spent a lot more time thinking about it than the writers of Kenobi did.
And will this lackluster writing, Robert, be used against them in the contract negotiations?
Yeah, I think it will, because here's the thing. You now have writers that are facing off against an AI that has the Kenobi novel in its memory. And look, the writing of Star Wars, the writing of Book of Boba Fett, the writing of Kenobi, the writing of Mandalorian Season 3 are the best examples of why you shouldn't fucking pay writers. Because they are lackluster, lazy fuckheads that write shit. And I say that, and I love writers. Because at the same time, I love what Terry Matalas and his team of writers that made a great show of 12 Monkeys came on. All the people that dislike Picard, I understand where they're coming from. But Star Trek Picard was a great show about growing older, about people dealing with their emotions, coming to grips with what they've left behind or what they didn't leave behind. Their relationships. The thing about Star Trek Picard was it was dealing with issues that Star Trek does not traditionally deal with, which were emotional issues of people growing older. I mean, in Star Trek, if people grow older, it's because they have a fucking disease and they're going to die. I was 30 yesterday and now I'm 78 today and the ship is in danger. They've never dealt with the reality of aging. And when they do, like in Star Trek 2 or Star Trek 6, are we so old that we've outlived our usefulness? People forget that Star Trek Picard was carrying on those traditions of what was established in the original series movies and bringing it to the next generation, which they never really did. And that was, in my mind, good writing. And the fact that you have two bad bitches, the Borg Queen and Vadic, who is tortured by the Federation, people like, oh my God, this goes against Roddenberry's vision of utopian civilization. Look, man, what happens when a utopian civilization comes up against a genocidal maniac, or, in the case of the Federation, two, the Borg and the Changelings? So how do you do that? And I thought Star Trek Picard Season 3 did a great job of that. I really did.
They certainly did. It was stellar writing. And as I said, it's the best season of Star Trek I've ever seen. I know it's not exactly fair to compare it to other seasons of other series, but it really does feel like the best one for me. So I really am very happy with it.
Well, it was about, look, it's all about human emotion, which is not what, and it was front and center about that. And a lot of fans aren't used to that kind of thing. You know, they're used to plot. Next Generation used to do plot very well, but the characters were archetypes to serve the plot. This was a series about characters that transitioned from being archetypes to being real characters, and the plot was secondary to the character stuff. And for me, it was a great progression of Star Trek. Listen, let's finish up these. Because if you want to tell me whenever you want to go, we're past your time, by the way. Um,
It is time. How many more super chats do you have, Robert?
I think there's a lot. So there's a lot.
Okay.
Oh no, hang on. Well, maybe not that much. Here, okay. So Glenn Mark says, "Sour, Rob. The first episode of Black Mirror was sour." Dude, that's terrible. You know what? I'm demonetized. You're out of the family, Glenn Mark. That's a terrible joke, but also kind of funny. So you can stay. Okay, you can stay, but you should be ashamed of yourself. That's sour. So when all of you run, somebody in the chat spoiled it, by the way, who is a member of the channel. I didn't say anything, but come on, man. If you haven't seen the national anthem, the first episode of Black Mirror, go watch it. And I hope nobody knows. Don't read about it. Just go watch it. And don't let anyone spoil it. Because somebody in the chat did. Fuck off. Don't do that. Mashby says, "Happy 50th episode. I wish you all many more."
Thank you so much.
Culture War Diplomacy says, "I love Star Wars, but my profound childhood changer was the never-ending story. Here we are." I'm a luck dragon. No, just kidding. You can't ride me, and I don't fly. But Falcor was badass. I'm a big fan. Love that. Ash Chase says, "Hey, Robin. I had my sister's birthday today, but I refused to go as I'm treated differently to my mom's boyfriend. Am I the bad guy, or in this case, the bad brother?" Ash. Okay, here's the thing. I wouldn't say you're the bad brother, but here's what happens. Your sister's birthday comes around once a year. You got to suck it up. You got to suck it up. You got to suck it up. What's important is being there for your sister's birthday, even if you just stand in a corner and don't say shit.
Yes.
If your sister sees you, you smile, you bring her a present, you walk up to her and you say, "Sis, I love you. I got this for you." That's all you have to do, because then nobody can talk shit. You never, by you not going, you gave all those people ammunition that's going to last a year. You never want to give people ammunition. Just go. Always go. The answer is, should I stay here or go? Always go.
Mm-hmm.
Never don't go. Always go. That means go to a party. If your friends call, "Hey, come on out with us." "No, I can't do that." Never say no. Always go. Always go. You know why? Because if you go, you never know what's going to happen. But if you stay home, you always know what's not going to happen, which is nothing. You have to go. You have to go,
And
right?
Unless there's a good reason why you're staying home, it's going to be interpreted as a snub. Sometimes you can't, downplay not attending something. They'll say you didn't show up, and it's not always received as acceptable to not show up to something important like that.
By the way, Ash, you're bigger than that. Who cares how your mom's boyfriend is? All you have to do, it's your sister's birthday. The only thing that you need to do is be there for your sister. Give her a present, kiss her on the cheek, give her a hug, tell her, "I love you being my sister." And then if you want to fucking bail, do. You made your point. You made a statement. You were there. You were seen. No one can say shit. What you just did, not to dish you or anything like that, but you've given somebody an opportunity, like your mom's boyfriend, to be like, "Well, her brother didn't even show up." You've given him, and he's not wrong. The thing is, if people want to take shots, they can take shots. But what you need is a defense. And the way to get a defense is by just doing the deed, doing the job. Then no one. Here's my thing. I have always said my guiding principle of life is allow your work or your deeds to be your locomotive. You're in the caboose. You're doing a bus and truck tour. You're doing a whistle stop tour. You let your work be the locomotive. Whether it's a movie you're working on, like me or whatever, I'm like, Tango Shalom. People can talk shit about Tango Shalom. It's a tiny little micro budget movie. I don't give a fuck. Did the work. Movie came out. opened in Times Square, blessed by the Pope, was the first movie at the very first Islamic Film Festival that won an audience award for being funny, and it's a Jewish movie. I don't give a fuck. I let that go down the track of life, whatever. People can make fun of me. They can be like, well, that movie didn't cost them whatever it cost. I don't give a fuck. It's not Avengers Endgame. But you know what? Where's your movie? Did your movie get blessed by the Pope? Let the work go down the track. You are in the caboose waving to the people as you drive through their town. Whatever. Hey, what's up? You did the work. Show up the party. Never not go. That's all. Hey, Rob, Hey, Rob, why don't you change your members-only chat to members-only discussion so it would literally be MOD Squad? That's pretty good. Just a thought. I like that idea. Mod Squad. I like that. Members-only discussion. Let's do that. You know what? Kellraiser. Yes. Yes, I love that. Kelvin Wellborn, just here. Been a member. Thanks, Kelvin. He's the best. He's my man in Australia to get me discs I need. Al Renshaw says, I just got out of seeing Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, and by the end, I absolutely hated the High Evolutionary, and I wanted him to die so badly. You evil man. Yeah, well, I haven't seen it yet, but he looks like a douche, but I do like his performance. He looks great. Excellent
performance and an excellent villain, and that's what you're supposed to feel at the end of it. You're supposed to not like the villain.
Yeah.
It was just so wonderful, Robert. I can't wait for you to see it.
Tomorrow or today. Al Renshaw says, thought in the Gran Turismo trailer, I thought it was great and loved it. It definitely upped my excitement, and now can't wait to see the movie. I got to tell you, I never thought I'd want to go see it, but because it's based on a real story, it's so funny. There's this whole trend, whether it's Tetris, whether it's BlackBerry, whether it's Air, and now Gran Turismo, about these things, these projects and real people. I think it looks great.
Yeah.
I'll go. Stubble McShave, our man in Sweden, says, real stupidity beats artificial intelligence every time. Says Terry Pratchett, the Hogfather. I love that. You're probably right. Thomas Bombadil says, hey, Rob, I watched the premiere of Silo yesterday, and it was amazing. Has Apple TV basically become the new king of sci-fi? Yes. For those of you who don't know, there is a new dystopian series based on another literary-based series set on the Wool series of novels, short stories, novellas called Silo that dropped on Apple Plus. The books, I've only read one collected version. It's Hugh Hawley. Wait. I have to see. I'm looking. I can't. Oh, it's over there. I can't. It's too far away. There's no light there. But yes, literary-based sci-fi. Can't wait to see it. Didn't know it dropped. RRTNZ says, hail Bob, Lael, and PGS folks. Enjoy the stream. I'm watching the coronation of King Charles.
Oh, yes. Started already.
Has it? I thought it was like 6. Well, God.
I think special coverage started earlier.
Oh, well, God save the king and R.I.P. Calculon. Cheers. Well, and our last is Ricky B.
Hey,
Member
Ricky.
for 28 months. Sorry, I'm coughing. We're done.
All right. What a fantastic stream, Robert.
Sorry, I'm
I hope
coughing.
you're going to be okay there. You have some
I'm just
tea
getting
with
over a
lemon.
cold. I've been eating chocolate and almonds. It's like a perfect storm. Anyway, so all good. Our 50th stream, my God.
Yes.
Actually, Stubble McShave says a tip. There will soon be AI versions of all popular artists, and they will be featured as AI versions of the artists on Spotify. They will be played more than the original artist, and the artist will get a percentage. Wouldn't you listen to a new AI Prince album? Fuck no. Why would I? It's not no, I wouldn't. But an interesting question. Right? Would you?
Well, I think that we already have a situation where there's a lot of music that's sampled and resampled from the 50s, from the 60s, put into synthesizers, and like we've been listening to these resampled music, let's say bars forever. I don't know. We DJs just take the music of somebody else and just play it around it and
Yeah, but
it.
nobody's gonna give me an AI Prince album and have me listen to it. It won't be Prince.
No, it won't be Prince.
No matter what. Well, on that note, I should let everyone go watch. I think I'm going to bring an end to the stream. I'm not going to bring on randos because I did a Robservations before this, and I'm coughing, which sucks. But it's because I'm drinking wine and not whiskey. If I had whiskey, it kills the whole thing. But this has been a great stream. Everyone, thank you so much. Tomorrow, Lana Ewan drops her Battle Royale review. I'm very excited.
Wow. That does sound exciting.
I know, right? I'll do another Robservations. You've got a stream on the 8th, right?
Yeah, I have I have I hope I'm saying the right thing. Ladies of the PGS, of course, every Monday at 6 p.m. with Lorraine Creole right here on the Burnettwork. We also are going to be doing a brand new show, Robert, called Cat's Corner.
With Catherine, yes.
Yes, with Catherine, guys. You all know Catherine. She's a longtime PGS member. She is going to be reviewing her extensive collection of physical media and talking about her favorites on a show on Monday night. It's going to be after Ladies of the PGS at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that's Cat's Corner, episode 1. She has incredible knowledge of movies, and I'm really, really lucky that she agreed to do a show like that here on the Burnettwork. I'm so excited, Robert. Wait till you hear what she has to say about movies and cinema. She really is a very special.
I love her. I can't wait. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
We need to make a promo so I can play it before our other shows and stuff.
Absolutely.
We need promos.
I want you to make one for her because I'm not good at making promos, but
I'll make one. I'll do one.
Please do one for
Happy
Catherine.
to
She's
do
so
it.
delightful. Thank you, Robert. And also, I'm going to continue to play Star Wars Jedi Survivor. I'm going to be playing the new Star Trek show, the new Resurgence game. It's going to start May 23rd, Robert, right here on the Burnettwork.
I know, and there's a PlayStation 5 version, I think.
Yes. So I'm going to be live streaming that here, but also Julian and I are continuing the PGS Trek series. I'm not quite sure what we're going to be talking about tomorrow, but we're going to continue that, as well as, Robert, we're doing a live watch party of Tango Shalom on May 20th, right here on the Burnettwork.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to do a little recut of Free Enterprise, and I want to do that too. Live.
Yes, Robert, I'm excited for that as well. It would be great. I don't know when you want to do that, but I would love. I think that's great. I haven't seen any edited versions of Free Enterprise, but I would love to see that. I don't know.
Yeah, I've been working on it for a while. I'm going to finish it. We'll put it up and show it.
Robert, I'm so excited for that. I think it's great. There's so many of us, well, pretty much all of us on the PGS who are fans of Free Enterprise. And it's just so exciting to see your recut. This is amazing to see that. Yeah, thank you for doing that and for letting us enjoy the movie's new recut that you're doing. I'm so excited for that, Robert. It's such an exciting time right now.
It is.
Be, Fandom, and I'm so grateful to everything you've been doing here to help me on the channel here and allowing me to do stuff. Yes, I will, Mom. My mother's calling me.
I know. Go to bed. Go. You go. It's only 3:25 in the morning where you are.
And guys, always remember to please be kind. Tom Jr. Jackson, We are all good people. S Beam was here too, you moderator as well. Appreciate everybody who's here. Robert, you are the best, and everybody in the chat, love you all. Have a good night, everybody.
All right. Good night. I will bid you a farewell. Okay, listen. Here's the thing. Do you want some randos to come on this show? Because I do. Come on, don't you want randos? It's late night. Everybody. So for those of you who might be new here, so what happens like after midnight? So occasionally, a lot of the time, what happens is it's like a radio talk show, late night radio talk show. I bring on randos. Joey will be one, and King Tannic will be one. Guys, which is fine because they're great. They're smart and funny and cool. I like them. But here's I will bring on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a link in the live chat. What I want is if you've been here before, don't come on right away. We'll see what happens. I want to see some randos. I want to see some people who have never been on this show. If you've never been on the show, if you have a camera and you like, we can see you. Look, give me a little bit of technical prowess, just a little, just a sliver of technical prowess. I'm going to bring you on. We're going to talk. We're going to have a conversation. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the link in the live chat. So get your cameras and get your mics ready. In a world. You don't have to be on a rebreather. You don't have to be that way. But if you want to be that way, you can. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring on some randos because I want to see people I haven't seen before. I always say randos, and then my friends come on, and I'm like, okay, well, we'll keep you guys on. I want randos. I want people I don't know. You know, it's like in Tootsie when Bill Murray's there. He's like, I want an audience that just came out of the worst rainstorm of all time. I saw your play, man. What happened? You know, kind of like that. It's that vibe. So anyway, we're going to see. I'm going to throw it in. I'm going to put it in. I want to see who can come. Let's see. Randos ready? Ready? Here it goes. Are you ready? Well, you can't. There's a delay. But look, it's in the chat. The randos can come. I'm going to let you guys in. Let's see who shows up. We'll see. Do. I don't have any water, and I'm running out of wine. Well, it's okay. It doesn't matter. It's fine. 1001 Johnny is our first rando. Johnny, can I hear you? Oh, I can hear Johnny. It is going well, and I got retro nerd. Oh, this should be a great time. Retro nerd girl, can you hear me? Oh my God, I can hear you too. Oh, this is exactly what I wanted. All right. Give me a moment while I put you both into the chat. This is the kind of rando stuff. I'm telling you, this is what I live for. Oh my God. So hang on. Let me just add, first of all, Retro Nerd Girl is coming into the chat, and she is delightful. I'm a fan. And I just want to make sure everyone looks good. I'm going to put you in the center square, Retro Nerd Girl. Hold on. Just hold on right now. Just let me get everybody in. Is everybody in? I feel like Jim Morrison. The ceremony is about to begin. Okay, so Retro Nerd Girl is in. Let me just get 1001 Johnny into the chat. And I'm going to bring you... I know, right? This is not as exciting as it is for me. Let me just say... Circle gets the square. Wait, I lost 1001 Johnny. I lost him. I don't know. He disappeared. and the thing is, I can only get 3 people, so I've got the common nerd. The common nerd. The common nerd has come in. Do you know the common nerd? I'm sorry, 1001 Johnny. You're out of luck. So common nerd, can we hear you? Oh, that's 5 by 5, common nerd. I'm down with that. You sound good. Let me just give you this is good. I like this. This is good. All right. So now that I've put you into the show, commoner looking, you know what? I'm gonna shift you guys because commoner, you're looking off camera. I'm just gonna move. I'm gonna switch places with the two of you. Oh, are you sure? No. Okay, well, you look good. You're just looking off to the, because Retro Nerd Girl is looking lovely in the center square, but you're looking off to the right. So I didn't want to, you know. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. There we go. That's you've got the Leon glasses. It's all good. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we got Retro Nerd Girl in the center square and the common nerd frame, or in the right-hand frame. Welcome to Midnight Musings. Just so you can see, let me give you the live feed. There's a live output from the show. So, my God, Retro... both of you have never been on this show before, right?
No, sir.
No. Hi,
Wow.
Common Nerd.
Hi, hi, Retro Girl. Nice to meet you.
Yes.
Wow, this is exciting. Have you guys never met before?
No,
Not on stream, but we've crossed paths, and I've seen him on different shows, and he's seen me. So we've talked kind of online.
Yeah, it's been a good time.
Ooh, okay. Well, welcome to Midnight Musings. It's great to have you both. So let me ask you guys. I mean, gonna get a little. It's after midnight, even on Pacific time. First of all, where, Retro Nerd Girl, can you tell us, without revealing your location, whereabouts do you hail from?
I am in Fargo, North Dakota. It's yeah.
Do you have a wood chipper?
No.
Good. Good. Okay. Good. Thank
No,
God.
No dead bodies in the back.
All right. The common nerd, where are you coming to us from?
So I am in Texas. I'm a Missouri boy originally, but after I got out of the Air Force, Texas was the first place that offered me a job, and my goal was to move to either Texas or Florida. And so, yeah, I ended up in Texas. Offered me a job first, so I live on the beach. I live on the coast. And I
Wait a minute. Wait, hang on. Texas offered you, like, did the whole state go, yo? Did Texas just call you and go, hey, common nerd, it's Texas. We're offering you a job. Does states offer you a job?
Well, I mean, that's kind of basically how it happened. I worked
I'm
for
just
the federal
kidding.
government.
Oh, well, there you go.
No, you're good.
Texas
You're good.
did
Yeah,
offer
I mean,
you
I
a
did.
job.
Yeah, Texas did offer me a job. I was working.
That's-
Like I said, I'm an aircraft structures mechanic by trade.
Wow.
And yeah, I worked for the Army for almost 6 years.
All right, then.
Banging on their helicopters, fixing all that kind of stuff. So yeah,
Oh, so so for real. I love that. Okay, see? We've learned a lot. Now, let me ask the two of you. Well, now it's the 6th, but let's pretend, may the 6th be with you. The Sith be with you. Let's keep the Star Wars conversation going if we can. So, Retro Nerd Girl, let me ask you to start. Center gets a square. What is your experience with the Star Wars franchise? Did you grow up with it? Do you love Star Wars? What does it mean to you? Maybe it means nothing. I have no idea. But since we're talking Star Wars, tell us the tale to amuse your captain if you're a Star Trek fan. What does Star Wars mean to you?
Yeah. Well, I grew up with it. When I was 7 years old, I saw the first Star Wars in theaters, and it was miraculous, amazing, life-changing, and it was a big deal for everybody. And it was a big deal for me too. It's sort of built into the DNA after, then forward, and like everything that you ever uh, saw about science fiction was really like everyone compared it to Star Wars. So it was really hard to.
And
I'm a science
they
fiction
still
lover.
do.
Yeah. I'm a science fiction lover through and through. I've always loved it since I was little. And so that was such an incredible experience. My family loved it too, so that was a bonus. Most of the time I'd love things, but my family, they were like, "Oh, what is that weird thing you're liking?" But Star Wars, that was something everybody could really love. And
Totally.
my mom really loved it too. So we'd all sit down and watch all the Star Wars for years and years. And really, it's been like after the first three, of course, they're the classics, and it just hasn't been the same ever since. All of the other Star Wars, things are okay, but
Why do you think that is?
it's the magic that the early stories had. It was the initial story about three friends who kind of bumped into each other in this destiny kind of adventure, and how big the story feels, where now it feels complicated. It felt like you were destined. It was a small story, but set in a big world. And we were just so excited to want to know more about that world. Whereas now it's like so complicated. You've got to see all of the material. You got to read the books. You got to see this.
Yeah.
You got to see Clone Wars. And it's like, I don't, luckily we also live in a time period which a lot of people have already done the research for you, and they're happy to share their knowledge with you on the internet. But it's also like you can't just watch one thing and enjoy it for what it is, like you did the first Star Wars, or like you did for Empire Strikes Back, which I mean that movie can stand on its own. It's even more powerful with the first movie, and it just was like it was so good. It had tension. It had tension is such a thing too that's really lost. I mean, I almost feel no tension for most Star Wars stuff, because I'm like, you pretty much know what's gonna happen. I don't feel like
That's
I'm
actually
ever
very.
really surprised.
Wait, how am I hearing myself? I don't know.
Oh, is it me? Because I can change. I hope I'm
Oh, I don't know.
not.
When I talk, it sounds like, all right, how am I hearing myself? Whoa.
Let me
I don't
see
know
if
why.
maybe I can wear these headphones, and maybe that might help.
Maybe, I don't know.
The headphones will help.
We'll
I don't
try
know what I don't know what system this is, the Wirecast, but I know like with like Streamlabs and stuff like that, they have like an echo cancellation, but not all the systems have that, so sometimes that'll screw things up.
Yeah, I don't know if this is this system is it's more like a broadcast system. Like it's not. It's more like broadcast software if you're doing a TV show or something. Now I can't hear it.
Okay,
But-
that must have been from me.
Oh, it's okay.
Yep, she's got need to put her headphones in.
Yeah, now you sound really good.
She's perfect.
Oh
Delicious.
my
Wonderful.
God.
Yeah.
In a world where retro nerd girl sounds amazing. No, but in all honesty, I think that's very astute, and I would ask. Let me jump over to you, the common nerd. What is your experience with the Star Wars franchise?
So I was born in '86, so I obviously missed a lot of the great.
Jesus
being able to see it.
Christo, Jesus Christ. Sorry.
What did he do? Drop some? No, you're good. Did he drop some huge super chat or something?
No, I was just 19 when you were born. Why, I don't know what to say.
Oh.
I was in fucking college. just saying, "No, it's not a problem. It's fine. It's all good."
Well, it's one of the things. If it makes you feel any better, I was raised by my grandparents, so I was raised by an older generation to begin with. But it's one of them situations where, like, I saw all of that as a kid. I saw that as VHSs. I saw all of that kind of stuff. And so it's one of them situations where I loved it. You know, I didn't get to experience the theater experience of it being Star Wars, you know, versus like being the New Hope. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And so it's one of those things. It's like, you know, I loved all of those. I watched them all. I had them all on VHS. I had all of that kind of stuff. My grandmother was really good about buying me all that kind of stuff. I read a lot of the EU books in the 90s. Not a whole lot of them, but like the Han Solo book with his origin story was one of my absolute favorites, with how him and Chewbacca got to meet. And then some of the Dark Horse.
Were those the
comic
Brian
books were absolutely
daily books like Han Solo at Star's End?
No, well, I don't think I read that one. This was the one where it was Han Solo's origin story. I don't even remember the title of it anymore. It's been so
No,
long
I mean,
since I read
it was
where he
interesting.
met Chewbacca.
There were different phases. There were the Han Solo. There was the 3 Brian Daly books, and then there were the 3. They were probably pre-EU books. The EU stuff started really after the Thrawn trilogy. In the 90s.
Okay. Yeah, I was just kind of reading whatever that said Star Wars on the title at Walmart.
Yeah.
You know which I could convince my grandma to buy. You know what I mean? It's kind of basically what it came down to. And so, like, I read some of the Dark Horse comics, which was one of the things that kind of made me laugh when it came to the sequel trilogy, that everybody got so butthurt about Palpatine coming back as a clone. I'm like, they did that in the 90s Dark Horse comics.
Well, they did that in Dark Empire in 1991.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but,
which is, I think, what the Dark Horse comics were based on, was the Dark Empire stuff.
But it was good. But it was all set up, and it was good. I mean, here's the thing about Rise of Skywalker that was so terrible. None of it was set up. It was all like made up, conjured up from. And look, not to toot my own horn, but I was the first person to report on Colin Trevorrow's Duel of the Fates script. And one of the things that people forget was the Star Wars sequel trilogy was in fact planned out. The directors were planned out, and they were working together, and they were trying to come up with a story. But then Carrie Fisher died, and that threw everyone's plans into a problematic. I mean, Colin Trevorrow's Duel of the Fates script, I didn't love it, but I thought it was great compared to what they had. And I thought it paid off what the other films had done. And even I mean, I'm not a fan of J.J. Abrams. I think J.J. Abrams is the worst big budget science fiction film director that ever was. And by the way, if I ever met J.J. Abrams, I'd say, hey man, great to meet you. And if he said, oh, you're Rob Burnett, you've slagged off on my work for years. And I'm like, well, it's because it's not as good as it should be. And you just didn't do the work you needed to do. I'd tell him that. And I wouldn't be mean about it. And he's much richer than I'll ever be and more successful. But honestly, and I'll say this in his defense, he was given a mandate. Everyone in my own mind, Kathleen Kennedy gets the blame for. Kathleen Kennedy is the president of a company that was bought by Disney. She takes her marching orders from Disney. Disney says, look, Kathleen, we want to reboot Star Wars and create a whole new generation of, we're appealing to kids and families. We don't need middle-aged characters from 1977 to carry on the $4 billion franchise we just bought. And why this is not understood by all the pundits in YouTube, I do not understand. Disney told their filmmakers and Kathleen Kennedy, here's what we need. We need to reboot the franchise with young people that we can populate our merchandise and our parks with. We do not want middle-aged people in their 60s and 70s to represent Star Wars. And here's what has just driven me crazy about fandom. You need to understand this was a Disney mandate. This was not Kathleen Kennedy. This is what Disney told Kathleen Kennedy they needed because they spent $4 billion. Do not blame Kathleen Kennedy. God damn it. It pisses me off because it shows a fundamental lack of understanding. Pardon me, I don't mean to go off, but it makes me angry. Everyone bitches to Kathleen Kennedy. Kathleen Kennedy is a quintessential producer. What she is supposed to do is facilitate what her visionary filmmakers, her directors, are going to want to make. And her job, as all great producers do, is facilitate what their directors want or need. And when she can't do that because they don't have enough money, she says, pull back. Kathleen Kennedy made a lot of really interesting moves. The fact that the guys who did Spider-Man, Lord and Miller, were hired to do Solo, that was a huge thing. That was a huge visionary move. The fact that they didn't work out in Kathleen Kennedy's world, she's like, I made a great choice. I hired these guys to do Solo. They'd made 21 and 22 Jump Street. I thought they'd do a great job. What she didn't anticipate was that they would go off page. They would improvise. They would do all this crazy shit. She'd be like, why would you do that? You were given a script that Lawrence Kasdan wrote. She didn't know they were going to do that. And then their process, I mean, you could say, well, she didn't do enough research. It's like, no, she got the script. She hired the directors. She's like, do you guys like the script? Go make that movie. And the fact that it didn't, sorry, go ahead.
No. You finish your point because I want to kind of.
Well, I mean, Fandom. First of all, let me just say this: Fandom doesn't know fuck all about how movies are made, and I exist in a world where I have to sit there and be like, okay, and I'm not saying I know everything, but I've worked at a movie studio, I've worked at agencies, I know how things are done, and Fandom doesn't know fuck all about anything. Don't listen to anyone who hasn't made a movie or who doesn't know the Hollywood system. Everything they say is suspect. I'm not going to say it's wrong. It's suspect, especially if you're living in the fucking Midwest and you've never set foot on a set. I mean, I'll tell you something. I learned more as a PA on a $3 million movie, Leatherface, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. On the 10 weeks I worked on that movie, I learned way more about how movies are made than I learned at film school at USC. As a matter of fact, I learned way more in 1989 about how movies are made than 99% of the YouTube pundits who are slagging off on Kathleen Kennedy. And it's frustrating and it makes me angry because I want to get up there and go, you people don't know fuck all about movie making. And I say that with love. I do. And I'm not saying I know everything about movie making, but I will say I've been on more sets and I've seen more movies made. Just a few. Superman Returns, Lord of the Rings, Chronicles of Narnia, X-Men, X-Men 2. I mean, what do you want me to say? What movie sets have you been on? And it's frustrating. It's frustrating because I think there's a real disconnect between Fandom and their understanding of how business, let's just talk business, how business works. And it makes me mad because I think Kathleen Kennedy has earned respect from people. And suddenly when it comes to Star Wars, all the respect she earned through her good works, it's amazing to me that people dismiss her. Like the woman produced E.T. in 1982 before most of the people that hate her were ever born. And it makes me angry. And I sit there and I'm like, boy, I'm glad you're not on the receiving end of the ire that you have for her, because she's done more than you ever will. And it just makes me angry because, and I'm not people are like, oh yeah, you're a cuckold bitch to Kathleen Kennedy. I'm not. But I understand how the business works. And I understand that Kathleen Kennedy has done things like hiring Lord Miller to direct Solo. That was a bold fucking move. It didn't work out. It was a bold fucking move. And somebody should actually stand up and say, wow, Kathleen Kennedy, well done. She thought she was doing something great. She thought and by the way, if it worked out, it could have really worked well. And they were going off page. They were not doing what they were hired to do. Or their process might not have been vetted by Kathleen Kennedy enough. And
this is my, and I'll come at you from a normie perspective, right?
Sure.
Because I call myself the common nerd for a reason, right? The joke is people are like, oh,
but you've got Prince's sunglasses, which are amazing. I love it.
Right, I love these. These worked out perfect with the hat. My wife and I did cosplay. Did a steampunk cosplay a couple of years ago. For Halloween, and I was like, you know what? I always thought I'd look good in a bowler hat, and they happen to have a bowler hat that had like all the bullets and all looked all steampunk. And I looked with this on, I put it on, and the wife was like, "Yeah, that does look good." And I'm like, "Well, we're just gonna go with the bowler hat." And of course,
what was the first movie your wife and you saw in a theater? Do you remember?
No
wrong answers, by the way.
No, the first movie her and I saw at the theater together, it was actually probably Dune. It might have actually been Dune.
Wow.
The recent one.
Not bad. Okay.
I'd have to go back a little bit farther and double check with her. She's a little bit better about remembering some of those kind of things than I am.
Yep.
But that was a great one. Because we've only been married. We got married in October, but we've been together for about 3 years.
That's good.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate that. But it's one of them situations where it's like, I understand where you're coming from, Robert, as far as like the technical aspects, the Hollywood studio aspect of that. And that's something I'll never understand. You know what I mean? And that's the reason why I interview people like you. I talk to actors, I talk to stuntmen, I talk to directors, producers. Like I had, I've been promoting the living Hades out of Nefarious the last few weeks. I've had two of the actors on. John Can is a stuntman that's been in Hollywood for 40 years. I had him on. I had one of the other actors on. I had the director and the writer on last week because I want to know. I love this stuff. I've always loved it. I was the nerdy kid on Saturday mornings that watched Siskel and Ebert. You know what I mean?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I loved that stuff.
God bless you, sir.
Thank you. They didn't always agree. Sometimes they disagreed. I hate the fact that my camera's glitching all out right now. Because I'm a very talkative hands person. But it's like one of those things. I love that stuff. I love that they disagreed. I love that they didn't always agree. I love sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. Sometimes they both hated a movie. They seemed honest. You know what I mean? They seemed honest to me. And that's one of the things, the biggest problem we have right now is there's so many of these, I call them acolytes of the cult. I call them people possessed by the spirit of the age because they are just out there simping for this stuff, whether it's good or bad. And that's my problem with it, right? I want an honest review. Give me an honest review. If you think something's trash, then tell me it's trash. You know what I mean? But just because it's attached to one of these major corporations out there doesn't mean it's good. Give me something honest. And it's like, and I know you were out there and Robert, I love you to death. Your work has been absolutely incredible. But, and I understand your perspective of Kathleen Kennedy from your side of things, from being in the industry and all that kind of stuff. But when you have a person who comes out there and flat out says that Star Wars has been too misogynistic, that there's been too many male leads, that literally goes out there in marketing and has a group of females with all t-shirts, which some of them, those t-shirts look very nice on, and said the Force is female.
Okay, hang on.
And said that they were going to do that. Well, from a marketing standpoint, right?
Sure.
From a marketing standpoint, is
very
what I'm
fair.
saying. It's like they pushed all of that kind of stuff. They pushed all that kind of politics. They pushed all that kind of identity BS. And then what did they expect? Their fans that are 60 to 70% male went, oh, you don't want male audiences anymore. You don't want male fans anymore. You want it to be all about the females. Okay, well, that's fine. We're going to leave. And you see that happening now, right? You see the audience scores. You see what happened to Boba Fett. You see what happened to Obi-Wan Kenobi. It's like, it's one of them situations where it's like, you guys are the ones that said this. We didn't say this. You guys told us this. And guess what? We checked out. So deal with the consequences of us checking out because you told us this Star Wars wasn't for us anymore. So I'm sorry. You know, Kathleen Kennedy absolutely produced some great stuff. E.T. is one of my favorite movies of all time. No doubt about it. It's an incredible movie. But the fact that you came out with marketing like that and pushed away this large segment of your fans that had been your fan base, that had pushed your toys, had bought your toys, had bought all your merchandise, had bought your posters, had bought your t-shirts for literally decades. And you just went, nah, we don't want you anymore.
Okay.
Well, guess what? You get what you deserve.
Great point. Before I respond, Retro Nerd Girl, I would love to hear what you think about the current state of Star Wars and where are you at on it?
Well, it's really well. I walked away from Star Wars, to be very honest with you, after the last prequel movie.
Okay, well, hang on. That's a really important point. What made you walk away from it?
I was not. How can I really still can't verbalize exactly what happened, but I know that after that film, I felt like, okay, that the end of an era has.
Let me just ask you, which film was it that made you walk away?
The last one, and it was actually really good. It was a good film. It wasn't the film itself.
You mean Rise of Skywalker?
No. Sorry. It was the last prequel one. It was
Revenge of the Sith. Okay.
Really great movie. Great movie. It wasn't the movie's fault, but I just felt I had been on sort of things were going like this. Like, let's see if they were going down, and so with it going down, like steadily getting not as good. I was just like, okay, well, there's no need for me to spend all of this money and time going to the theater and standing online and being such a crazy Star Wars fan if it's not really going to pay off and giving me that feeling that I had once when I was little and my mom was there and we all loved it all together. It lost a lot of stuff for me and a lot of meaning for me. And so for many, 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 many years, I just did not watch anything. Then the Obi-Wan show came on the scene, and although it has a lot of problems with it, for some reason, it brought me back.
Right.
It brought me back because, it had a lot of problems, but there was something about that show with Obi-Wan being in it and kind of returning to the storyline that I used to know. And it was like, oh, I know Obi-Wan. And it was kind of like, all right, this is a lot of information that I never had before about the Sith and the Clone Wars and all sorts of stuff. And it made me want to do research and find out about those things. And then The Mandalorian was sort of like blew my mind when I saw The Mandalorian because which I saw after Obi-Wan, and it was so good. I was like, wow, this really makes me feel like the old Flash Gordon serials where you had these like individual adventures and, it just had such a nice movement to it and the flow and tone. With a bit of like a Western feel too. So I just adored those, especially the first season. The second season had some really amazing moments, but I think the point where everybody is like really loved that place where Luke came into the scene. I felt like I felt a little bad about that scene personally because I felt like it took away from the moment. It took away from the Mandalorian himself. Like, these guys can't get the job done. We need to bring in Luke. And so that was kind of a letdown to me. And also season 3 of The Mandalorian is sort of like opening my eyes to even more stuff about the the downfall really of Star Wars and why it's not working, because we have to continue to keep going back to the same storyline over and over again. And just to tie in some information with like Kathleen Kennedy and kind of weaving in the storyline that you guys were talking about before, is like, I think personally, I think she's doing her job and she's doing it as best as she can. However, like if you notice, the problem with Star Wars is a Disney problem, and
Yes.
like their Disney parks are having the same issue where they're clearing out a lot of the old stuff and bringing on all the new stuff. Like there's hardly any reference to any of new the
By the
old
way,
Star
that
Wars
isn't. I just want to
classic
point out that's a very great point you're making, and it's not just about Star Wars. It's about Disney history. They're getting rid of all of Disney history in order to replace it with new stuff because, and again, this is a very American corporate mindset. And as somebody, I worked a lot on classical. The very first DVD special edition I ever worked on was on Fantasia, the original Fantasia. And
Freaking love
wow.
Fantasia.
Disney is very much interested in getting rid of their, but this is a very American idea, and especially a corporate idea, that they don't believe we Americans, we don't have our the only real cultural history we have is awful. Really? I mean, we are not, our history is not, and if you look at Disney, their history is based on the fairy tales of other countries. Cinderella, Beauty and the Beast, The Little Mermaid, Hans Christian Andersen. Disney is a company that has co-opted fairy tales from places other than America. And has based their entire brand. Now, they've done things like we have Davy Crockett. What's really interesting is Disney has a huge property in a movie called Song of the South, which has been Song of the South won 2 Academy Awards. And when I was growing up, Song of the South was a theatrical movie that was played, the last time it was played theatrically was in 1986. And when I was working on, I have it on Blu-ray, but what's really interesting about that is it's now been considered verboten and racist. And I'll tell you something, when I was growing up, the people that loved Song of the South the most were black audiences. They loved that movie, because it was one of the first films at the time that you had a black hero, and it's all gone politically crazy. But that was a uniquely American film in the Disney pantheon, and it won 2 Academy Awards. And the last remnants of Song of the South was Splash Mountain in Disneyland, and they're getting rid of that. Yep. And so what's really interesting is like Hans Christian Andersen, if you go to Copenhagen in Denmark, there's an actual Little Mermaid statue you can go see. And it's so what Disney wants to do is as a company, they feel that their classical background, it's not just Star Wars, it's all of the fairy tales that they've based their whole company on. They're embarrassed by in our weird political activist reality that we live in.
Every single one.
Like
even like Cinderella cannot just be a girl who is abused by her family, who finally meets someone she likes. It's like now she has to have a business, and she's the prince has to give up his kingdom to, and it's like what happened to the story?
No,
you killed You kill the story. You
Well,
kill the whole purpose. That these fairy tales used to teach things,
Well,
and within, and
we
they've
we,
lost
we no,
the entire
That's
story.
well, but that's one of my biggest things. I'm glad you brought that up too, because it's one of them situations where it's like we had Brandy Cinderella in the 90s. Okay, I remember that. I loved
Sure.
that movie on
Me too.
ABC. You know what I mean? It was great. And you know what the difference between Brandy Cinderella and Mermaid, modern Disney Cinderella, modern Disney Mermaid is? You know why they picked Brandy? You know why they told everybody they picked Brandy? Because she was an incredible singer.
Yeah.
And that's all that mattered. Because she was an incredible singer. And they made this version kind of like the Wizard of Oz, like the Oz version.
Well, like the
and
Wiz.
nobody cared. Yeah,
You know,
like
the
the
Wiz.
Wiz, exactly, like the Wiz.
I saw the Wiz 4 times in the theater
Nobody
growing up.
cared.
Well, here's the thing. Nobody
Yeah, me
cared
too.
but our civilization was on a fine evolutionary path. It was all about, inclusion. Let's everybody join, ease on down the road. We were on a good path. We
Well, I'm a kid, so
we had gay marriage. Well, all of that was on a fine path. It was only up until maybe the last 10 years or so where all of this, by the way, a natural evolution of people just accepting one another. We were there.
Yeah, I thought
So
so
I've
too.
got-
I thought we were making some really
Yeah, we
great
were making some
progress.
real, and it was happening naturally and evolutionarily because ultimately there is only one race of human beings on the planet, the human race. That's it. There are different ethnicities within that race, but there's only one race of people. And we were on a very fine path to achieving that. And we were derailed about, 10 years
I
ago.
think the pandemic really.
Even before that, but okay, that was an economic crisis, but we,
I feel you, brother. I've had this chest congestion for like the last 3 weeks. I totally feel you. It's one of them situations though where I grew up in the 90s, right? I am a child of the legitimate, like most half-breed in a mixed race family you can possibly imagine. I'm half Mexican. My little sister's half black. My little brother's a quarter Korean, and my other little sister's like 100% Wisconsin white. Okay, right? Like I grew up in the 90s. I was raised by my grandparents. My grandfather was,
was your dad a
much
super
older.
stud? Did he try? That's an amazing family makeup.
No,
Back right up,
no,
son.
no.
How did that happen?
Well, okay. So
You
I
brought
love
it
my
up.
mother to death. I'm going to say this first, that I love my mother to death. She's a very smart woman. She's an Army veteran. She's the reason why I joined the Air Force and everything else. But my mother, about every 5 years, decided she needed a new husband.
All right.
So that's how we all panned out.
That's good.
And
All
my particular birth and conception isn't something that most people want to talk about on a general basis, but I am here for that nonetheless. And it's one of them situations where, like, I grew up with my grandfather and some of his comments that weren't necessarily the most appropriate, even for the 90s. You know what I mean? But I understood I understood where my grandfather came from. I understood his time. I understood all that kind of stuff.
Well,
right?
there used to be a lot more common sense in the world. We all understood
absolutely.
that. Nobody would
Right, and so
necessarily
it's
get incensed comments. We were more mature.
But it was one of those things. I always grew up, I believed in Martin Luther King's dream, the idea of content of your character, not the color of your skin. That was what I was raised on, right? And when I grew up in the 90s, as a kid of a mixed race family, it was one of those situations where I was like, oh, 10, 20 years from now, 30 years, maybe even 100 years from now, maybe it'll take 100 years. Racism isn't going to be a thing anymore because we're all going to be so intermixed. We're all going to be so, we're all going to be so mixed diversity and all that kind of stuff that we'll just be talking about shades, but oh, you're from Texas, so you're darker because you spend all the time in the sun. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm from Wisconsin, so I'm white as crap, even though my daddy was black as night. You know what I mean? But that's what I was hoping for. And then like early, late 2008, 2010, 2012 timeframe, about the same time I was in the Air Force, all of that changed. it's like now all of a sudden racism became a thing again. Like now all that mattered is what the color of your skin was. And I'm like, how did this happen? How did this happen? Because I grew up on Martin Luther King's dream. I still believe in Martin Luther King's dream. You know,
oh no. Make no mistake. It was engineered.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was absolutely engineered, and it was engineered because a new tool existed that didn't exist before, which was social media. We all of us were now carrying around the ability of bad actors to influence all. I mean, the funny thing about it is there's been documentaries made on it. So it's not whether you're a conspiracy theorist or not. If people can shape your behavior to political ends or economic ends, they will. And social media has given people that need it that ability. That's what happened.
Facebook did that. There was a story, like in 2016, 2017?
Well, yeah, of course.
Facebook intentionally did that. They showed people negative things because they thought, well, this will affect them. And they did that. They legitimately forced that on people.
Yes, but the problem is, knowing that, we should be smarter and see what's being done to us. And unfortunately, you know, it is problematic. And now I would say it's gone to the other extreme. I mean, the idea that I was just watching a clip about, like, it's so funny people talk about being transphobic. Like, that word means literally scared of people who are trans. Well, first of all,
which is stupid.
Yeah, I mean, I've had LGBTQ friends since I was 13 years old for 40 plus years. When I was a teenager and my senior in high school, I used to party in gay clubs because a lot of my friends at the Seattle film scene, no one hit on me. I had no problem going to gay clubs. I had a lot of fun. I got to drink underage. Shouldn't have been there. Totally inappropriate. Never had a bad experience.
Jazz clubs.
I always had a great time. It was amazing. Nobody cared. You know, it was fine. This was in the fucking 80s, and it was terrific. And now all of this has changed. And now why is it that all of a sudden, like, trans issues, if you talk about the percentage of people that are trans in the world or in America or wherever, why is that dominating our political discourse now? Why is it that schools are spending millions of dollars to put tampon machines in male bathrooms in schools? Why is it? I mean, this is all a distraction, because I think that, you know, again, all of these ideas, racism, hatred, we were on a perfect path coming out of the 80s. 80s was so, talk about non-binary or androgynous, transgendered. The 80s embodied all of that. I mean, my God, it was all part of the culture, even into the 90s. I mean, you think about glitter rock and hard metal. Look at people like Dee Snider. You know,
yep,
I mean,
exactly.
It's like, are you kidding me? We had iconography in the 80s and 90s and into the 2000s. Gender bending was a thing, and no one gave a fuck. It was all a part of it.
Like one of the biggest stars of pop culture. People love him, and he gender bended all the time.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
so
and he was great.
Look,
so
think about Kiss. Think about Kiss. They were literally some of the major, like, 70s era glam rock. They all came out in makeup. They had long, crazy hair. And you know what? And they're still, everybody still loves Kiss.
Look at Paul Stanley, the Star Child. Or actually, Ace Frehley was the Star Child.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Paul Stanley was the Star. Ace Frehley was the astronaut, the alien, whatever.
Yeah.
Paul Stanley was a gender bending glam rock hero from the 70s. So the real question is,
a lot of feminine feelings, but he also had a macho thing going too. So it was like, it was so interesting to watch him. It was mesmerizing his performances.
Mesmerizing. And the real question is, How come?
Well, somebody's.
How come
Sorry,
though?
sorry.
In the last
Go ahead,
10
go ahead.
years, all of this stuff that our culture was dealing with just fine. Everyone was evolving. Everyone was accepting. Everyone had been dealing with this for years. Why is it that all of a sudden, in the last 10 years, with the rise using social media as the tool, the fulcrum, whatever, has our entire civilization been derailed over all of this, whether it's gender ideology, racial hatred, political infighting? Why has that happened? I mean, we were on a good path. The answer is we are all victims of external forces that we can't be defeated militarily. Our entire society, Western culture, is being systematically taken apart piece by piece by external forces that are very calculated, very smart, and they are attacking us on a daily basis. And they're turning us against one another, and we are buying into all of it. And
I do agree with that completely, because I'm now I'm going through all of the cartoons, by the way, of our childhood, and I went all the way back. And as I'm looking now from like the cartoons of the 1970s, 80s, 90s, lots and lots of inclusion.
Oh no,
lots
it
of
was
inclusion.
There was all kinds of inclusion.
Yeah, and it's not brand new. It's not a brand new concept.
Nope.
That women are the main subject of a hero story, that blacks and brown people are in stories interwoven as real characters.
Oh yeah.
This was like in cartoons. You don't have to do anything. You don't have no one.
No. That's what
They made an effort. They made an effort from like the late 60s, 70s, 80s. I'm going through all of it now. They had tons of
it's all there. And like you're saying, we were on the perfect evolutionary path. It was working. There was more inclusion. People were doing whatever. I mean, I always use Spike Lee as an example. When his first film, She's Gotta Have It, came out, I want to say in 86, he made a black and white film, a new voice, about a woman in Brooklyn who had multiple boyfriends. I'd never seen, coming from Seattle, I remember seeing She's Gotta Have It for the first time, knocked me out. It told me a story about somebody I had no connection with ever, a strong black woman from Brooklyn who was sexually liberated. This is in the mid-'80s. I'm like, this guy knows how to make a movie. You know, I was mesmerized by a story I wouldn't, and no one said, we need more black voices in cinema. No, he went out and fucking made a movie. He didn't get some grant. He wasn't given permission. Like anybody, anyone can make a movie. The problem is, it's really hard. And Spike Lee went out and did it. No one, we live in a world today where people believe, whoever they are, whatever their victimization status is, the trans community is being front and center because they're the most easily manipulated. We're the victims. We're going to die. We're going to kill ourselves. I mean, my God, anyone can make a movie. Anyone can come out and speak their truth. Spike Lee did it in the 80s. I'm sure he was told, you can't do that, but he did it. And then he went out and made School Days, and he made Do the Right Thing.
And he wasn't the only one, you know.
You had Robert Townsend. You had an explosion of black filmmakers making movies because no one is stopping anyone from doing it. But yet now you'll be told that, oh my God, everyone's trying to keep us down. You're trying to destroy us. You're trying to kill us. Words are violence. The real question is, when did this happen? You have to look in and go back and ask yourself, when did this happen? Like you just pointed out, Retro Nerd Girl. We were doing well. Our civilization was evolving just fine. The representation of people was happening all across our media. Everybody was all about the message of inclusion. Let's go forward together. It was completely derailed and turned into something else about 10 years ago. The question is why, who did it, and where are we now? Because the people, and make no mistake, it was targeted, it was planned, and it has destroyed our civilization. And they did a beautiful job. A beautiful job. And the thing is, as you just said, your research into only cartoons proves it.
Yeah, just cartoons.
Proves it.
Yeah, there's tons of it. Yeah, tons of it. It's kind of nice to see, you know, and
well, because you didn't believe it. Because we've been convinced to believe that this racist, horrible, you know, everyone. This has been engineered because these are the social issues that get under people's skin. And by the way, our social media has made us all lazy and crazy and whatever. And by the way, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Wait, I would say that, wait, hang on, the common nerd, we can hear me talking. But I was just saying, your research shows you what was true. The problem is no one's going back, and your research into cartoons gives you a complete overview of what's true and what isn't. You've seen it.
And I didn't totally, I mean, that's just an example, but.
Oh, shit. Cancel. Wait, cancel. Uh-oh. What the hell? Oops. Shit. I don't know what I just did. Hang on. Hope everybody can get back. This was a great conversation. All I was doing was... Come back, everyone. Come back, please. This was a great conversation. I was very much interested. Come back, you guys. I don't know what happened. Hang on. Wait, what have I done? What have I done? Reconnect. Ah, there you guys. You're back. Uh-oh, 101 Johnny's back. So, have you always been here? Have you? Hang on. Wow. Oh, wow. Well, hang on. Well, let me tell you. Let me bring you both back on. So, hey, 1001 Johnny, you're back on the show. So now, just so you,
whoever is breaking it up is interrupting the show.
People have known 1001 Johnny, who I thought was gone, was apparently sitting in the wings. 1001 Johnny's here, by the way. But Retro
Hi,
Nerd Girls.
Johnny.
So we'll continue on. So Retro Nerd Girl, your research into pop culture cartoons, it shows you. I find your analysis very interesting. So continue on with that. How did that surprise you?
No. Oh, well, I mean, it surprised me only because, I mean, a lot of them I had seen before, but there were tons more cartoons that I didn't know about that had the inclusion. And we're not talking about, more than 50% inclusion, but there was inclusion. and probably just about enough for the population of minorities to even out. And so I think there was a great deal of effort in the 60s and the 70s to try to bring a kind of more of a plethora of faces or races in different cartoons. I mean, you got Josie and the Pussycats. I mean, it wasn't necessarily like, you didn't like know that much about those characters, but there is another, area of inclusion. And it's like, again, that was just one of quite a few that I noticed that had some inclusion. And I might actually do a video just about that, about inclusion and in the past. But also, of course, that I do watch and love a lot of old movies, and they do feature quite a bit of inclusion in those. And there are tons and tons of movies just about female empowerment alone, and the list goes on and on and on if you put one together. So it's kind of interesting now. I'm like, why is there such a desperate need to show young girls that women can be powerful? Because that's not been a problem this whole time.
Well,
I mean,
okay,
there are tons of examples.
But let me ask you this, because if I were to say this, or if Johnny were to say this, it would carry no weight. But
Okay.
hearing it come from you,
Okay.
and looking at this, I would ask you, what do you think happened? Why is it that, like, I thought that in my mind, we were on an evolutionary track in my life where inclusion, equity, the thing about the movie business, people talk about, most people don't want to make movies because it's fucking hard.
Yeah.
And now the Academy acts like, well, people are being kept, excuse me, people are being kept out of the business, and they're not. Anybody who wants to get in the business can. If you want to make a movie, you can. The reason people don't is because it's really fucking hard. So what do you think happened to curtail this? Why do people not understand that this kind of inclusion was always happening?
Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just people just wanting more, which I can understand, wanting more, even more in stories about their experience. But I also think there are a lot of people who just take the word of the person next to them, and they don't really explore any of these things. It's just sort of, oh, I heard a soundbite about this, and they kind of go with it. But I think there have been moments in history where we've had these moments where we've had sort of like, the Black exploitation era is a very interesting time period. I mean, I don't think anybody's really super proud of those times, but they were hilarious movies, and they
But they
did
also gave a
contribute
lot of
to.
creative people,
Yeah,
Rudy Ray Moore, we saw Eddie Murphy playing him. I mean, the Dolomite movies
exactly,
existed because a black man willed them into existence. And you had people
exactly.
like Pam Grier, you had Richard Roundtree, you had, a lot of great actors making these films, and they were heroes.
Yes,
in their own. I
they
mean,
were heroes.
they were heroes, and they crossed over to the point where a James Bond movie, Man with the Golden Gun in
Oh
1974,
gosh.
was a martial arts film, but Live and Let Die was a blaxploitation
Ah,
movie.
it's my
Yaf-
favorite movie. Well, my
Yaphet
favorite Bond movie.
Yaphet Kotto, man. I mean,
I,
Filet of Soul, Soul. I mean, it was incredible, and it's like nowadays it's so weird to look at how the world seems to have gone crazy. The trans agenda has been weaponized, and I think that community, like, I don't think anyone's necessarily ever been scared of the trans community. However, the trans community has certainly been weaponized by certain forces to being used as a fulcrum, and it's in a way it's interesting. I find it interesting to watch because I've known trans people most of my adult life, and I've always believed that trans people truly are. To me, in my mind, trans people, there are truly trans people. We can't define it medically yet, but we will. I really believe that trans people, you will be able to one day, we will have the medical technology to find out that there is gender dysmorphia is real. There are people whose brains are female or male and they were born in the wrong bodies. We don't have that technology yet, but we will. And that's why gender dysmorphia exists, because it's true. It's truthful. And I think that's been the trans people I've known in my life, I absolutely believe that they are people that are born mentally, they are one person and they were born into the wrong physical body. And one day we will be able to quantify that medically. We can't yet. However, lately that entire that idea has been completely weaponized. The idea that children, puberty blockers, all this kind of crazy stuff has been. The real question is we should be looking into the origins of gender dysmorphia because it's truthful. I mean, I had a trans friend in college that was going through incredible pain and no one believed them. And I was like, I did. It was very apparent to me that this person was in the wrong body. No question in my mind.
That's one of my biggest issues with the whole trans thing is they stopped making gender. They took gender dysphoria out of the psychological mental disorders. Like they made it to where it's no longer technically a thing. And I'm like, that's the problem, because now you're not willing to treat these people medically. You're not willing to give them, like you're talking about, the proper counseling that they need to understand what they're going through, to understand the issues they're having. Now you've got this thing to where now it's just accept everybody. Well, if they say they're a cat, they're a cat. Okay. You're talking about people with legitimate gender dysphoria.
No, I'm talking about people that
have
are
actual issues about that.
But it's not even, I wouldn't even call it an issue. I'm talking about people that are naturally born human beings, that their brain chemistry is literally in the wrong physical, it's an actual physical ailment. That it
right,
just like
but that's something you can treat with. That's something you can treat with medical counseling. That's something
but here's
even if you want to go so far as saying like transgender surgery, like what's her face? I'm having a brain fart all of a sudden. Blair White, right?
Yeah,
like I have no problem with Blair White and the way
because she's hot as fuck.
Her life and all that kind of stuff.
She's hot as fuck. That's why you don't have a problem with her.
I found out about Blair White because I was watching the Dude Sons vlog channel, and one of their guys is actually her fiance. That's the only reason I found out about.
Dude, I would go out with her. I love Blair White.
Dude,
I'm too old for her. I could be your grandfather. But
right.
I
mean, don't get me wrong. Yes, of course. The appearance is very nice.
But I just like her personality too.
Oh yeah, she very, very smart, very intellectual. I like her personality, I like her talking. But even Blair White will tell you, like, this is an issue. This is a mental problem. You know what I mean? That needs to be treated.
Oh
properly.
No, it's
not something that should be accepted.
But here's the thing: I wouldn't say it's a problem. I would say it's a naturally occurring. It's a problem only in the sense that it's atypical. But if you're born this way, it's not a problem. It's a aberration to the norm, but it's just a fact. I wouldn't even.
Let me ask you something, Robert. Why do you think the numbers of those people have increased over the last decade and a half?
Well,
literally 30 350%.
Well,
Like
that's
we went from
okay.
having 1 to 2% of the population to now it's like 20 to 25% of
Well,
okay, of Generation Z.
Well, no, yeah, okay, that's a different issue. That's a different issue.
Right.
It's a totally different issue.
Okay, fair.
So I would say this. I think that from my experience, you know, anybody LGBTQ, I know in my own mind, I mean, I don't have any medical to back this up, but I've had LGBTQ friends most of my life. As an adult, most of my life, started as a teenager. They were born this way. Can I prove this? No, because I don't have the medical. We don't have the medical technology. But
Well,
I
that's the thing,
know,
they tried.
but I know as a human being that it's truthful. That my friends that are gay, they were born this way. They always knew they were gay. They were made. God made them the way they were. It's not a choice. Nobody would choose to do it. They were that way. I also believe that of the trans friends that I have. They were born that way. This is not something they chose. It's not something they made up. It is a naturally occurring part of being a human being. Just like, but we have genetic, I don't even call them aberrations, but there is 99% of the human population is one way, but there is 1% that's born different, whether it's intersex or whether it's straight, gay, whatever you want to call it. There are things that just happen naturally. That's how evolution happens. Look, there are times that flowers have 2 blooms instead of 1 or whatever. This is just biology. And in my mind, from what I understand working in the arts, all of the people that I've met, to my mind, have been naturally, I have not met anybody, at least that I've known well, that are putting this on. It's not an affectation. It's a real condition of how they were born. And I knew that 13, 14, you know, and the people that came out to me early, they did because they knew I was accepting. I didn't care. I had no problem. People are people to me. I just like people in general. And if you like people in general, I deal with people that are fucking assholes. I mean, you know, there's people that are assholes. They were created. That my gay friends, my trans friends, they weren't created. They were born that way. Assholes, they were created. And if I want to get rid of people in the world, there's a lot of... I keep all of my gay and trans friends. I get rid of the fucking assholes. Those are the people that got to go, or at least change their minds. And I because, you know, assholes are created. They're forged. They're turned into assholes. The people that are gay and trans were born that way. But the assholes, they were made. They were made after they were born. But I do think that what's happened, I do think that over the last 10 years, there is, and look, there's an entire strata of social devolution, politically, socially, sexually. I mean, it's not just trans issues or gay issues. It's Republican, Democrat issues. It's human and social issues. It's gun issues. All of this is intertwined, and no one is looking at it for what it is, which is a targeted attack on American society. You cannot defeat us militarily. Social media has given bad actors an opportunity and a way to dismantle our entire civilization, because everyone is carrying this all the time. And
you are preaching to the choir right there on that one, brother. And let me tell you this, because it's one of them situations where this is what I talk about all the time. It's one of them situations where this is not something that the main street pays attention to, right? Like, this is something that a lot of the people that are on the internet way too much, and obviously that comes to us because we literally, you know, we do the internet. You know what I mean? It's one of them situations where that's the thing. Main Street doesn't give a crap if you put a gay actor or a black actor or any of that other kind of BS in there, or a trans actor, right? Prime example, trans actor. You know, something like that we were just talking about. The problem is when the main street is told that you are stupid, that you are retarded, that you are X-phobic or this phobic because you refuse to like the fact that we made these changes to your character. That's one of the things that I was kind of making the point about the Brandy Cinderella back in the 90s, right? Because they didn't make it. The Cinderella wasn't marketed as being the first black Cinderella. No, it was marketed as award-winning singer is playing Cinderella.
Okay,
and I love Brandy. I watched the Brandy show as a kid.
But
you know, and it's one of those situations. She is an incredible singer, and I loved her as Cinderella.
But the funny thing about it was, like, nobody cared. You know,
right.
and when I saw The Wiz, to me, watching an all black version with Diana Ross and Michael Jackson and Nipsey Russell or whatever, watching The Wiz, I was like, well, that's cool. Show me the soulful version of The Wiz. Let me ease on down the road. I saw that movie 4 times at the Coliseum Theater in Seattle. I fucking love The Wiz. I never saw the Broadway. I never saw the Broadway play. I just saw the movie.
I did.
I fucking I fucking loved it. And as a white Jewish kid in Seattle, it never even occurred to me to think that The Wiz was some kind of, you know, black empowerment thing. To me, it was just cool that somebody would make a black version of The Wizard of Oz, and to get different kinds of music. And that was because I grew up in a household where, you know, my dad played Miles Davis, and I was like, what is this?
What's wrong with that?
You know, I mean, I found Bitches Brew. I'm like, there's an album called Bitches Brew. And my dad's like, well, you know, let me tell you about Miles Davis's electric period. I'm like, I want to be Miles Davis. And I started playing trumpet in band, and I didn't stick with it because I realized I'm never going to be Miles Davis. But it never, like, I didn't grow up in a world where my parents had never said a bad word about anybody, any size, shape, color, creed. My parents never said a bad word about anyone. And I grew up in a house where, I mean, Star Trek, my first celebrity crush was Nichelle Nichols. And the first time I ever heard the first time in my life I ever heard the N-word, I was 8 years old, and somebody said it about Lieutenant Uhura because they knew I was a big Star Trek fan. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And that's one of my favorite things. That's one of my favorite things about sci-fi, right? That's one of my favorite things about the Fellowship. We never gave a shit about any of that. You know, Lieutenant Uhura, we never cared. She was black. We never cared. She was great in character. She was a great actress.
But here's the thing.
She was the first interracial kiss on television, on modern television. And I love that.
But here's the thing. When I was growing up, I didn't even see her as black. I just saw her as the communications officer on the Starship Enterprise. And there's a second season episode called Mirror Mirror. And she is in the mirror universe, and you see her midriff exposed. And I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, I didn't even know what my body was doing. I'm like, I just knew I wanted that with those big, giant ivory green hoop earrings she wore. And I didn't understand. And it was a really big thing. My dad had to explain. I came home and I said, you know, I was in first grade. I was in Mrs. Fromm's first grade class. And this kid was using the N-word and screaming it about Lieutenant Uhura because I was talking about, and I didn't know what that word meant, and I didn't understand why he didn't like Lieutenant Uhura. Like, how could you not like her? Like what? And what was so funny was I'm like, well, they're aliens. You know, there's blue people. The Andorians are blue. You know, I'm like, I didn't understand. And my dad, it was the first time my dad took me and sat me down and had this long conversation with me. And he had to explain what racism was. And I'm like, you know, I'm 8 years old. I'm in Mrs. Fromm's first grade class. And I'm like, have they seen her with her shirt off? Like in, you know, I'm like, I didn't even know. I'm like 8 years old. I'm like, I just loved her tummy. I'm like, oh my God. You know, and my dad's trying to explain this to me, and he's trying to explain racism to me. And I'm like, admittedly, we were a fairly, very white thing, but a very white neighborhood. But I was like, but I'm like, because she was the first woman I like loved because she was on the Starship Enterprise, and this was like a 3-year love affair. Since I started watching Star Trek when I was like 5 years old, and I'm like, to me, she was like the perfect woman. She was part of the command crew of the Enterprise. She was on the bridge, and I'm like, she was the only regular female on the bridge. There were other women that came and went, but Uhura she was there, man. She used to wear gold, then she was wearing red. She was there from the beginning, and you know, she could contact any alien race. They're like hailing frequencies open. I'm like, ah, man, if I had a problem, you know, and that was the thing, man. And I didn't understand in my own young mind, it didn't occur to me that she was black. She was just Lieutenant Uhura, and that's the way she looked. Right. You know?
And that's the way it should be. And that's my biggest problem with all of this BS, right? Is because like when like I'm a big Stephen King Gunslinger series fan.
Yep.
You know, I like a lot of Stephen King's work, but the Gunslinger series is one of my favorites, right?
Yep. Have you read them all?
They told yes, I've read every single one of them probably twice. Which is one of my biggest issues with why the first book and the fact that he waited 15 years to write the second book. There's so many things left out of the rest of the series that they talk about in the first book.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's a whole that can turn into a 2-hour.
That's a whole different stream.
My point is though, when they told me that they were casting Idris Elba as the gunslinger, I'm like, dope. I love Idris Elba. He's an incredible actor. And you're telling me you're casting him as the gunslinger? That I'm like, okay, you're casting Idris Elba because he's an incredible actor and he can pull off this role well. And I loved it. You know, I know the movie had a lot of hate, had a lot of didn't make very much money. You know, it was a lot of people didn't like it. But
Idris Elba wasn't Idris Elba was not the problem.
Right. No, it was the writing. And a lot of that had to do with the fact that it was one of those situations. It was supposed to be the ending to Stephen King's stories, and it didn't pan out very well at all.
Yeah.
But Idris Elba played an incredible role. I love Idris Elba. You know what I mean? And it's one of those situations where it's like, I knew they picked him because he's an incredible actor. They didn't pick him because of identity politics and because of marketing. And that's my problem with a lot of the modern era stuff. Like I said, I love Brandy as Cinderella, but it's one of them situations where it's like now they go out of their way to go, we're doing this because of marketing and because of identity politics. And that's my issue.
But I would say that all of that's been engineered. We're living the last decade has completely American society and more of Western society, but particularly America. We've been completely derailed. Our entire social.
So too.
What's that?
Yeah, the derailed is the perfect word.
Yeah, and well, let me ask you this, Retro Nerd Girl. I mean, you've been delving into the fact that our culture was on an evolutionary. When I say evolutionary, I mean evolutionary, not like, you know, dinosaurs and all that, but we were American society.
We're moving close to like Star Trek, you know.
Yeah, we American society
becoming the melting pot.
Yeah, we
the actual melting pot we always promised to be.
We absolutely were, and everybody was. I'm going to tell you, people are going to hold this against me. I'm going to admit this. So I was dragged to see Step Up 2, The Streets. I did not want to go see Step Up to the Streets. I want to say this is the mid-aughts, 2000, maybe 4. I don't know when it came out. People can look it up in the chat. I don't know. So I go to Step Up to the Streets. And so there's like the good dance gang and the bad dance gang. But the good dance gang was our heroes, was very multi-ethnic. And I was really surprised by that. I'm like, and it struck me. I'm like, wow, I thought we're getting there, man. Like, we're getting there. Step Up to the Streets. I'm like, this is the multi-ethnic dance crew that's going to fight against the not so multi-ethnic dance crew. And the not so multi-ethnic dance crew they were the bad guys. And yet this multi-ethnic, you know, people from all over the place, they were the good people. We're rooting for them. And I remember sitting there thinking, I was sitting in the back of it. I was at the Grove. I saw it at the Grove in LA. And I'm like, this is wild. And it was the first time I was like, wow, like all these different, because as a child of the 70s and 80s, in the 80s especially, Prince is my favorite pop musician of all time. But in the 80s, you could go by Prince, you could go by New Order, you could go by Quiet Riot, whatever you wanted to buy. You could go to the record store and have an incredibly diverse bag of records. It was incredible, and people were listening to everything. Everybody was a fan. You know, I moved to LA in 1988, and LA was, even though you saw the Crips and the Bloods were killing each other, LA was still fun. Like, you could go anywhere, and I never felt like I went all over the city. I'd go to strip clubs in South Central where no white guy should be, but I had a great time. You know, I would walk in and I'd be like, hey, man, I just moved here from Seattle. And they're like, really? What are you doing here? And I'm like, well, I heard this place was cool. And people are like, well, come on in. And I'm like, what? Show me everything. And it was probably dangerous as fuck, but I loved LA. Like, we didn't have lowrider culture in Seattle. So I was really interested. Like, I'd go to like lowrider meetups where everyone brought their cars and their paintings and all that. And I'm like, this is amazing. And all I would do is walk up to dudes like, these were fucking vatos, man. They were strapped. And I just walk up and go like, this is amazing. Who painted this? Like, I would just ask, and they'd be like, well, let me tell you. You know, there was no, you walk up and you ask people and you show real interest. I never felt like I was in any kind of danger. I was just like, tell me about this. What is this? Who painted this? Because I love comic art, and people would just take you under their wing, and suddenly I would wind up in somebody's backyard barbecue. Nobody threw better parties than the Vatos, man. Those guys.
Oh hell yeah!
The
Mexicans are the best parties.
The best. The girls, the food. There was always somebody on the grill, just some grill master who would cook you the best shit ever. The endless beer, and all you had to do. And for me, they knew, and they would be like, let's go to the party. I'm like, but wait, show me the engine. Like, explain to me, because I was like, how do you make it? But that was all you had to do. Just show some genuine, real interest. And people are like, what is your name, Roberto? Sure, if that's, go ahead. Call me Roberto.
Well, and I think that's one of those things that people forget about nerd culture too, right? Like, we were always like that. Right? That's what we always wanted to do.
Well, even the same thing, by the way, the same thing has happened to nerd culture. We have had our own society weaponized against us.
Yep.
I mean,
this whole idea that and this is something that, Gary from Nerdrotic and plenty of other people bring up. Like, this is not a point that's new to me. This isn't some inspirational thing, but there was never a single time when I was growing up, going to a comic book shop or going to buy magic cards or going to buy anything like that, where there was a single time where a girl walked into that store and we were not like, hi, can we tell you everything about all of our nerddom? Like, it was that whole concept, that whole idea is complete and total BS. Okay. Because nerds, what do nerds love to do? We want to share our nerddom with you, okay?
Yeah, of course.
We want to tell you all about it. We want to get you just as excited about it as we are. There was the only quote-unquote gatekeeping that any of it had was people that wanted to come in and change things, right? They wanted to come in and do weird things and weird different things.
But
even then, that was never the situation. We still always accepted and took them in because you know what? Fan fiction's a thing. And we don't have a problem with it. Tumblr exists for a reason. You know what I mean? Y'all have your fun, write your weird stories. I don't care. You know what I mean? But don't turn them into movies. You know what I mean? But we're all accepting. We're all welcoming. Robert, you and I have literally already disagreed on several things on this stream already. That does not discredit the fact that I absolutely adore and respect every single bit of work you've ever done. And the fact that you decided to promote all of this Star Trek Picard season 3, got it out there to Gary, got it out there to Nerdrotic, got it out to the rest of the fellowship, got it out to the rest of the fandom. You're the reason I'm watching Picard season 3 because you told me it was good and it was a love letter to the fans. So
but here's let me ask you this, Retro Nerd Girl. So I don't know. Did you go to conventions? Were you going to comic book stores? How long? I mean, when you say Retro Nerd Girl, I love that about you because, you know, I sent you a super chat once, you know, didn't I? Yeah. And
Yes.
I was watching your channel, and one of the things I love about the fact that you decided, let me ask you this, because I don't know. Why did you decide to call yourself Retro Nerd Girl?
Because I wanted to focus on movies of the past.
Which, by the way, which I love. But I mean, I'm more
Yeah.
like, why did you decide to do that? Were you already a fan of older movies,
Oh
or
yeah.
did you feel that they weren't
Oh
getting?
yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It stems from like through all of this experience. It kind of made me realize how much my mom had a lot to do with my
Oh,
upbringing and how like focusing in on our favorite movies. And of course, Star Wars was one of the pillars, and we had a whole bunch of them, like Willow and the Dark Crystal,
right.
and
I
just so
hate
many
your
movies.
whimper. I love the
We just,
sketches.
oh yeah, that's just amazing. And it's just it was all of those movies that she introduced me to a lot of black and white movies, and just sort of my interest in seeing older movies. My specialty is really, I would say, science fiction. So
Sure.
when I went back and looked at a lot of the old science fiction movies, I was like, wow, and
Well,
part of
and you've
my
done a lot of great
television.
work. You've done a lot of great work on YouTube where you've gone back and looked into a lot of classic sci-fi films that I think a lot of the community hasn't seen.
Yeah, I
Which,
mean, I still think like Logan's Run is just not talked about enough. I mean, that movie is just
oh, it was a seminal,
incredible.
it was a big part of my life. I mean, but you know, I mean, but no. Only because, look, for me, I was 9 years old when it came out. My mom took me to the theater, and it was the first. I was already a huge science fiction nerd. Star Trek, Outer Limits, Twilight Zone, Star Wars hadn't come out yet. When Logan's Run
God,
came
I
out
love
in the
Outer
theater,
Yeah.
for me, it was in '76. There were two movies. There was Dino De Laurentiis's King Kong that came out. That was a big deal. And King Kong, I'd already seen the original, so it wasn't,
That's the
technically,
one with Jessica Lange, right?
yeah, and Jeff Bridges. And it was good. I mean, I really liked it. But Logan's Run with the dystopian civilization, it felt like a Star Trek episode without the Enterprise fixing everything. I'm like, this society's fucked. I'm watching Logan's Run. I'm like, where's the Enterprise? Kirk's got to show up and save these people.
Fix this mess right now. Yeah.
Because it felt like Logan. And when I was like, I told my mom that, and it was very funny because Logan's Run, when it opened, it was a double feature, and the second movie was this French Czechoslovakian animated film called Fantastic Planet that I love.
Yes.
I love
I love that
Fantastic Planet,
movie.
and it's so good. And 1973 won an award at
Oh yeah.
the Cannes Film Festival. 10 minutes in. So if you haven't seen Fantastic Planet, basically human beings are there's a planet where there are these aliens called the Drogs, these giant blue people pre-Avatar, but they're huge. They're like 50 feet tall.
Oh yeah.
And they keep human beings' ohms as pets. And the opening of Fantastic Planet is this woman with her baby running away from these Drogs playing with her, and they're like flicking their fingers, and she's spinning
She's
around.
nude, by the way.
And she gets killed. And Tia, this little girl, takes the baby, and my mother, I'm like fascinated by this movie because it's on this gigantic screen. And my mom grabbed me this is after Logan's Run. She grabs me by my arm and she goes, I will not sit here and watch a movie where human beings are treated like ants. And it was me and my sister, who was 7. My mom drags me out of the theater. I'm watching the screen going, what the hell's going on? Like, I couldn't believe it. And I'm 9 years old. And it took me a couple more years. And I finally got to see it. It was on a double bill with Ralph Bakshi's Wizards. But man, and of course, yeah. And so I own multiple copies of Fantastic Planet on physical media. But it was a big deal. And my mom was like, and for me, I'm like, I got it. Like, I understand these aliens are treating human beings like chattels, slaves, prisoners, whatever. Even 10 minutes in, I'm like, they're giant aliens. I get it. I wanted to know where it was going to go. And it took years because there was no home video then. There was nothing I could do. I had to wait. It sucked. I was like, Mom, she doesn't even remember. I told her this. I'm like, this was, by the way, 1976. So what is that? That was 46 years ago. Fuck you, Mom. You took me on a Fantastic Planet. You bitch.
So what you're trying to tell me is you still have a serious grudge against your mom for the
Well,
fact that
no, my mom was no. I would say this. Like, this is the thing that I would look at. My mom agreed to take me to Logan's Run. And I don't think, I mean, at 9 years old, and my mom took me there, and my sister, and my mom would take me. But it was, I'll tell you something funny. It was the only time in my life ever that I ever saw my mom have an adverse reaction to something that she was watching, some media. I didn't even know she paid fucking attention. My mom's 84 years old now. She was so incensed and angry. I was like, that's pretty cool. I was 9. I'm like, my mom's pissed. My mom would get pissed if my room wasn't clean. I'm like, I get that. But my mom's pissed because aliens are victimizing humans. And even at 9, I'm like, that's fucking cool. Good for you, Mom.
That opening was pretty powerful. I didn't expect that. But it sets the tone for the rest of the movie, and also like what these aliens think of humans. They're just like little insects, really, toys that they can play with, and it's kind of odd because I just love that movie. By the way, I don't want to get into just that movie.
I love that movie. I'm so glad you love it. I love that movie.
Yeah. It's great, but it has like this wonderful hero's journey.
Yes, yes, it does.
And it's just fantastic. It's wonderful.
Well, doesn't that feel like that's one of the biggest things we're missing these days too? Is like the hero's journey. You know what I mean? Like, why don't we get to see the struggle anymore? You know what I mean? Like, why is everybody just OP'd straight from the get-go? Like, why can't we see the struggle? Why can't we see the build-up anymore? That was one of the best parts about Luke Skywalker. That was one of the best parts about a lot of classic characters. Spider-Man, you can talk about a lot of other ones because they struggled. We saw them go through literal hell sometimes, whether if you want to talk about Spawn or Ghost Rider, which are two of some of my favorite characters as a kid. You talk about those two, they went through literal hell in order to come back and be heroes, and it's like, now everybody's just handed the mantle. Everybody's just handed all these powers. And it's like, that doesn't represent real life. That doesn't represent anything that anybody can relate to because nobody's handed a gift basket like that.
Well, I think that again, this is part of where our culture, it's been, we had a group of parents that, their children were suddenly a reflection of them. Like when I was growing up, my parents did not think that I was necessarily a reflection of them. I was to be shaped and molded and to do what they told me to do. I was not my parents were friendly to me, but they were not my friends. They were my parents. Like, I love my dad, but my dad never tried to like bro down with me and be my friend. He was like my dad, and if I did some fucked up shit, he would knock me on my ass and be like, don't do that again. And I've got go ahead. Well, no, I think what's really interesting is in people's quest to make sure their children are okay, they wanted to make things as risk averse and as non-painful as possible. And it's a very odd thing. You know, Michael Chabon, who, while I didn't like what he did on Star Trek Discovery, wrote a book about fatherhood. And there's a chapter in that book about what I was, a kid of the 70s, a free-range kid. Like, what's weird to me is that I was a kid, like our parents, the cliche that, oh, we'd let you out at 9 a.m. and just come back for dinner when the lights go down. My parents didn't know what the fuck we were doing. I mean, when I was 10 years old, my friend Jeff Swafford, who I'd known since 3, Jeff was the first person I knew who married a man. You know, he married his partner. And they married when same-sex marriage was legal in California, and then they took it away, and he was able to, then they brought it back. But I've known Jeff since I was like 2 years old, one of my oldest friends in the world. And when he finally came out to me, we were roommates in college, and he finally came out, and I'm like, bro, thank God you finally,
Yeah.
I was like, thank God you finally figured it out. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, okay, do you think we didn't know you were gay? Like,
Right?
Jesus fucking Christ. Thank you, finally.
I had a kid in my 7th grade class, and I had a kid that I knew in like 5th grade. Like the 7th grade class one was the very obvious one. And it was so funny too, because the girls all would try to defend him. No, he's not gay. Da, da, da. I'm like, homeboy's gay, okay? And then you know, like junior year of high school, all of a sudden he comes out. All the girls are like, oh my God, I can't believe he come out. I'm like, I've been telling you all this since 7th grade. Where the hell have you been?
Well, yeah, it was fun. Jeff had this on again, off again relationship with this girl, Sarah. And, you know, it was a very cantankerous relationship. And I would just be like, you know, there's a reason why this isn't working. But whatever. But so when we were kids, Jeff was, I was talking about this earlier tonight. Jeff was my friend who would plot these epic bus trips, you know, through Seattle when we were like 10 years old. And we were out there literally riding the bus all through downtown Seattle, going up to the Ballard Locks. We were going to the airport. Like, we were doing things at 10 that nowadays kids would never be allowed to do. And our parents never once questioned it, because like Jeff would plan out these trips. Like, he literally we would leave the house at 7:00 in the morning, and we would go until 7 at night. And we would travel, we'd go like 150 miles on buses in a day and go visit all these things. They were amazing. It was so much fun.
Oh,
and
wow.
and it was incredible. This is in Seattle. We're talking, you know, a 4th, 5th, 6th grade. And we did this because it was 50 cents on the weekends for a bus pass. So for 50 cents, you could ride the bus as much as you want. We'd go everywhere. And the whole fun of it was that Jeff would plot, he would have all the bus schedules, and he would plot where we would go. So we had to make all the different buses. And that was part of the fun. And we didn't have a computer.
Wow.
So if we fucked up, we were fucked. It was like, what are we going to do now? And it was so much fun. And, you know, there were times when we would ask other kids to do it. They're like, can we come with you? And we were like, come with us. And there was like 3 of us. John, his younger brother, would do it sometimes. And it was me. And no other parents would. They thought we were crazy. Parents were like, you can't just get on a bus and go into downtown Seattle. And we were like, but why? Like, we never had a problem. No one ever harassed us. No one ever said anything to us. There was no guys going or girls going, come, little boys, come into our car. Here's a piece of candy. There was none of that. Nobody paid any attention to us. I mean, we were going into head shops at like 11, looking at these giant glass bongs. I remember seeing a Starship Enterprise cocaine spoon. I was like, that's
Wow.
the Starship Enterprise. And I'm like, what's cocaine? I just wanted this Starship Enterprise, and I'm like, that's awesome. It's glass. It's a Starship Enterprise. And what's really interesting is that was actually the Pike Place Market, that head shop. It used to be right next door, but now if it's still there, I think it's still there. It's across the way from Golden Age Collectables at the Pike Place Market. That head shop's been there for 50 years or whatever. And yeah, so that's where we would go. And like, I didn't know. It was very funny. So when I finally figured out what cocaine was, I'm like, oh my God, I once saw a Starship Enterprise cocaine spoon. I wish I had that. And they're like, well, you want to do Coke? I'm like, no, I just want a class Starship Enterprise spoon. Now I have a silver Starship Enterprise pizza cutter up in the kitchen.
Oh,
wow.
I think that's way better.
I mean,
that's one of those things. It's like it was very much a different era. You know, I'm coming from a guy who's a registered manufacturer and processor with the state of Texas for cannabis products. FYI, I can do all the things that you'd like to do in California, except I'm legal and we all extract it from hemp. But it's one of them situations where it's like that's one of the things. It's like that it was such a different era. It's like like I spent 2 summers in Wisconsin with my mom. Like I said earlier, I was raised with my grandparents, but I spent 2 summers in Wisconsin with my mom between my 4th and 5th grade summers. And like we went everywhere. Nobody cared. Like we went, we were gone all day long.
Yeah.
We were always in our friends' houses. We were, all the moms and dads were at work. We were all running around. We went all over town. It didn't matter. And that's one of the other things I do, because I got 4 kids, and Robert, just for you special, I haven't even announced this on my channel yet. But I'm 99% sure I got a 5th one.
Well, congratulations.
So
would you like a
thank
puppy?
you. So shout out to
Do you want a puppy?
I got 2 dogs too. No. I'd rather have kids. But you are the first people I have announced that to on YouTube.
Wow,
so just FYI.
Well, I just want to point out, and the 263 people that are still watching the stream.
Right, but none of those people watch my stream, so they're not going to be able to spoil it for any of my people. They'd have to come subscribe to my channel if that was the case. They were going to spoil it for any of my chat, because I didn't plan on announcing this until the 17th of May, which is the day after my birthday, when I'm going to have my birthday bash celebration.
Do you know John Schnepp's birthday was May 16th? Did you ever watch? Did you know who John Schnepp was? He was on Collider. He was a friend.
Really bad with names.
Well, he was on Collider. He was a big guy, curly hair, mustache, and beard. He was on Collider Heroes.
Yes,
we were on Collider Heroes together. His birthday was May 16th, and he passed away.
Really?
But he was a day younger than me. My birthday is May 15th. So.
Robert, we're like birthday brothers.
We're gonna party on.
16th. That is
party on.
Okay. Look, thank you so very much for letting me on here tonight. I know you like to do the rando thing, but
no, this is I couldn't have asked the two of you. I couldn't have asked for a better panel. I mean, I just keep waiting. I mean, Retro Nerd Girl, I've been a fan of yours from afar, and you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, I've loved what you've done, and I've actually been surprised by some of the things that you've covered. And that you like them. Well, yeah, because a lot of people are not delving into. It's in a way like. As far as the YouTube space is concerned, I'm fucking old. And I don't have a problem with it, but it's just that I'm always surprised at how few times people are delving in to the history of the movies that we love. Science fiction, fantasy, horror. There's so much good stuff to see. And you're one of the only people that are delving into it the way you do. Which I think
Thank you.
You don't have to thank me. I'm just an observer, or a Robserver. Which I think but I love the fact that you're going in and doing that, because I think you're doing a service. There's a lot of reaction videos and things on YouTube, but I think a lot of those are not necessarily, they're kind of disingenuous. Reaction videos that people feel the need to talk all the time. I'm like, I'd rather not watch you watch something. You watch it and show me a little clip for 5 minutes, but then tell me what you thought. But, you've done some really great commentary, and really, you picked some really interesting things to watch. I think
thank you.
Well, no, I think it's great, and I wish, here's the thing. I do not understand what has happened to our culture. And I do believe it's been engineered. I do believe that I thought when I was growing up that our culture, especially really in the 80s, I had so much fun in the 80s. I went from elementary school to junior high to high school to college to young adulthood in the 80s. And I had such a wonderful time and saw what I thought was a great cultural evolution. which carried on into the 90s. And
Yeah, it was happening.
It was so great. It was so great to watch, the confluence of music and movies and people coming together. I mean, Aerosmith doing Walk This Way with Run DMC. It's like, I mean, it was all happening. It was all there, even into the 2000s. And
I had Corn and Iced Tea.
Well, there you go. I mean, it was, I was just playing Ice-T, I'm Your Pusher, which I fucking love that song. Do, 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 do. But what I've seen happen in the last 15 years is a weird, complete derailment of our social structure that is tearing us apart as a nation, as the West is being torn apart. And the arguments and the shit that people are saying is so not pragmatic, and it's so based on weird, like, I want it to be this way, and if it's not this way, and I'm like, what world are you living in? Like, it used to be that everybody's opinions were also based on common sense and their experience of the real world. Now I feel that nobody's points of view are supported by the real world. I listen to people tell me about what they think is right and wrong. I'm like, what fucking planet do you live on? In what world do you think that what you're espousing is going to help anything get done? Ever. About anything. And I look at, like, we've allowed the criminality to, like, let's just let people shoplift in Target. Because it's easier to just let them shoplift than it is to enforce the laws. When did this happen? Like, when was this a thing? When did somebody decide, like, okay, I'm reading about how stores are pulling out of Portland and pulling out of San Francisco. I'm like, because they're being robbed on a daily basis? Like in what universe that everyone's like, well, I understand that. How about them not being robbed? Like, why is it that, when did this happen? And it happened over the last 10 or 15 years, slowly, gradually, but normalized. Like, it was
intentional.
No, it has been normalized. And I'm looking at this going, okay, this kind of thing is shaped, it's controlled. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, all of this performance activism, all of it has been engineered. And I don't believe any of it. It's all about people trying to make themselves, I want to feel, their way of feeling better is to scream. And, like, I look at what happened here's when I knew everything was going to hell. So I went to college at a school called the Evergreen State College in Washington State, founded in 1967. Is the most crunchy, chewy, granola, hippy-dippy school ever. and I went there, no grades, Santa Cruz's sister college. I went there because they had great media loan. You could take out 60mm cameras and make movies, and crazy artist school. And to be honest, it was a great place to be. Loved it. It was liberating. It was amazing. In 2017, there was a student uprising there. And every year, they took the dean hostage. So what happened was, every year, there was I forget the name, there was a play that was written, it was set in Texas. And the play was that all of the people of color in this town did not come to work one day. So they removed themselves from the town. And that was the way the town realized how valuable people of all kinds were, people of color, and how much they responded to the community. And they would do this. It was called, like, the Day of Absence. And they had done this for years at Evergreen. Typical Evergreen activism bullshit. When I was at Evergreen, the biggest student organization was the Lesbian Gay Student Coalition. My film teacher, Barbara Hammer, who's passed away now, was a famous lesbian experimental filmmaker. She was the head of my film department. She was my teacher. I mean, it was a very crunchy, chewy granola school, and everyone was all cool with it. Sometimes you'd find orgies in the hallways. It was a crazy place to be.
What?
Yeah, it was crazy. So in 2017, I'm not kidding. I could tell you stories you wouldn't believe. So anyway, in 2017,
we'll have a podcast for that someday.
Wow, I could make a whole movie about it.
Hallway.
Yeah, not anymore. Not anymore though. So in 2017, they were going to have this this day of absence when people of color would leave, like in this play that they'd done every year. But a group decided that no, we're going to change it up this year. We're going to make it so instead of the day of absence, we want all of the white people to not come to work, to prove that you're allies.
Well, no, there was a professor somewhere in the United States that happened to, right?
Well, no,
he turned into a whole podcast.
Yeah, well, so what happened was Brett Weinstein and his wife Heather Haying were teachers at Evergreen, and Brett Weinstein said that's not really what the play is about. You know, you can't tell people to not show up. You can't. The whole point of the play is that you voluntarily remove yourself. And that's the whole point. So the town realizes what you're missing. If you flip the script and you tell people that you can't show up in order to prove your allyship to people of color or marginalized groups, you need to leave. Which is, this is at my college. These are students and groups demanding that another group voluntarily leaves to prove their allegiance. This is very different. This is fascistic, horrible idea. So Brett Weinstein writes letters and goes, I'm uncomfortable with this. This is not what this day of absence is about. He said this way in advance. And he's like, I'm not going to adhere to this. So when the day comes, he's still teaching his course. He's a college professor. That's what he does. These students, first of all, what fucking college students go to college and think they know more than the professors? And at Evergreen, a place that I went to, the most liberal, progressive, open-minded place that I have ever been, a bunch of jackbooted, fascist, Nazi thug students went to Brett Weinstein's class. They took the dean hostage. All of this stuff. It was the most narcissistic bullshit display. Because here's the thing. These kids are all about themselves, making themselves feel better for performance activism and whatever. They caused a situation that caused people to feel like Brett Weinstein and his wife, who had kids, feel that there was violence. Cops were called in. They caused a student uprising. It was a huge, look into this. It's an amazing situation. And you realize what happened here was these entitled fucking punk ass kids that don't know shit. They should have all been fucking locked up because those kids are dangerous. Those are the same kids that they feel they go to college thinking we know everything. The 17-year-old kids, whatever. Oh my God, we know. You're locking up the teachers. Why pay and go to college? Are you smarter than the administration? Brett Weinstein, they were there for 15 years. They were beloved evolutionary biologist teachers. They took students over the summer on sabbaticals down to South America. You know, they were very valuable academic people that inspired students. And in 2017, a bunch of fuckhead, narcissistic, dumb shit activist kids that were completely self-centered took over the school and, by the way, wrecked Evergreen forever. It's never recovered. And the thing is, that's where we're at now. Those students are the people that are now leading these ridiculous, they think they know more than the people that, if you're going to pay to go to school, why is it, like, to me, I went to Evergreen knowing that it was going to be fucked up, that I was going to be like, what's going to happen to me here at this weird, crunchy, chewy granola religious, no, they weren't religious, but religious in terms of like LSD and the 60s, and what is it going to be? Like, what's going to happen? Am I going to have a transcendental experience? I didn't know. I went there because I thought it was going to be dangerous for me. Like, what's going to happen? And I was waiting. I'm like, show me. I'm here. What? And it was crazy. It was fucking crazy. I loved it. It was crazy. But I certainly didn't know more than my professors. I mean, I'll tell you something. This is some crazy ass shit. When I first got to Evergreen, Bruce Springsteen's Live 3 CD set came out. And I had a college professor. One of our assignments was to rewrite Bertolt Brecht's Threepenny Opera using Bruce Springsteen's 3 CD live set as the soundtrack.
Oh my.
Oh, nice.
I fucking kid you not. I mean, that was what we had to do. And I wrote this post-apocalyptic story about this town that was trying to stay together, and it was all tracked with Bruce Springsteen shit. That was what Evergreen was like. And when I saw what happened in 2017, I'm like, these fucking dumb-ass kids they're so full of themselves. It's all about them. They want to feel better. I'm a performance activist. I'm helping the human race by talking about, I'm an ally of people of color. I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck are you doing? You're taking the dean hostage. You're running great teachers off campus. For what reason? Like, what are you doing? And this has happened now. It's infected academia across. Now colleges are, they're selling a product. And all the kids are customers, so let's appease. Customers never wrong. I'm like, Jesus Christ, man. When I went to college, I'm like, I didn't know what the fuck was going to happen. I want to have some experiences. I want to have conversations. I want shit to go down, man.
Challenged.
Yeah, I had no idea. The last thing I ever thought was that I knew anything. I was like, I don't want to know. What do I know? I don't know. I just got out of fucking high school. I'm going to some weird hippie college that has 16 millimeter cameras, and we're going to make crazy art and shit. And by the way, we did.
Yeah.
Well,
Sounds like fun.
Robert,
It was
Robert,
fun.
It was one of those things. You've said it several times throughout this whole conversation, and I've been nodding my head the entire time because I know all about the Evergreen story, and I absolutely love both of those guys, or the guy, husband.
Well, they have the
wife.
Dark Horse podcast now.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they
Yeah,
have Black
Brett
Horse
Weinstein
podcast now,
and
which is
Heather
great. Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love their podcast. But one of the things that you talked about is what? Okay, and I'm not saying anything Christianity wise. I'm not trying to push religion on you or anything like that. But what's the oldest sin in the Bible? Right? Pride. Right? That was what Lucifer felt. That's what Lucifer fell for. Right? That was what he thought. He could be like God. He thought he could be smarter. He thought he could create something better in his own version. And this is some of the things that I talk about in my videos a lot of the time, is because that's what these people are. They're narcissists to the point where they think they are better and smarter, faster and stronger than everyone that has ever come before them. They take these IPs that were built on the shoulders of giants. They try to stand on the shoulders of the giants and use them to push their message. And that's the problem, is they have no real creative talent whatsoever. They don't aren't able to do anything. And it's just, that's what they end up with. It's narcissism leads to one thing. Like you talked about earlier. Why does all this chaos exist? Why are they pushing all this kind of stuff? Right. One of the things that I always tell everybody is, one of the things you have to realize is, when you really understand, and we're not talking about like the normies, right? We're not talking about like the people like you appreciate, the people that are still kind of are willing to accept different ideas and stuff like that. When you talk about like the cult people, people that are really pushing all of this kind of stuff, it's a death cult. Because what else does this lead to? What does all this infighting happen among Star Wars fans? What does all this infighting lead to among Disney fans? What does all this stuff lead to at the end of the day? They want destruction. They want to destroy what came before. They want to ruin what came before.
Well, here's what I think.
Rewrite it in their own image.
Well, I also think, and Retro Nerd Girl, I'd be curious to hear what you think about this. You have delved into the past, and I think you have seen that a lot of the complaints of the present just aren't true. So what I find so fascinating is the people that are really bitching and moaning and complaining really don't know as much as they think they do. And they haven't delved into real history. They haven't, especially like when it comes to entertainment and representation, like Retro Nerd Girl, you were talking about animation, and they don't know because, by the way, they've never watched any of it. And
Yeah,
that's what kills me, is that they've never actually watched it, and they've never experienced it for themselves, and they've never seen it in a historical context either. They don't understand like where we're coming from and how far away. Like when Logan's Run came out in 1976. You know, in 1976, you were 30 years away from the end of World War II. World War II ended in 1945. In 1946, 76 was 30 years away. 30 years ago was 1993. And if you look at the difference in American culture between 1993 and 2023, it certainly was not nearly as different as it was between 1943 and 1976. That's the changes that happened in American society between 1945 and 1976 were enormous. You know, the rise of the middle class after the end of World War II, the 1960s, where you went from, you had the entire civil rights movement, you had women's rights, you had Vietnam. I mean, the cultural upheavals that happened. I mean, we had like 9/11 and all of that, but we weren't a part of it. It was always happening away from us. The civilization, the incredible shifts in civilization back in the day were very different than how they are today. And when you talk about delving in, I mean, what do you think about that? Do you think, I mean, now it seems like you'd think that there's more injustice happening in the world, especially in America now, than ever before. And yet, other than the fact that kids are, like, we didn't have school shootings between 1946 and 1976.
We also used to teach gun safety in gym class.
Yeah, I mean, I went to summer camp and learned how to shoot arrows and guns.
Yep, me too, and Cub Scouts.
Cub Scouts, and I went to YMCA, Camp Orkila. And we learned how to shoot 22s and shot arrows. I mean, arrows that if somebody, here's the funny thing.
YMCA.
I mean, yeah, YMCA, Young Men's Christian. I'm a Jew, and I went to YMCA summer camp. It was awesome. But can you imagine the idea of putting lethal weapons in the hands of children to learn how to use
like
effectively?
A bow and arrow?
Well, I mean, these were bows, like these were bows that you could hunt with, like kill somebody with. You could also kill somebody. Nobody ever thought anyone was going to go nuts and take a gun. We never had that. This is a new phenomenon. It's a new phenomenon.
That's because you had cultural enforcement back then. Shame was an actual thing back then. Like, people were embarrassed about the bad things that they did back then. And nowadays we glamorize it. You know, think about what happened after Columbine, right? Like all the books that got written, all the novels that got written, you know, all of that other kind of stuff. Think about like the 70s and the 80s with all the serial killers. How many books, how many documentaries have we done over all of those monsters? And we've glorified them. You know what I mean? So now instead of those people being betrayed as, I mean, they're still betrayed as monsters, but you still get a Netflix special out of it. Whereas, you know, before you were set in the middle of the town square, hung, and then we never thought about you again. You know what I mean? Where now we spend decades of our lives researching these psychopaths, looking into all of this, and then at the exact same time we glorify it. Like it's an absolute monster.
Well, but here's the thing. I think that you know, there was an idea, like when I was in school, if you had a problem with a fellow student, you'd never tell anybody. Like, I would never go home to the last thing in the world I wanted was my parents to know something and march into my school and bitch at my teachers. If I got a bad grade, my dad would be like, "What the fuck did you do?" And he was a nice guy, but he'd be like, what is this? Why do you have a
What
C?"
is this? That's
And my dad's like, "You know why you have a C? Because you didn't do the work." And the thing is, he's like, "And I don't need to tell you didn't do the work. You know you didn't do the work." And there was an understanding that that's absolutely true. And my dad's like, "I expect you to do better because he wouldn't say this necessarily this way, but my dad was like, you're fucking up. And I can get mad at you, but I'm mad at you because you're fucking up your own life. And you're better than this. And why aren't you doing the work?" And I'm like, like you said, shame. I'm like, well, fuck.
Yeah, my mom was the same way, you know. Well, I had a different relationship with mom. She treated me a lot like a friend.
Right.
But when it was time for her to be a mom, I did something wrong, the tone would change. And she was like, you know, I expected more from you. And that would hurt me so deep inside.
Oh, man.
Because I would just like, man, I really messed up. It would hurt way more than anything. So I didn't want to disappoint her because I felt like I was a partner, you know, in our in our friendship, relationship, childhood mothership thing going on, and I didn't want to disappoint her. And so, but she was a mom. Like she would put her foot down and say, "Look, I don't expect this from you. You let me down," and that's hard. You know, I think today a lot of kids are like, when they get in trouble, their parents take up for them and start yelling at all the everybody else. It's everybody else's fault.
Yeah.
And not like
Instead of the
my
te-
kid's
yeah,
perfect. My kid is perfect, you know.
Yeah.
Instead of saying, "Hey, look, I need you to do the homework. I need to see the homework."
Yeah. Oh, man. That was another thing. You were held.
They yell at the teacher now, and even though the
Yeah.
kid doesn't do what they're supposed to. And that's one of the things too. Like I grew up in the 90s, right? And it was one of the situations that I was one of the first generations of the participation trophy. And
Right.
I played what was it? T-ball. I played T-ball. Only ever played one season. My team only won 2 games. The first one and the last one. That was it. But you know what? At the end of the year, we all got a trophy. And you know what? That was the most pathetic, worthless trophy that I never gave a shit about in my life. When I got to high school, I started doing theater. I started doing extemporaneous speaking. I started doing speech debate. I started doing all that kind of stuff.
Wow.
I earned those damn medals. Okay. You know, I went to those competitions and I won those. And those are something that I've held on to my entire life. That bullshit participation trophy I got in 2nd grade for playing T-ball,
Well,
I never gave a shit about.
but what was so interesting to me about all that is that where did this idea come? Well, I was visiting my sister, and she has 2 boys. They're older now, but when they were younger, Peyton, her youngest son, is great. He's great in sports, and he was on a soccer team, football team, and it was 3 teams playing each other. And I get there, and I'm like, "So, who's keeping score?" And my sister's like, "Oh, no, they don't keep score." And I'm like, "What?" What? And I was like, "What? Why?
Why are we doing this?
Well, they can't keep score." And what was?
Why are we playing?
Well, here's the funny thing: the kids were keeping score. I could ask Peyton. I'm like, "What's the score?" He's like, "Oh, the score is like 4-3, and we're gonna kick the shit out of them." And I'm like, "Why aren't?" And what was it made me realize that, wow, all of this isn't even about the kids; it's about the parents. And I'm like, it was so weird. It was such a bizarre. I'm like, okay, the whole reason to play sports is because, you know, you're pitting people. It's competition. The whole purpose of it is to have a competition where you're watching various people on various teams bring out their skill set, you know, and use it. And some people, and you see who comes out, and then you get better. The people that lose get better. Hopefully they rise up and they'll win next time. That's literally the entire point of competition. And yet it had been like subjugated, changed to these kids are these. And I'm like, do these parents know what they're doing to these kids? I mean, I'm looking at this going, this is the most fucked up thing I've ever seen. And the kids themselves are the ones keeping score. And they're like, they're not telling the parents they're doing so. And I'm like, you've got kids lying to parents. You've got parents lying to children. And yet there's an activity that exists for a specific purpose that both sides can't acknowledge. And I'm like, wow, man, this is not good for Western society. And it's going to
30 years into the future, this is when we're going to start seeing this roll out.
Well, we see these consequences right now. That's the problem. We see the consequences of what Robert is exactly talking about back in the day. We are seeing those consequences now, right? What were you talking about earlier? The weirdo narcissists at Evergreen, right?
Oh,
now
man.
where they are. Where are they now? They're in charge of Disney. They're in charge of, a lot of the major media.
I don't know how much they're in charge of. But I don't know. I don't.
But they're influential enough to cause a lot of these major effects that we see now.
Yeah,
Well,
these ideas seem to be spreading. Like for some reason, there's a lot of these ideas of like being allies of things kind of spreading, and that to me is like one of the most dangerous things. Some people don't even know what the heck they're talking about when they claim that they're allies of stuff. I'm like, really, the best ally you can be is to be supportive in a more quiet way. Nobody's asking you to do this. Don't come up with these ideas to like, okay, well, how can we brainstorm to blah blah blah? Like just if somebody asks you for help, maybe that's where you do this, but don't just come up with dumb ideas on your own.
Well, here's what I think that, like, to really affect change is to actually to do work. What we now live in a civilization, at least the West or in America, where because of social media, we've created a platform where people think that pushing back against someone on Twitter or Facebook or Instagram or TikTok or whatever actually is valuable. Like people actually believe, like I've been called all kinds of names on Twitter by people that I don't even know. I'm like, do you watch my channel? Like, and clearly they don't understand my humor. They don't know, but they do think by pushing back against me that they're doing something, like they're accomplishing something. And I think social media has taught people that, and when you engage with someone, even if somebody blocks you, if someone says something really rude to me, I'll just block them. I don't even know them. I'm sure they run away and go, look, he blocked me. And they feel that they've scored a point. Because of the fact that the parents have been so protective of their kids, they haven't required, there's a whole generation of people. And, I Elizabeth, my girlfriend, I've kind of raised her two daughters. And I've watched this happen as they've grown up from their teen years into their 20s. And one of them, the older one, started her own business. She's amazing. And she's really regretful of she's 22 now. She's got a great business going, but she's really regretful of her teen years. She feels like she had no idea what she was losing by not applying herself and not doing the hard work and all this stuff. And
hindsight's 2020.
Yeah, and what I find that's so interesting, like for me, one of my favorite, when I was in high school, I was the feature editor of our high school newspaper. And back then we didn't have computer technology. So to do the newspaper, we had to drive out to the university district, which was pretty far. And we had a typesetter that would literally print out the news stories, and we'd literally have to paste them up on paper and then take thin chart pack black tape to put boxes around and physically lay out the paper. It seems like I'm talking about the 1900s, but it was like it was the 1900s. It was 1984 and 5. And so we would,
year before I was born.
So we would work hard. We'd drive out. We'd spend all night pasting up the paper. Then we'd drop it off of the printers. They would print it, and then we'd bring it back to the high school and then put out the paper. And it was like 20 of us. We wrote the articles. Then we actually had to literally physically put up the paper, but it bonded us together. Like we had done something. We had made something. Not only did we write it, but we'd actually have to physically make it. So when you finally saw the paper, it was like, wow, we did all of this. We had to travel someplace and do it. And the gratifying thing was that when we delivered it to see kids reading the newspaper, you know, it was something we'd made. And it was something that was physical that you could pick up. I still have copies of it here now.
Oh, that's cool.
And articles that I'd written and stuff. And it was a thing that we'd made. And I often thought like we who worked on the newspaper, we were all different kinds of people. And my journalism professor, her name was Alita Kyer, Mrs. Kyer. She passed away a couple years back, but she was like this grand dame. She was so, she spoke kind of like this, and she was not dramatic. She was just this way, and she loved the journalism students. She loved everybody, and she wore scarves and long coats, and she was like a woman. She wasn't even British. She was a woman out of time, and I loved her. And it was what was so amazing. We all loved her. Everybody loved Mrs. Kyer, and she just every time we did something, she's like, "Bob, that's delightful. I love your article about girls wearing makeup. This was fantastic. You might want to change this sentence if you want to, but it was delightful." And that was her way of, I'm like, if Mrs. Kyer said I should change a sentence, I'm going to look at it. I mean, and that was my experience of high school, you know, and it was working together and making things with people, and it was all of us. Like nobody ever thought like, oh, this guy, he's a douchebag, or I hate her, or this dude's gay, or I'm not going to work with him. Nobody ever thought that. It was like we were all making the paper. Like it was this thing we were making, and it was all about all of us making this thing together. And you know, we got to do it every month. You know, we made during the school year, I think we put out like 9 issues or something. And it was a thing that we got to make and do. Like we did it. We had, and no one else would do it. And the funny thing about it was that was my high school career was all about, I mean, I remember it as being, I always worked, I had a girlfriend, and I made stuff, you know, and worked with people I liked, and we partied on the weekends, and we worked really hard, and it was a great time. And I never remember a time when, in high school especially, I'll tell you, I was working I'll tell you what I did. I've said this before, but so I worked back in the olden days. I worked at a video store, so I used to run a little bit of a side business where when I was 16 and could draw.
I think I heard about this.
So yeah, so what I would do is I would charge, if you wanted booze, because I work with people that were older, I would charge, if you wanted to say $10 worth of booze, you had to give me $12. And
I
so
didn't hear about this one.
Oh yeah, so I would take orders because in Washington State, in order to buy booze, you could buy beer and wine, but if you wanted hard liquor, you had to go to a Washington State liquor store. We didn't have booze in supermarkets, and my video store was right next to liquor store. So I would take orders for all the seniors that were throwing parties. So on the weekends, I would have like $200, $300, $400 worth of booze in my car, and I'd go to 2 or 3 or 4 parties and drop it off, and I would bring like a porno movie or a first release because I was working at a video store. But I only did it to meet older girls. I mean, I was like, you know, bring me to the party with the older women. And they're all like, oh, Rob, because I was bringing the booze. So I was like, why didn't come in? You have a beer. I'm like, okay. And it was like the greatest thing in the world. And, you know, it wasn't that much money, but still, if, you know, $100 was $20 for me, $200 was $40. And I got to hang out. I got to hang out with senior girls. And sometimes that worked out. And it was all good. It was all good, but I'm like, that was college or high school, man. It was all about working and having fun and making stuff, and And I don't know when that changed. Like, I can't even imagine. Like, I read the book. There's a book, actually, a book called Columbine. And I was reading about the anger and the like, it was terrifying. You know, it was.
Think about this for a second. You said this very, very well. You guys were working on something, right?
Yes.
You guys were working on a project together. You were working on a collaborative piece, right? You had a goal. You had a purpose.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And I think that's one of the biggest things that we lost. I would say probably late 90s, early 2000s. Then, of course, for some of us, you know, Iraq and Afghanistan kind of kicked off on another purpose, which was based on a bunch of BS. And we can have a whole lot of arguments over that, but that's not the point right there. But I think that's really what a lot of it lost. We lost kind of that purpose. You know, we lost that goal of achieving something better than ourselves. You know, we when in the 60s, the 70s, we kind of had like the space race, a lot of that kind of stuff. But like what you were talking about, you collaborated, you guys got together and you did something. What were we talking about earlier? The narcissism that constantly exists in every aspect of society nowadays, right? It's because now you're not trying to achieve something better than yourself. You're just trying to make yourself better. I think that's the biggest problem. We're not trying to get together and make something grand and beautiful and wonderful as a collaborative project that we can all be proud of. Some people out there are now just trying to make sure that it's all about them, that it's all about their name and lights, that it's all about whatever it is on, you know, X, Y, and Z. Whereas before it was all about,
hence we're all talking on YouTube.
Right. You're right. Exactly.
I'm
right.
just kidding.
Trust me. I thought, no, trust me. I've said that in my videos plenty of times. I'm like, as the narcissist that's making videos on YouTube, hopefully for a living at some point, you know what I mean? It's one of them situations where it's like, yeah, I totally get that. But it's one of them situations at the exact same time, we're all called to do certain things that we're supposed to do. If you have been blessed with the gift of writing, then you should write. If you've been blessed with the gift of painting, you should paint. If you've been blessed with the gift of gab, then talk.
Yeah.
And, you know, and some people don't like how much I talk, and that's okay. But that's the reason why I have a YouTube channel, so my wife doesn't have to listen to all this shit all the time.
But she lets you have the channel, so that's cool.
She does. She totally does. But at the exact same time, it's one of those things. That's why I use my gift of gab to promote the Iron Age, to promote those independents out there, to talk about all of that kind of stuff, because it's not just about criticizing the people of old. Because at the exact same time, if you're just going to criticize, then you're not doing any good, because you have to represent the things that are better, that are good. And we're getting a lot of good things right now. We have had a lot of solid things. I'm super stoked for Dune 2. I can't wait.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so excited. I just heard, I did a video, or I at least talked about it on one of my live streams, about Babylon 5. The original creator is coming back with an animated series.
And the animated, it's a movie, and it's apparently already done. The movie's done.
It's already written. It's already written. He said that.
No, I mean, the movie's already finished. The animated movie, they've already made it.
Oh, I see.
Wow.
I just heard that the script was done.
No, apparently, from what I understand, he's already made. And look, I'll tell you something else. I saw a movie at CinemaCon called Joyride. And it's these 4 Asian girls. One of them finds out that she's going to go find her birth mother. She was adopted by an American family. It was absolutely, first of all, it was filthy. It was hilarious. It was one of the funniest movies I've seen in ages.
Oh, wow.
And there was no reason I should have, you know, what do I know about being Asian and other than thinking Asian girls are hot as fuck? I don't know. But this movie was so, don't sleep on this movie. Joyride is going to come out. It's as funny as the first Hangover. It is so good. It was, I laughed. I mean, it was hilarious. So it's a movie that people.
And this is what we need.
Yeah. And it played at like South by, I think, but it was hilarious. And so there's a lot of great, like I've seen a lot of, I just finished watching Kerry Russell and The Diplomat, which I loved, great series. There's a lot of great, for all the bitching and moaning and complaining we do for our franchise properties, DC, Marvel, and Star Wars are 3 properties. There's so much good stuff out there. You just have to look at it and find it. And
absolutely.
You know,
speaking of independent stuff, Robert, have you seen Nefarious with Sean Patrick Flannery in it?
I have not. People keep telling me to watch that.
Oh.
Yeah.
You need to. I've had 2 of the actors on. I had Bryson Green on, and then I had John Can on, who is apparently he's been a stuntman in Hollywood for like 40 years. And then I had one of the directors and the writers on. And Sean, I've heard this from so many people that are very well more exposed to all this, actual legitimate movie critics, right? I'm just the guy that screams on YouTube. But like one of the
Somebody's got to do it.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Somebody's got to do it. God bless me with the gift of gab. So I'm going to do it, I guess, until he tells me I can't anymore. But it's one of those situations where this chick used to write for Worldwide Movie Review, like this magazine that was like Worldwide Magazine or Worldwide Movie Magazine or something like that. I can't remember the name of it anymore. She works for another independent company now. But she said it was literally on par. It was better than Anthony Hopkins doing The Silence of the Lamb.
Oh, wow.
And let me tell you, after watching it and then interviewing two of the people that were on set and the director, holy God.
Where
he was able to pull off. Go ahead.
Where is it on? Where can I see this?
Well, initially it was only released in AMC theaters. It got a lot of cutbacks. So you might have to drive a little bit.
Because I've seen the trailer for it. It's the guy in prison, right? The prison movie where he goes on the trailer looked great. I mean, I was like, I want to see that.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, I knew the guy that wrote the book behind it. I've been waiting for this movie for like 2.5 years. So like I was super stoked about all of this. And then when they told me that Sean Patrick Flanery, because I'm a huge Boondock Saints fan, so when they told me that Sean Patrick Flanery was cast as Nefarious, I was like, I straight went girled out. You know, I was like, it was an incredible movie. It's an incredible movie. If you get the chance to find a way to see it, do it. I mean, honestly, if you reach out to the producers or the creators, they'll probably slip you a live stream version of it or like a digital version of it that you can just watch and review it, because that's how big they are about promoting this movie.
By the way, I just want to get their super chats I've missed. And I was like,
get the super chats. Chat's the most important.
So Dub MCZ has sent in a few and says there was a recent interview with Kathleen Kennedy talking about eventizing Star Wars, aka 3 years per movie, citing the Bond series as a reference. Well, that's what George did with 1 through 6. Rob, what's with these execs thinking longer breaks yield better products on screen? What about good storytelling? Well, Dub MC2, the Bond movies used to come out every 2 years. When I was growing up, they came out every 2 years. Eventizing, I think, is all of this. Here's. I have to. It's hard to impart this to people. The people in Hollywood do not watch movies the way we do, if at all. So the people that, like Brent Spiner told me when I was interviewing him for the Next Generation Blu-rays, he goes, I've never seen an episode of Next Generation. And I'm like, really?
Oh yeah.
And he's like, well, why would I? I mean, I was in it. He told me that he'd seen the movies because he had to see them contractually. He had to go to the premiere.
Yeah.
Michael Dorn, however, watched all the episodes. Michael Dorn's a huge classic film fan. And it's just the way people are different. But the people that work in Hollywood, they're the last people that know anything about movies. Mm-hmm. And I know it seems antithetical to all of that, but they don't know, they don't care. Movies are a product that they're making. So what's happened is, like, there is a complete disconnect with the way fans watch movies and the way the people that make the movies make them, because the universe in which movies are made have nothing at all to do with the fans. We want to believe that they do. They have nothing at all to do with the fans, because Hollywood knows that the fans are going to show up anyway. A Star Wars fan, but here's the thing. People say that's a bunch of horse shit. And I'll call out.
We'll see what happens with Guardians of the Galaxy next weekend.
Well, but I'll call out fans. If Guardians of the Galaxy is good and people like it, they'll go see it. There's no reason why people shouldn't go see it. If it's good, it's good. And
most people are liking it.
Yeah, and people are liking it.
I've
and
heard a lot of people have really enjoyed it, but the numbers aren't lining up.
Well,
the numbers just aren't lining up right now.
But
people aren't going for the repeat views like they.
Yeah,
but
the thing about that is because there's been almost 30. Wait, so the Infinity Saga was 23 movies, including Spider-Man: Far From Home. That was 23. Black Widow was 24. Eternals was 25. Shang-Chi was 26. Right.
Mm-hmm.
After Shang-Chi, what was there? We got
Eternals.
Thor. No, I counted Eternals. Thor: Love and Thunder, 27. Quantumania, 28. I said Wakanda Forever, 29.
Yeah. Well, did you miss Doctor Strange and the Multiverse?
Yeah, that was 30.
Okay.
So this would be 31.
Right.
There's 31 Marvel movies, and after the Infinity Saga was over, I would say that the real problem with Black Widow up through now Guardians, there's no narrative thrust. Right. They have failed.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone's talking about, okay, from the very beginning of Iron Man, at the end of that movie, the Avengers are being formed. So the entire time, the post-credit scene, that the Avengers. So you went from 2008 to Iron Man to Avengers in 2012, 4 years. All those movies built, and Avengers fucking kicked ass. It was like unbelievable watching the Avengers. Okay. Unbelievable. In this, I don't even know why. What is the Marvel? They talk about, like, the only reason we know that there's going to be the Kang Dynasty movie is because they've told us. There's nothing. I liked Shang-Chi. I liked Eternals as a standalone movie, but as a Marvel Cinematic Universe film, I mean, I saw Arishem the Judge, a celestial that's 3 times the size of Earth, talk down to the people. No one said a word. It hasn't been referenced again.
Nope. And the fact that he's like half of his body is like out of the Antarctic.
Well, that's the other. That's the other celestial.
The other one.
But Arishem the Judge is and the Eternals. What?
No,
I mean, and
none of it mattered.
The multiverse of madness.
Phase 4 mattered.
None of it. And that's the problem. The reason, like, I never hated any Marvel movie as much as I hated Thor: Love and Thunder. I hated that movie.
Nice.
I hated it, and I love the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but Quantumania and I just completely a franchise that's completely lost its way, like Star Wars. And the reason it's completely lost its way is because they have to make movies because they have to make money. They're making all these. We're continuing to make these movies. And when you made 23 movies that averaged out to $1 billion a film, which is what the first 23 movies at Marvel did, that success level is insane in all of Hollywood history, and they just think it's happening, that it continues to go on. But even Kevin Feige, as smart as he was, and he made 14 Marvel movies before the MCU. Before Iron Man in 2008, he did everything
I would
from
a lot of that to Jon Favreau.
Well, no, but sure, but I mean, he's still Kevin Feige learned how to make a Marvel movie. I mean, he made the X-Men movies. He saw what worked and what didn't. Spider-Man, Ghost Rider, Daredevil, Punisher. He even did the Man Thing movie. So he saw what worked, but he was only he didn't call the creative shots. So he saw what worked and what didn't. And then when they started Iron Man, it was what he did was brilliant. He came out of Donner and all of that. But the thing is,
I mean, I like the Hulk movie too.
Yeah, well, that was part of the first. That was part of the first 23.
Yep, that was that was the first two. Hulk and Iron Man were the first two.
Hulk came after Iron Man, but yeah, they were the first two. But here's the thing, the idea that you think that you're going to sustain that level of, like, where are they going to go? Like, the idea of doing, they suddenly just kind of lost their way. For me personally, I couldn't wait to see Infinity War and Endgame. couldn't wait. An old guy like me, I was that excited. I don't give a shit about Marvel anymore. And I loved those movies because, as far as I'm concerned, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it came, it showed us what it needed to show us, and then it ended. And everything now, they made 20, what franchise? The James Bond movies, there's 25 official Bond films. They started in 1962. It took them 60 years to make 25 James Bond movies. 60 years. The MCU made 23 movies from 2008 to what? 2019?
Well, think about Doctor Who. Doctor Who's been around since the 1960s.
Sure.
Could you even equal out the hours of those if you turned them into movies? Could you even equal out that to how much time has been put into the MCU between movies and television just since the last 20 years? I mean, it's not even close. They have dumped so much content onto us, and it's content. It's not even like good quality storytelling.
Well,
now it's content.
Yeah, now it's.
Before that, it was a story.
Yeah,
they actually had a story, and now there's nothing but separate little ideas, and they don't have. Yeah, they don't have a focus. Even the fans had come up with a great idea to put everything together through the villain Mephisto, and they're like sort of still trying to work out the Kang thing. And it's
that was the other thing. Wakanda for WandaVision. That was one of my biggest things. I was doing videos over that. I'm like, oh, they're gonna do Mephisto. They're gonna bring Mephisto in. This is gonna be so cool.
Everybody said that.
Everybody said that. And what did they do? No. They didn't bother with Mephisto. They made it this other chick that nobody really knew anything about. And then at the end of it, Kevin Feige flat out came out and said in a marketing statement that the reason why Doctor Strange, who is my favorite MCU character because I love magic and all of that kind of stuff, flat out said the reason why Doctor Strange didn't show up at the end of WandaVision to show her how to use the book was because they didn't want a white male explaining it to a woman.
Well,
and I'm like, I'm done with you. Like, I can't do that. I'm not going to do that. I love these characters. I love Wanda Maximoff. I love Doctor Strange. I can't do this.
Well, by the way, Monica Rambeau, she was my Captain Marvel. You know, growing up in the 80s, Monica Rambeau fought in the Secret Wars, man. You know, her beautiful black afro and that black and white suit. I love that version of Captain Marvel. And to me, I'm like, oh, finally, we're getting my version of the Captain Marvel I grew up with reading comics in the 80s. Like Carol Danvers, to me, Carol Danvers was the punk-ass bitch that Rogue, when she showed up in Avengers Annual 10, Rogue, Brotherhood of Evil Mutants, her first appearance, Avengers Annual 10, she stole Carol Danvers' powers and threw her off a bridge into the East River or whatever. I mean, that shit was badass. And I'm like, my Captain Marvel was Monica Rambeau. I loved her fro, man. I'm like, that chick, that's my shit right there. And they relegated her to, she's going to change her name to Polaris or whatever the hell whatever. And
Eric July went off on that because he loved Rambeau too. And that was one of the things he's like, you have just destroyed her character. You have destroyed everything that was amazing and special about her.
Well, which
and just crapped it all away.
It was ironic. It's so funny that with all this inclusion, it's like, okay, you have a strong black character. The death of Marvel died of cancer. And then the Captain Marvel that existed when I was growing up in the 80s was this hot, strong black woman who had this badass suit, this black and white suit. I loved it. And she fought in the Secret Wars. She was a big part. She was an Avenger and all this stuff. And they decided to double down on Carol Danvers. It was weird. I was like, why are you doing that? And now, I mean, it's such a, like, here's the thing. This is so weird to me. So when I saw the trailer for the Marvel's movie, what is that movie about? like literally, like in a trailer, it's supposed to intrigue you from an intellectual standpoint. All we know about that movie is for some reason, whenever they use their powers, Miss Marvel, Carol Danvers, and Monica Rambeau switch places.
It
And
looks like
then
a body swap
there's-
90s kids movie.
It really does.
Yeah.
And I'm
I
like,
mean,
how do you go? By the way, can I just
Yeah.
say that Secret Invasion, I read the scripts, kick ass. It kicks ass. It's awesome.
Really?
Oh, really?
Yeah, and
Wow.
it's Secret Invasion is a sequel to Captain Marvel. And when I say that, it's not because Captain Marvel is in it. As far as I know,
Thank
she's
God.
not. But in terms of it's all about the Skrull situation that is established in Captain Marvel that carries
That's
over
what
to
we've been waiting
Right, which
for.
is
Secret-
supposed to lead up to Secret Invasion,
Yeah,
right?
and when I read the
Yeah.
scripts, I'm like, well, this fucking kicks ass. You know, this was, and the trailer, I'm like, okay. But what's interesting is it carries on, it tells a really cool science fiction story, you know, that has elements of things like alienation in it. And it's like, okay. But I'm looking at this and I find what's happened to the Marvel Cinematic Universe strange. In the sense that, like Doctor Strange in the Mouth of, I was saying the Mouth of Madness.
Yeah.
That movie's entirely inconsequential. No one's gonna miss Wanda Maximoff because they don't know who she is, and it's like, I mean, I know she's not dead, but when I watch that movie, I'm like, okay, this is sort of interesting, but none of it's actually taking place in our world. And by the end of it all, aside from Wanda Maximoff killing a bunch of characters that are inconsequential because they didn't matter to the Marvel Universe anyway, it just, when I watched that and when all the characters show up, it just trivialized all of it. And I watched it and I was like, what? I understand I'm a fan of Sam Raimi and all that, but I'm like, this movie doesn't mean anything. At the end of the day, it doesn't
That's the
mean
problem.
anything at all. And it didn't mean, you know, a story should mean more than it is. Like if you're watching The Shawshank Redemption, it's not just about Red and Andy Dufresne's friendship. You know, it's about having hope in a place where there's only hopelessness. You know, it's about fighting for your humanity and developing friendships with people that in a place where friendship should be antithetical to the whole situation. And then at the end of the day, the triumph of the human spirit and all that. That's what a great story is. And there's a reason why people love that movie so much. I mean, who would have thought that? I showed this to Elizabeth's parents and they'd never seen it. And at first, the first half an hour, I'm like, they're looking at me going, why are you showing us this movie? And I said, stick with it. And by the end, they're like sobbing. You know, and you know, and I look at the MCU now and I'm like, none of these movies have mattered at all. None of them.
Nope.
There's nothing that's gone on. I couldn't wait to see every other Marvel movie. And yet now it's like, there's no reason. They haven't given me, as an astute viewer, there's no reason to watch these movies.
They've lost all their direction. They have no narrative. They have no goal anymore.
Yeah.
There's no, and then that's the thing too. And like you talked about it earlier, right? Like they made all these billions of dollars and then they thought they could just keep going with that. Right. And that was the thing that like, there's people have talked about this with the comic books, right? When you have these major events, what do you do after a major event? You tone things back down, right? You return to your street level characters. You return to your Daredevils. You return to your Spider-Mans. You return to those kind of guys. And you just chill out for a little while and you kind of build things back up. You know, you spend $100 million on a movie, $150 million on a movie. So if it cracks $450, $500 million, you got a profit. You're good to go. The problem is Marvel at Disney Marvel, with their arrogance, thought that they were always going to get $1 billion movie, especially after Captain Marvel.
Well, but they've done things,
which was another insignificant movie.
But they did something like Spider-Man: No Way Home establishes this
Sony,
right? But they establish a multiverse, and you've got Doctor Strange involved. Why isn't Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness a direct follow-up to No Way Home? Like it really,
because they wanted to make Wanda Maximoff the center of Doctor Strange's movie.
But they could still do that. The idea that Doctor Strange tore the fabric of space-time, and you know, it was weird that they didn't, like, you have this great setup that was very successful, Doctor Strange in it, and then when you go into Doctor Strange's own movie, it really had nothing to do with No Way Home. And I didn't understand that at all. Like the end of
Yeah.
No Way Home, you see all the shadow people that are on the edge of the universe, about ready to penetrate our universe.
It looks like something's really about to happen. It looks like shit's about to get real.
And I'm like, okay, great, Multiverse of Madness. And it was like that was a sequel to WandaVision and the kids and all this. And what's really frustrating is that story about Wanda Maximoff and her kids is Avengers Disassembled. And Avengers Disassembled is a great fucking comic book where Doctor Strange shows up and the Avengers are getting their asses handed to them and they don't know why, and it turns out it's Wanda. And they're like, she's using chaos magic, and Doctor Strange is like, there is no such thing as chaos magic. And it's it's so good. And I'm like, why didn't they do that? Like I thought with her kids, I thought they were going to completely do Avengers Disassembled. They'd set it all up, and it would have been,
or even House of M.
Yeah, well, that they don't have the mutants, but how? I mean,
right?
And
I
have
to the hell out of that.
But I'll tell you something. All that stuff, I just don't even care anymore. People are like, how are the mutants going to be in the Marvel universe? Don't care. It's
the
too
theories
late.
are so hollow now.
well,
yeah.
I mean, that's my biggest thing with a lot of it. I've become so apathetic to it. Like, I grew up as a Disney kid, okay? I had every single VHS. I had a library of VHSs from Disney movies. I watched, I had the OG Little Mermaid that still had the not so appropriate cover on it. You know what I mean? I still had all of that kind of stuff. I had all of those. My grandmother bought me every VHS, every Disney movie from the year I was born up. I could realize that I wanted all the old ones too, right? I grew up with all of that. Now, because of what this company has done to so many of my beloved franchises, Marvel, Star Wars, the Disney products that I grew up and loved, you know, the fact that they made a Mulan live action movie without Mushu, I was like, get bent. I'm not going to bother. Mushu is a huge aspect of that movie. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? It's just, that's just the way it is. Dishonor on your cow. That makes the movie. You know what I mean? But the fact that they have done all of this at this point, I am so apathetic. I'm like, burn Disney, burn. Every time a movie comes out, I'm crossing my fingers that it loses money. Even if it's good, even if it's even if it's good, because they need to learn. They have disrespected their fans. They have disrespected their source material. And guess what? You either change or you fail. That's what it comes down to. It's meritocracy. And as far as a lot of the majority of the fans are concerned, as far as Main Street is concerned, based on the numbers, based on the viewership we've been seeing, they're not happy anymore. They've checked out.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like, what is it? Halle Bailey, who's playing Ariel.
Yes. Gorgeous girl.
She's beautiful and has an incredible singing voice. And you know, at CinemaCon they showed us a musical sequence with Melissa McCarthy as Ursula. Looks great.
Oh God, that looks horrible.
No,
really?
it looked great. It was.
Think so?
Yeah, I was like, this fucking looks awesome. I loved it. I'm like,
I didn't.
I want. Did you go to CinemaCon? Did you see that?
Well, I saw the trailer. I don't like Alyssa McCarthy. I would have honestly preferred a legitimate drag queen over Alyssa McCarthy.
Well, I mean, I thought it worked. I thought it was really good. And I'm looking at this going, the real question is, they've made this movie. I actually think she looks like a mermaid. I mean, if you look at Ariel looks to me like she's like some corn-fed. The animated Ariel looks like she's a corn-fed girl from the Midwest.
Have you ever been to Ireland?
Well, yeah, no, and I've been to Copenhagen. I've seen the statue of the Little Mermaid, but I love the idea that it's Halle Bailey.
Yeah, it's Halle Bailey. Yeah, I know. I always when I
Halle Bailey.
I always try to say Halle Bailey too.
I think she looks incredible as a mermaid. She has a great face.
Yeah,
I think she looks amazing. And to me, I'm like, okay, so she's a mermaid from like the Caribbean. I'm down. It's cool. The thing that I don't like is I love Sebastian, and I don't like the Sebastian as it's depicted.
Or the flounder.
So I don't care. I want the movie. I want every movie to be good. You know, I do. I want every movie to be good. The real question is that I have a problem with. I mean, like I loved Kenneth Branagh directed Cinderella, the
Oh,
live
that was
action.
great.
I fucking thought it was great. I loved it. Who would have thought? I never would have thought I
Did
would
a
have.
great
Like,
job.
I do not want to fucking go watch a live action Cinderella movie. Well, one of my favorite actresses is playing Cinderella. Can't get enough of her. I liked it. And Kenneth Branagh, one of our great actors, Shakespearean directors, he did a great job. I thought he knocked it out of the park. I'm like, oh, and Helena Bonham Carter as the fairy godmother was great. I mean, all that stuff. So I have no problem with Disney doing live action movies, but then turning everything into a live action movie. Look, I thought Will Smith was I liked Aladdin. I thought Will Smith was great. I thought
I like Will Smith in it. Yeah.
I thought it was good. But and
he
the
did
thing
good.
is, the hatred of the Little Mermaid I found it disconcerting, because I'm like, well, let's wait and see. For me, let's wait. All I ask is let's wait and see if the movie's good. Give it credit. If it's not, don't.
Yeah.
But at least wait and see. And the fact is, I think, and after seeing Melissa McCarthy, I liked seeing the scene with Ursula the Sea Witch. I thought it was a good scene. I thought it looked great. They showed the whole musical number where she sings. I forget the name of the song. But I thought it was good. I liked it, and I'm like, okay,
As far as that's concerned, I think there's only two things that can really mess this up, and one of them I've already kind of noticed a little bit, which is the special effects or the animation stuff is a little sketchy. Some of it looks good. Some of it looks like it's really dark under the water.
You know what?
You
I
cannot
thought it
see
looked
some
that way
stuff.
too. But seeing the scene, I bought it.
Yeah.
I was like, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
But after seeing Avatar 2, Avatar 2, it's like and I'm like, both Wakanda Forever and this, it's like, doesn't hold a candle to
hard
Avatar
to-
2.
When you see really good graphics and special effects, and you see another one that's not so great, it's just kind of hard to not try to compare the two. So that's
it's
really
rough.
been a hard thing. And the flounder and all of the Sebastian, they look hideous. They look terrible.
Yeah, I didn't like the.
They're gonna scare kids.
I didn't like the Sebastian voice. I was a little disappointed. By the way, let me just. So
really?
We got some more super chats.
Yeah. Here.
Dub MCZ says Cal Kestis is one of my favorite new Star Wars characters. There's something so powerful about the art of character development through the video game medium. Do you think other stale movie IPs should lean on reinvigorating their franchises with video games and its unique form of storytelling? Any ideas? Well, I think, look, as we were talking about earlier, when you're creating a video game, the people have to create not just the characters and the plot, but all the environments. They have to think through everything. And if you're working, they have to think through everything in a way that a movie doesn't necessarily have to think through. And I think reinvigorating IPs through the problem is, will you have people that spend the kind of time to work on an IP? It's all about the creativity of the people working on something. I think the thing about the people that are making Star Wars video games or any video game in this day and age, the amount of money they have to spend on games, everybody wants to try and make a great game. Before you get an IP in the 90s, if somebody had an IP, that's how you ended up with Bounty Hunter for PlayStation 2. It was terrible game. Nowadays, that won't fly. Games are too expensive. They're not going to invest hundreds of millions of dollars unless it's good. And Star Wars video games, if they're good, sell very, very well. So they matter. Look, I think this is the problem in Hollywood now. This is the problem with our entire civilization. Nobody wants to invest money in something new because that's risky.
Mm-hmm.
It's risky.
Yes.
And yet all of these IPs that we all love and buy into, whether it's Star Wars or Star Trek or Doctor Who or Harry Potter, take your pick. At one point in time, those were one-offs. Harry Potter, at the time, the Philosopher's Stone, the original title of the book in Britain, it was a one-off book. Nobody knew what was going to happen with it. J.K. Rowling,
like 6 different publishers or something too.
J.K. Rowling was a single mother. She was telling kids she had no money, telling stories to her kids, and wrote them down. and wrote Harry Potter and became a cause celeb. Now, you would think that somebody like her, J.K. Rowling, would be a champion, that women the world over would look to her as a hero because she was a single mother that was able to. People hate her mostly because she's become a billionaire. And it's like, well, she was a poor single mother at one point. You know, through her own work, she wrote a book series that became a worldwide phenomenon, and now she's a billionaire, but she didn't start that way. You know, J.K. Rowling is a self-made woman.
100%.
Which is, take away any other controversy that exists, and I'm not aware of any, but if there was, say, a controversy about J.K. Rowling, I mean, first and foremost, she was a single mother that made good, you know, and just because she became filthy rich or whatever, you know, you can dislike her for other reasons, her politics, her opinions, whatever you want. But the fact is, at the end of the day, first and foremost, she became the person that we know the world over through her own work. At the end of the day, she was a woman, a single mom trying to make her way in the world that had an idea, put pen to paper, and created Harry Potter. Is it an amalgamation of a bunch of other different things? Sure. But you know what? She did the work. And at the end of the day, I admire anyone who does the work. No one handed it to her. You know, she did it herself. And that's, I think, admirable. And when it comes to IPs, we need more people. What are people going to rip off in 20 years? Where's all the new IPs? All of these things that we love.
The Rippaverse.
George, yeah, the Rippaverse, ISON, whatever. I mean, very possible. Oh my God! I mean, I have mad respect for Eric July because before he crowdfunded his book, he already made it. He spent $100 grand of his own money.
$100,000 of his own money. He was done.
He made it
ready to go out as soon as that fund started. Yeah.
Yep.
I got like 6 copies of that book around here somewhere.
And I'll tell you something. He did it. Self-made man, made millions of dollars. Good 100%. For him. You know,
and that's the same thing with J.K. Rowling too.
Yeah.
Self-made woman. She had an idea. She put it on paper. And I grew up with those books. Those books literally came out about, I was about the same age as all of that stuff coming up. I hate the movies. I absolutely can't stand the movies because because of their depiction of Dumbledore. Because Dumbledore never in a single moment in any one of those books ever gets mad or ever loses control. In the Goblet of Fire, he literally yells at Harry. As soon as I went and saw that, I was like, I'm done. I'm out.
But
and Peeves. There was no Peeves in those books, and Peeves was a major part of the Battle of Hogwarts at the very end. And you know what? That's why I like Hogwarts Legacy way better, because I get to run around that Hogwarts castle and I see Peeves all the time. No. And that's what I was playing earlier tonight.
But you know, there is
and they cost $1 billion a day.
You have to adapt things. Adaptation is you know.
I love
people
that
are
you're
still
so passionate about that.
Yeah, people are still screaming Tom Bombadil's not in Lord of the Rings. You know
what? That one I actually
There's no
understood.
scouring
that
of the
one
Shire.
I understood. That I did have an upsetness. That one I did have a problem with because the only reason I had a problem with that was because I liked Wormtongue's redemption in that.
Yeah, I can see that, but
now you see this piece of crap wizard who's lost all of his power. He's still trying to beat up on this guy, abuse him, treat him like his slave, treat him like his servant. And what's Homeboy do? He finally realizes, I can take him down. He has no power anymore. And he does it right there in front of everybody. And they're like, yes!
Yeah, but that would not have flown with the movie-going audience. It wouldn't have worked. It wouldn't have worked. You can't get back to the Shire and have it be an industrial wasteland. Yeah, couldn't. No. Dan Candy. This is so. I love Dan. So Dan Candy asks. This is so funny. Dan says, Rob, do you think Palmer Kirby will be an Oppenheimer? Okay, this is so. I have to explain this. One of my very favorite TV miniseries of all time is called The Winds of War. And Peter Graves plays a character named Palmer Kirby. It's set in World War II. And so Dan Candy, this is the deepest of deepest cuts. He's asking me if Peter Graves' character will be in Oppenheimer because it's set at the same time. It's such a weird... No, the answer is no. No, Dan. But I love that you keep asking me these rando questions about Winds of War. Although, you know what? If I had made a Winds of War, if I had made Oppenheimer, I would just put Palmer Kirby into it as a private joke for me, and Dan Candy would have been the only person who got the joke. It would have been great. Nobody would have known but me. So I love that. And my friend George, the great George the Giant Slayer. If you haven't watched his channels, you should. George gives 5 gifts, 5 memberships to the channel, to channel members. Thank you so much. And Tom Jr. Jackson gifts another member. So thank you, boys. Tom Jr. Jackson's like, why the fuck am I up? It's almost 7 o'clock in the morning.
No shit. It's like 5:30 here.
Yeah.
It's almost 6.
Superhero Display says
5:30.
apropos and saying never let them stop you smiling. They never will. Superhero Displays. My friend Alexander Wilson says, Rob, so you didn't like Guardians 3? Have not seen it yet. Have not seen Guardians 3. Going today. King Tannic just has a super sticker. He's probably thinking, why are you still broadcasting? It seems like I've been broadcasting since 5 o'clock this afternoon. Listen, you lovely folks, Retro Nerd Girl, thank you for being here. And, of course, the
pleasure.
Common Nerd, it's been great to have you. I got to go the fuck to bed. I'm an old man.
Right.
I'm going to die in my sleep. Let me ask you,
Dan, don't you say that.
Retro Nerd Girl, where can people find you online?
You can find me at on YouTube. My channel is Retro Nerd Girl, and what I have there are reviews of older, maybe more science fiction, older movies.
Great stuff, by the way. I love
somewhere-
your reviews.
Thank you. And recently I've dove into the world of live streams. So
Robert, you're an absolute legend. I love the fact that you opened your stream to us. I thank you very much for that. This has been an absolute pleasure. It's like one of them situations where like this is kind of like one of them dreams come true. It's like a guy that's been responsible for so many great things that we all love, and I'm like, I got to talk to him tonight because he said I could just click the link and jump in. I'm like,
yeah, I was a rando, guys.
Well, I say randos. By the way, it's there we. It was weird. But it was a bizarre.
Oh, yeah, it did cut off on YouTube too. I'm looking at it on my phone. That's
yeah.
weird.
It. You know what? Sometimes YouTube just does that. It just cuts you off.
Yeah.
Those bastards.
Oh.
Well.
Oh, it's back now.
Yeah, it's back.
That's
As long
have
as
you ever played with StreamYards?
yeah. But
Oh, okay.
still, you still have to hook up. It's the software thing I use, but it happens sometimes. You know, I have been taking up this stream is now 6 hours and 32 minutes long. So
Yeah.
so it's like they're like, who are you to take up all this bandwidth? Well,
Yeah, 100% on.
who are we
yeah.
not to take up all this bandwidth?
I'm Robert fucking Burnett. Okay, that's
That's right. Here we go. But this is a good stream. I'm sure somebody's gonna, get pissed about what we talked about or something. Like, who are you to say this or whatever? This just in: Robert died in his sleep, says Dub MCZ.
But what you were saying about that is, trust me, if you're getting attacked from all sides, that generally means you're right over the target and you're doing something right. So
Yeah, I mean, I've been involved with fan communities for so long. I love fandom, and I love Flights of Fancy. We're all imagination connoisseurs, and I think that what's really interesting is with like I've been saying, I think the great currency of the 21st century is going to be authenticity. And the fact is, if you're a performance activist that's jumping on your pet
bandwagon,
whatever, at the end of the day, it's not going to serve you well. We all have to ask ourselves, what is it we really want out of life? What do we want for ourselves? What do we want for our loved ones? And what do we think is important? And rather than, sticking up for a cause is great, but don't think that sticking up for a cause makes you any better or any worse. You have to be true to yourself in all things. I mean, I saw what happened, like we talked about earlier, at Evergreen. I saw a bunch of young people that were full of themselves, that thought that they were doing something. They made themselves, it's all performance activism. I'm going to make myself feel better by doing the right thing. Well, what they were doing was not the right thing. They were completely misguided on every level, and they ended up destroying an institution that meant a lot to me. They got rid of professors that were good professors, and these kids, you know, I'm not saying you have to know your place, but, you know, if you're going to college and you're paying to go to college, don't think you're smarter than the professors that you're paying to go be taught by. And if that's what you think, then don't fucking go. You know, if you're so smart, why do you have to go to college? It's so weird to me to see students berating teachers, berating professors, talking about, I need a safe space. I can't. You're in fucking college. College should be really hard. It should stress you the fuck out. And I mean, do you not know what it's like to study? Do you not know what it's like to hear points of view that aren't your own? What do you think college is? And
that was the point.
Why are we turning out a nation of weak? You know what we really need? A draft. A draft. Let's make every 18 to 20-year-old have to do mandatory social service of some kind. Doesn't necessarily have to. Doesn't have to be military. Doesn't have to be military. So you can go work in an old folks' home. Go build infrastructure. Do whatever the fuck you want. But you know what? National service for 2 years where you have to work for somebody else. Do something for other people.
I used to say this in high school all the time when I was a junior and senior. Service, 2 years, either Greenpeace, you know, something
whatever
like that. Or
let
the
people
military,
pick whatever they want to
like
do.
Yeah,
whatever
exactly.
they want to do.
But 2 years mandatory service. They do it in Israel. They just do it with the military. They do it in with Sweden, or there's one of the other Nordic
2
countries
years.
that do it.
And
2 years.
do you know
2 years? How would that hurt you?
It would not.
Service
It would
before citizenship. Service before
just like in Starship Troopers. It would make
Oh, wow,
it would make this country a much better place, much more cohesive. You'd have to learn to talk to your fellow person to get stuff
Whether you
done.
disagreed with them or not.
Yep, it'd be great. It would be a terrific thing to do. And you know what? It would hell, if I was 18 and somebody proposed this, I'm like, bring it on. Where can I go? Where can I? That'd be. I would have loved it if I was 18 to have service and then go into college when I was done. It would have been great.
I enlisted at 19.
Yeah.
So yep.
They get experience, you know.
Yeah, and you'd meet
that.
new people, and it'd be
all
fantastic.
over the country, all over the world. Yeah, I mean, there's always the old joke that there's no atheist in a foxhole, but there's also no such thing as a racist or a sexist in a foxhole either. Because when you've got your buddy next to you, you don't give a shit where y'all came from. Y'all went through the same crap in basic training. Y'all showered naked together. You know what I mean? After you get out of basic training, none of that crap ever matters to anybody.
No,
ever
and
again.
also another.
I ever had a buddy with my Tennessee. The only problem is I had a buddy from my Tennessee that I couldn't understand because he sounded like Boomhauer. That was literally the only guy we had a problem with, because we just couldn't understand him.
Look, man, the quickest way to solve most problems is to give people passports and make them travel.
Oh, yes.
See the world.
Yes.
That's all. It lasts about a day, and then you realize, oh, this is pretty cool. You know, look at all these people I've never met before. All this food I've never eaten. All these things I've never seen. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Of course, then the only people I've ever met that I hate when I travel are other Americans.
Yeah.
It's true. Why isn't the food the way it is at home? I'm like, well, isn't that kind of the point? But it's not the way I like it. I'm like, okay, what the fuck?
Right.
I'm
I
telling
go
you.
to the worst, most rat hole, in the wall restaurants in the city, because I know that's where the good food is.
Yeah, that's where the best. Yeah, because that's why they're still there.
Right, exactly. You got grandma in the back still making tortillas by hand. That's where I'm going to eat. You know what I mean? That's how it goes.
Yep. Well, listen, kids, I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank everybody for another epic Midnight Musing stream that is now 6 hours and 40 minutes long. I want to thank Tom Jr. Jackson for still being here. I don't know how you do it. I want to thank everybody for supporting this channel. I want to thank Lael, Rockwell, and for doing 50 episodes of this show.
Yes.
I want to thank Retro,
Wow, 50 nerd crew.
the nerd crew. I've always thought I was king of the nerds, so there you go.
There you go. Here,
So look,
here.
they're still
Yes.
they're still cutting me off. It's like I'm still getting this weird thing. You know why they want me off YouTube? Because everyone's trying to watch the Coronation. That's what's happening.
Oh.
That's what's happening. So I'm gonna
Directly
end-
into the coronation.
I'm going to end this stream. I'm going to let you guys go. I'm going to say goodbye. So I'm going to cut you off. But I want to say to the both of you, it's great to have been hanging out with you. This is so much fun. And we will talk later. Have a good night and enjoy your Saturday. All right, you too. Well, that was fun. I'm ending this stream. All right, everybody. You know what? I'm going to do a Robservations tomorrow. Maybe. I will say this on the channel. A new Designing Hollywood dropped today or yesterday. Peter Devlin, who's the production sound mixer on everything from Star Trek 09 to Bad Boys to the Transformers to Wakanda Forever. Check that out. We had a great conversation. Lana Ewan reviews. Lana Ewan, smoking hot. She is dropping her review of Battle Royale tonight on the channel. And, of course, this morning, we've got Que Pasa BGS, 97% Spanish. Alex Montano and, of course, Roberto Suarez. I'll show up around 11. So I have to be there in like 7 hours, but I'll be there. And, yeah, tune in on Sunday for Let's Get Physical Media. I'll never be able to sing it, but whatever. And on that note, I say to all of you, have a better day. Enjoy the coronation. Oh, wait. Remember, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do is listen.